yet. We know that it's fossil fuels that are impacting the greater cause of climate change, but have a sustainable, agreed way forward to shift course. And part of the challenge is our agenda, our development plan, the way that we have perceived development and well-being for our people, the path is lit by fossil fuels, quite frankly. So for us to be able to change will require a lot of thinking. And this is such an emotive issue, quite frankly, for, I assume, Ugandans and everybody on this continent, because we all have questions of, is it fair, is it not fair, etc. But whatever the case, we're living with the impacts. And because we're living with the impacts, I think very soberly, we all need to be rethinking how we can do development without such a heavy reliance on fossil fuels. And because we don't have an agreed solution yet of how we're going to change course, how are we going to adapt to this new normal? We can't afford to not do significantly more. And it is urgent. It is very urgent. I assume we will hear that through all the discussions that will happen this week. And in all our endeavors for the efficient and effective service delivery within the sector, we will have to enhance the role of coordination to deliver water services to Ugandans. Thinking through ever effective coordination mechanisms is absolutely critical for us to be able to better use the resources that are currently available to us. More effective coordination mechanisms will drive us towards ever more efficiencies as regards cost and effectiveness in ensuring a more holistic approach. Also, we are likely to get better resource mobilization. Coordination can help us mobilize financial and technical resources from various sources, making it easier to fund and implement projects. We, of course, need substantively more money than we currently have, but quite frankly, coordination can help us maybe source more resources. Coordination will also help us in terms of alignment, making sure that all of us, all the MDAs, all the partners are really aligned and pulling in the right direction. And but not least, of course, coordination will help in transparency and greater sustainability. That we just make sure we can all see how everybody is contributing to this very different agenda. So coordination, coordination, coordination. I know that DB is doing a lot. I know that the government is doing a lot. We just need to do, it's just urgent to do more. Without more resources, we could get better use of current resources. Finally, I want to reiterate the commitment of the United Nations system that we stand with the government and the people of Uganda as it charts its path towards a prosperous growth and sustainable environment. Through the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, we have committed and aligned with the government's priorities to support Uganda's natural resources and environment, that Uganda's natural resources and environment are sustainably managed and protected, and people, especially the vulnerable and marginalized, have the capacity to mitigate and adapt to climate change and disaster risks. We know more are coming. It is not a question of will it. We know it will come. All these extreme weather events we have experienced in the past couple of years, we will keep getting more and more of them until we substantively change course. So there is no choice but to find ways of making sure that we can live with this new reality in a better way that doesn't derail our development efforts. We will continue to catalyze financing and partnerships to achieve the objectives of the National Development Plan, particularly on natural resources, environment, climate change, land and water management. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking the government and all stakeholders for the effort and commitment in putting together this program. We recognize the significant work that it takes to do so, and we applaud that it has been consistently done over the years. It is my sincere hope that these week's activities can provide further inspiration and guidance towards these efforts, helping to ensure that our water and environment is managed sustainably to ensure perpetual flow of benefits to the people of Uganda. And with that, I wish all of us a great Water Week, that we learn new things, come away inspired to do more of the work that we've been doing, and with a new urgency that if we don't do it, we are just delaying ourselves from this that we have set. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Susan, and thank you, the UN system, for the support. And we take note of the need to coordinate, the urgency required, the issues around financing, and really for all of us to put our heads together and come up with solutions so that we have a sustainable development path. Next, I'm going to request the representative of His Grace, the Archbishop of Kampala, who is the Director for Caritas, to come and deliver on behalf of His Grace. You're welcome, Father.
Your Lordship, Deputy Chief Justice, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I bring greetings from the Archbishop of Kampala, who has not been able to be present here, but his heart is here. And in his message, he said he's not competent, but he's using the lens of a layman to try and reflect on this theme, water and environment. And he called this a call to stewardship. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, today we gather under the grace of the Almighty, united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland, our very sustenance. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention. Water is life. It nourishes, cleanses, and sustains us. Yet many of our brothers and sisters walk miles every day for a drop of this precious resource. Our lakes and rivers, gifts from God, are retreating and becoming polluted. Climate change accelerates, brings longer droughts, more erratic rainfall, and thereby challenging our ability to feed our children and maintain our livelihoods. The environmental degradation we witness, deforestation, loss of biodiversity, soil erosion, is not merely a physical loss, but a spiritual one. We are caretakers of this earth, tasked with persevering its wonders and future generations. Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, God said to man, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over everything living that moves upon the earth." Yet we have faltered. The consequences of our actions and inactions are evident, affecting the poorest and most vulnerable among us most severely. But dear brothers and sisters, there is hope. Hope in a collective action, in the strength of our united will to make a difference. We are called not to despair, but to action. Each one of us, from the smallest child to the leaders of our nation, has a role to play in this great endeavor. The church commits to leading by example, implementing sustainable practices in our churches, parishes, congregations, and masses about environmental stewardship, advocating for policies that protect our common home. but we cannot do this alone. We need the government, we need businesses, communities, and individuals to join in a national movement towards sustainability. Let us embark on our initiatives to clean and conserve the water sources, to plant trees, to restore forests and adopt renewable energy, do proper waste management, and to practice sustainable farming techniques. Let us support policies that prioritize the environment, that protect our land, air, and water from pollution and exploitation. We have plans on proper waste management as church, where the capital city sits. In a collective action, we need permissions and partnerships with government bodies to implement such plans, to join other actors in waste management. Through Caritas, the church wants to create awareness on proper waste management and sorting of waste. We seek your support and partnership in these causes. In this journey, let us draw strength from our faith, from love of our neighbor, from the commitment of the common good. Let us remember that we are not merely saving the environment, we are saving our lives, our children, and our children's children. May the Almighty guide us and grant us wisdom and strength during this week of reflection to rise to this challenge. Together, let us forge a future. The beauty of Uganda's land, water, and skies is preserved all the time. Let us act not out of fear, but out of love for God, our planet, and for each other. We commit the church's support in all these efforts. And I present it on behalf of the Archbishop of Kampala.
Thank you, Father, and thank you for delivering the message from the Archbishop on stewardship, challenges on degradation, and made a very passionate call to action and sustainability and conservation, and concluded with the issue of partnership that is really key. Thank you, and pass on really our sincere appreciation, and thank you for that message.
Mr. Permanent Secretary, if you allow, we can take maybe a brief interlude of a poem and a dance. May I invite to the podium Tendo Tyrone Luanga to come and present a poem. Tendo Tyrone is 14 years old, from the climate champion from Youth Go Green. Let's welcome this young man with a round of applause.
All protocol observed. A very good morning to our distinguished guests. My name is Tyrone Tendo Luanga, a Youth Go Green climate champion, and today I'm going to present you my poem entitled Climate Ripple Effects on Water. Water, essence of life's embrace. In every drop, a sacred space. Yet climate's grip, it's shifting, dry places patch where once green. Water, vital and pure, now bears the weight of climate's lure. Droughts devour fields once green, leaving only echoes of what might have been. Once again, my name is Tyrone Tendo. Thank you very much.
Okay, and in case you're not ready, we can reschedule you to another moment. With your permission, Mr. Pierce. Okay, the dance group, they are ready. They are ready, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, you introduce the group. Yeah. So you know how to do it?
That gets another mic.
Yes.
Coach bags. Coach bags. Coach bags. I'm only gonna say, let me introduce them. Start.
Let's introduce the group.
Hello, everyone. Grace Stewart Nisima is my name, and soldiers. We're gonna perform an act of climate change. Be blessed as you watch and listen. Neunya, neunya, enchukachuka y'obudde, enzizi ezo ziri bibuguma, biwundagana neunya, ntidde, ntidde, mu nchukachuka y'obubbi, ntidde, ntidde, ensi tukimalawo, neunya, neunya, enchukachuka y'obudde, enzizi zibibuluguma, biwunagana neunya, ntidde, ntidde, enchukachuka y'obudde, ntidde, ntidde, ensi tukimalawo. Hum, 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 hum. The scorching sun dries up the bones of a hungry child. Over there in Karamoja, my brothers and sisters are deprived. It's clear to see that this crisis is a spur of it will not burn us less just because we of it. Farmers plant their crops in doubt. They look on feebly as everything gets destroyed by drought. They wait for rain in vain and watch their crops die with pain. Corpses of wild animals now decorate our parks. Farmers watch their animals last kick despite doing their wailing young girls just like myself are now climate bright. They are the victims of the earth's changing tides. These are the debris of a dying earth. This is the aftermath of the earth's declining worth. Polluters play, the people pay, the planet burns. What will we tell our children when they are born into a world that is fallen? That we didn't care enough to protect our land? That we didn't care enough to take us? It doesn't have to be this way. It's not too late to restore order. I know this as I get older. That for every tree cut, we must plant two. And we must keep the ocean blue. It's not too late to restore order. I know this as I get older. That we keep keen and keep Mother Earth lush and green. hum, hum. The wind is the hymn of our praise. The rocks are the strength of our bones. For every inhale mirrors an exhale from a tree. And every quench of thirst counts it on the generosity of the streams and the seas. Oh, the splendor when the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature, are one with nature. We are nature. We depend on her, so let's defend her.
A round of applause to these youngsters. They are phenomenal. A bigger round of applause once again. Thank you very much. They have challenged us, they have taught us, they have warned us, but they have also ended the PSR.
And conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with the environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and cancelled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, the academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the Ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it greet and meet the water and environment elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that they interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has gone.
This year's event running under the theme Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So we want the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that we address these challenges? So
There are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda. So see you there.
The event, which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're getting some of the speeches, we have been joined by the new UNDP resident representative to Uganda, Ms. Nwane Vede Obaho. Welcome. Now, it is my honor to request the Honorable Minister for Water and Environment, Honorable Sam Cheptoris, to come and give his remarks, and then invite our chief guest to give his opening remarks and also officially open our Water and Environment Week. Honorable Minister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, PS. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, represented by the Deputy Chief Justice, Your Grace, the Archbishop of Kampala Diocese, the Executive Secretary of Uganda Joint Christian Council, and the Orthodox Bishop-elect of Juba and South Sudan, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, the PS Ministry of Water and Environment, representatives of the various development partners, representatives of private sector and civil society organizations, representatives of other stakeholders, government officials in your respective capacities, ministry staff, all Ugandans watching and listening to this event, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the 7th Water and Environment Week 2024. In a special way, I wish to welcome our guest of honor, His Lordship the Chief Justice, represented by the Deputy Chief Justice, for honoring our invitation to officiate at the opening of this 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Your coming to this event is a vivid demonstration of the importance that you, the members of the judiciary, and the government as a whole attach to matters of water, environment, and climate change in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, this is the 7th edition of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. It was first held in 2018 and has been commemorated annually in the subsequent years. We have certainly learned a lot of valuable lessons from the experiences of the last 6 Uganda Water and Environment Weeks that have enabled us to improve our organization of the event over time. We shall continue to address any shortcomings during the commemoration of these week-long events, since the Water and Environment Week is an annual event. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the various dignitaries, organizations, agencies, partners, and stakeholders who have worked tirelessly with my ministry to ensure that this event takes place this year. Your contributions are all very much valued and appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have already been told, this year's Water and Environment Week theme is rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and the climate change crisis in Uganda. This is being discussed under 4 sub-themes, as has already been mentioned. The celebrations of Uwewk 2024 under the theme and the sub-themes seek to achieve the overall goal of enabling all of us, participants, to rethink existing approaches and solutions to addressing water, environment, and the climate change challenges in Uganda, while building on outcomes and recommendations of the various global, regional, and national water, environment, and climate change related events. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda Water and Environment Week is linked to Uganda's National Development Strategy and the National Development Plan 3, achievement of middle income status through the Vision 2040 and the SDGs. Dear participants, as we discuss the various sub-themes and undertake the various activities of the Water and the Environment Week, I wish to remind you that water and the environmental resources are connectors and catalysts, vital resources for sustaining life, promoting development, and maintaining the environment. I hope that all of us are aware that water is a key input in most of our socio-economic development processes, and there are no activities that can be undertaken where water is not involved, either as a primary input or a secondary input or a home for life. Ladies and gentlemen, access to clean and safe water and improved sanitation facilities and practices are prerequisites to a healthy population, and therefore have a direct impact on the quality of life and the productivity of the population. Besides domestic water supply, water is vital in key socio-economic development pillars. Water is key for livestock, key for industry, hydropower generation, agriculture stroke irrigation, oil and gas stroke mining, marine transport, fisheries, tourism, recreation, even baptism, climate regulation, and environmental conservation, among others. As they say, water is life. Water and the environment, therefore, significantly contribute to the national socio-economic development, although in most cases, they are taken for granted because of being taken as public goods. Therefore, as Uganda seeks to industrialize and meet her national development goals in all sectors of the economy, through, among others, the parish development model, sustainable management and development of water and environmental resources will be key in realizing the set targets. Our guest of honor, the goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security. To achieve this goal, my ministry has made substantial efforts towards reversing the rate of degradation of the wetlands to the current wetland coverage of 13.9%. There has also been a registered substantial progress in restoration of forest cover to the current 13.4%. My ministry has also implemented medium-scale water supply systems through our regional deconcentrated structures in all the districts and have facilitated water services, operations, and rehabilitation in large towns under the National Water Sewerage Corporation in 277 towns. Currently, access to safe water in rural areas stands at 67%, while that in urban areas is 73%, while access to basic sanitation in the rural areas is 80% and 90% in urban areas. My ministry is also promoting harvesting through construction of dams and valley tanks in the various parts of the country, as well as mitigating impacts of climate change on agriculture through establishment of irrigation schemes. Furthermore, my ministry has continued to promote catchment management planning and implementation, which is key to the integrated management of water and underwater and related resources. Currently, catchment management plans have been developed for 22 catchments out of 32 in the country. The plans facilitate coordinated planning and implementation, reversal of degradation of ecosystems, increase ecosystem resilience and productivity, and improve community livelihoods and socio-economic development. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, climate change remains a major challenge due to the adverse effects caused by extreme weather patterns, especially floods, landslides, and drought, affecting different parts of the country. The poor management of natural resources, including wetlands, forests, land, water, and the environment, have contributed to climate change with serious implications on health of the population and on agricultural production and productivity. The government, through my ministry, has put in place frameworks for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Currently, the ministry is developing regulations to operationalize the Climate Change Act 2021, and the country's commitments are clearly defined in the national determined contributions. In addition, the ministry is finalizing the Climate Change Vulnerability Index to facilitate the monitoring of the effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental degradation in Uganda is very rampant and requires strong enforcement of the environmental laws and regulations. I would like to appeal to you, guests of honor, to expedite the establishment of the Environment Court so that environmental crimes are quickly handled and disposed of. My ministry, working closely with NEMA, is ready to provide any required support, including capacity building, to ensure that the court is operational as soon as possible. To you stakeholders, the events of the Water and Environment Week provide a unique opportunity to all of you to contribute new ideas exchange knowledge, experiences, and the practices that are key in moving the water, environment, and the climate change agenda forward. I wish therefore to call upon you all to actively participate in the various activities and benefit from the wealth of knowledge and experience present here. I want to assure you all of my ministry's commitment to move forward the deliberations and the recommendations of the Water and Environment Week so that they can positively impact and revolutionize the water and environment sector, as well as accelerating Uganda's achievement of SDGs and the National Development Plan 3 targets. I thank you for honoring our invitation and coming to attend this function. It is now my singular honor and privilege to invite our guest of honor, His Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, representing the Chief Justice of Uganda, to deliver his speech and formally open the 7th Uganda and Environment Week 2024. For God and my country, and I thank you very much for listening to me.
Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Minister of State, representative of the Kampala Archdiocese, Archbishop of Kampala Archdiocese, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, the UNDP representative, the representatives of development partners here, representatives of the private sector and civil society organizations, representatives of other stakeholders, government officials, all Ugandans watching and listening to this event, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate the Ministry of Water and Environment and its partners for organizing the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. This is an opportunity for all stakeholders to come together and discuss issues affecting water and the environment. It is pleasant to note that you have continuously held these annual celebrations since inception in the year 2018 as a way of providing a forum for dialogue among stakeholders in the sustainable management of natural resources. Environmental issues affect all of us as we live in this country. The people who put together our Constitution in 1995 knew this fact quite well, and it is well stated in our Constitution. Objective number 21 of the national objectives and directive principles of state policy of our Constitution states, and I quote, "The state shall take all practical measures to promote a good water management system at all levels." It is in compliance with this constitutional obligation that the state makes all effort to provide a good water management system at every level. Note that the duty of the state is that this should extend to every level. We should endeavor to work towards the achievement of this goal because we all agree that we need good water and everywhere. Our Constitution is even more elaborate in respect of protection of the environment. I'll quote the Constitution, and please listen. This is a day for us to reflect and reconsider. We should think about whether we are all playing our proper constitutional roles in the area of environmental protection. It is extremely important that we listen to the command to us from the Constitution of Uganda. Objective number 27 provides as follows, and I quote, 1, the state shall promote sustainable development and public awareness of the need to manage land, air, and water resources in a balanced and sustainable manner for the present and future generations. 2, the utilization of the natural resources of Uganda shall be managed in such a way as to meet the development and environmental needs of present and future generations of Ugandans. And in particular, the state shall take all possible measures to prevent or minimize the damage and destruction of land, air, and water resources resulting from pollution or other causes. 3, the state shall promote and implement energy policies that will ensure that people's basic needs and those of environmental preservation are met. And 4, the state, including local governments, shall A, create and develop parks, reserves, and recreation areas, and ensure that the conservation of natural resources is done. B, promote the rational use of natural resources so as to safeguard and protect the biodiversity of Uganda. Chapter 247 of our Constitution empowers our Parliament to make laws for the protection and preservation of environment, and Parliament has, in compliance with this provision of the Constitution, made various laws to that effect. Let's keep in mind that Uganda is a signatory to a number of regional, continental, and international instruments and treaties governing sustainable use of the environment and natural resources. Under these instruments and treaties, we are obliged to protect and promote sustainable water and environmental policies as our international obligation. We have committed ourselves in this regard to protect the environment and natural resources, and we are obliged to comply. The theme of this 7th Uganda National Water and Environment Week is Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda. This theme invites us to rethink the existing approaches to addressing water, environment, and climate change challenges in the country. We need to have a candid discussion on how best we can use the environment and natural resources sustainably for the benefit of our current and future generations. We need to build from the lessons learned from this week's activities to see how best we can manage the environment and curb the challenges caused by climate change. I request the participants at this 7th Water and Environmental Week to discuss how water and environment can be sustainably managed for socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Natural resources such as forests, wetlands, water bodies, flora and fauna constitute a big part of our environment. They can be used as sources of income and provide employment to many Ugandans. They are means of wealth creation. They avail several opportunities to the population in the form of agriculture, tourism, fish farming and harvesting, timber, among others. The National Development Plan 3, 2020-2021, 1, 2024, 25, development, under Chapter 9, climate change is covered, natural resources, environment, water management are all covered. This calls upon each of us to make a contribution in mitigating climate change through sustainable management of the environment so that we can achieve increased household incomes and improve the quality of life for the population. Environmental protection is therefore critical to human health. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is bound by the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, that are generated by the United Nations, to which Uganda is a party. Under SD 6, the SD 6 requires all member states to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. SD 13 enjoins member states to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. SD 14 enjoins member states to conserve sustainability, use the oceans, seas, and maintain marine resources for sustainable development. The above SDs should be borne in mind throughout this week and guide our current and future actions in regard to the way the environment is managed. We should also keep it in mind that Article 39 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda provides, and I quote, "Every Ugandan has a right to a clean and healthy environment," quote. "All persons have a right to access clean air, water, and uncontaminated food. Proper management of water resources and environment are key to the realization and enjoyment of a right to a clean and healthy environment. The natural forests and wetland cover is currently under threat from indiscriminate destruction by encroachers. Increase in population has led to the need for agricultural land, industrial parks, and settlement space. Wetlands within and around Kampala, such as Chinawataka, Rubiji, and Luzira wetlands, are examples of wetland degradation. The wetlands in the countryside have equally not been spared, especially by agricultural activities. There is a need to scale up restoration of degraded ecosystems and also strengthen enforcement of water and environmental laws and regulations at all levels. I wish to assure you of the support of the judiciary in ensuring that enforcement of these laws and regulations is achieved. I want to assure the Minister that discussions are ongoing about the establishment of the Environmental Court. It is clear that climate change inaction jeopardizes development. It affects the timely achievement of national goals. It underscores the importance of mainstreaming climate change in all sectors of government. I wish to call upon everybody to join in the efforts of addressing climate change. When we talk about climate change, we are talking about our actual lives and livelihood. When it is hot like it is this morning, we all feel it ourselves. In our neighborhood, South Sudan, schools are closed. That's not far from us. Ladies and gentlemen, water and environment resources are at the core of sustainable development. They are critical for socio-economic transformation and human survival. These resources are key in the implementation of the parish development model, which has been adopted to enhance livelihoods of the citizens of this country through improved household incomes. I wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and development partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. It is then that we will perform its key functions for the benefit of all the people residing in this country. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual sector international days. That is, the International Forest Day of March 21st, the World Water Day of March 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day of March 23rd. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially opened for God and my country.
Please, a round of applause to our chief guest. And thank you, really, the judiciary for the support you're rendering. And we look forward to the establishment of the environmental court so that the environment gets justice that is badly needed. Thank you so much, and thank you really for sparing time. We are going to have 2 things, and then after those 2, we'll go to open the exhibition briefly. We're going to have, first and foremost, a recognition, very few, and it will be done by my minister, together with the Minister for State and Environment, who has joined us. Honorable Beatrice, you're welcome. And then after that, we'll have a group photo. So the first recognition, they want to say thank you to our guests of honor for officiating and really for giving us that very strong message and giving us the assurances from the judiciary. May I request the Honorable Minister can come forward. To say thank you to our chief guest by giving this recognition for this wonderful speech you have given us. Guests of honor, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Minister, you can stay there. Just a moment. I would like to request the representative of His Grace to come and receive the appreciation from the Minister and give it to His Grace. And also give him my very personal regards. He's the one who wedded me. Next, I request the Minister of State for Environment to come and give these other 2 awards. This will go to the UN system represented by the UN resident coordinator because they have really been key supporters for us as a ministry. So, Your Excellency, Susan, please. Thank you. Thank you. Next is the group that has really been at the forefront, and they have really embraced the issue around conservation, environment, and climate change. And these are the religious community represented by the Executive Secretary of the Council, Joint Christian Council. They have really come out very strongly, and thank you for supporting this cause, and thank you for the advocacy, and thank you for passing the message to all of us. And he's the bishop-elect, as I told you, for what? Juba and South Sudan. We wish you the best. Thank you. Now, I would request the minister, together with our chief guest, and the people at the front table come and we take a group photo together with the representative of the Archbishop and Bishop Sheldon. Please come forward. And all the chairpersons of the agencies under the ministry come and we take a group photo.
Let's request the panelists and also the keynote speakers to join in the photo. You can tell them to smile. Oh, yes. So that child is also a panelist that is going to speak to us shortly. So she's there in her own right as a panelist, 10 years old. So thank you very much. I would like to request, before we move, we have to have the anthems. Yeah, so our guest of honor and the rest of the team, let's have the anthem. So PS, maybe you can read us.
So we can have the anthem in reverse order, start with the one of East Africa, and then the one for Uganda. Please, we can all stand. It was supposed to be Thank you. We shall legally chop 5% of your fees to teach you how to observe protocol. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go out and have the guest of honor launch the exhibitions, but not everybody is going, so we are going to get a few people to accompany the guest of honor. So, our guest of honor, thank you very much for coming over. The rest remain here. We are going to continue with the keynote presentations and the panel discussion. Just a few people to accompany the guest of honor to launch the exhibitions. Otherwise, I would like to request that we be ready. Mr. Patrick Kamara, can you prepare to kickstart this session? We are not doing well with the time. Otherwise, thank you very much for this opening session. We hope that you will continue with us during the next session and the rest of the week. Thank you very much.
Give them another round of applause. They have done so well. As our guest of honor and the other delegates go to look at the exhibitions, we're going to continue in this auditorium with our conference. And at this juncture, allow me to invite Abdulatif Khalid. Abdulatif Khalid, could you step forward, sir? He has a poem entitled The Mess. Abdulatif Khalid.
This one is working. I will borrow the protocol of the previous speakers. I was born Abdulatif Khalid Ebahad. I'm a writer, a poet, and a word-spoken artist, a student of Mountains of the Moon University, Fort Portal. I have a poem to share with you today, and it is titled The Mess. Here we go. The mess. Climate change is a force that is wreaking a mess on the world we live in. Like unwelcomed creatures, the land dries up and the rivers run dry. The winds howl as if to moan and cry. Like a withered flower, the land wilts away. The soil dried up, unable to hold at bay, and the cruel encroachment of the blazing heat that scorches everything, unable to retreat. Will the future generation really forgive us for this mess? The crops wither and the landslides tall, the worst green forest now a laughing stock. The world, our mother, now a shadow of its past. It's a world breaking, disintegrating so fast. Will the future generation really forgive us for this mess? Like a symphony that lost its tune, the world looks different like a dissolute moon. The sun, which was brought life and light, now burns and scalds with all its might. Will the future generation forgive us for this mess? Like a symphony that lost its key, the birds stop chirping, the animals flee, forced to survive in a hostile condition, a vivid reminder of our poor decisions. Will the future generation really forgive us for this mess? Oh, in Kasese, where floods reign supreme, washing away homes, hopes, and dreams. But in the struggle for survival, they find strength in perseverance at length. People flock from villages and towns in search for peace, but the truth remains it's an elusive tease. How do we expect peace in a world where agony and trauma are forever born? A world where peace is a myth and agony is a fact. Will the future generation forgive us for this mess? Look, our Mother Earth is crying, crying, and the tears are flowing, flowing and soaking as its quality is disintegrating, but human beings are laughing, will the future generation forgive us for this mess? Oh, when I look in change for our children, it's time to arrange. Will the future generation forgive us for this mess? We can conserve and plant some more. Switch to renewable energy, count the score. We can live in harmony with each other for the sake of the earth, our world, and our mother. But will the future generation forgive us for this mess? Let me advise you, my fellow Ugandans. Let me advise you to be wise like a mice holding rice to rise and sensitize the masses for environmental conservation. And if I was an author, I would leave you with a question. What shall you tell your children about the roles you played in regard to environmental conservation? Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Abdul Latif, that was an incredible presentation. Another round of applause. At every stand is asking us a question. Will the future generations forgive us for this mess? In my lifetime, I've seen a river disappear. I've seen a forest cover dwindle. In my lifetime, I've seen a river disappear. Where I come from in the city of Fort Porter, would sit in the compound of our father about 25 or 30 years ago and see snow on Mount Rwenzori. He'd always tell us, come out and see the snow. We would never take it so serious. We would ask, why is this man telling us about the snow? But now I know why he was so passionate about this. And now we have lost it. We can't see it. Can you imagine snow just at the middle of the equator? Now it's gone. For those who come from Barara City, there's a river called River Ruizi. River Ruizi was supposed to be providing water for the entire city, but now it has become a dwindle. You know where they are planning to get the water from? At the border with Tanzania, on River Kagera. Can you imagine? Because of destroyed the environment where water was coming from in the areas of Ruizi and Bushenyi. May I invite again Dr. Kalist to come and introduce the keynote speakers. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, for this year, as we discuss and reflect on the theme, Rethinking Corrective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, we decided to have two keynote speakers, very, very experienced and well-known professionals in this area. We have Dr. Mark Smith, all the way from Sri Lanka. He's the Director General of the International Water Management Institute. He was formerly the Deputy Director General of the same organization in charge of research for development and brings in experience in water resources, agriculture, climate and sustainability. He was the Director of the Global Water Program at the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, from 2008 to 2018, where he led innovation, multi-regional programs in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, addressing river basin management, transboundary cooperation, and water governance, climate change adaptation, and nature-based solutions. He has a PhD in ecology and resource management from the University of Edinburgh and a master's in climatology from the University of Guelph. He holds a PhD from Queen's University, Belfast, and a postgraduate degree. He attended Harvard Business School Executive Leadership Development Program and has been an affiliated Fulbright Research Scholar at the University of California, Berkeley, and Chevening Fellow at the University of Brantford. I would like you to join me to welcome Dr. Mark Smith as our first keynote speaker. Dr. Mark, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kalist, for that warm introduction. Some of that biography was me, and some of it was true. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by adding, of course, my acknowledgement to all of the protocols observed. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I want also to express my deep thanks and appreciation to the Honourable Minister, to the Permanent Secretary, to the organisers, the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Water Resources Institute, and all of the convening partners for the fantastic opportunity you have afforded to me to speak today and to, thank you, to contribute to what I am sure will be a very successful Uganda Water and Environment Week. My congratulations also to all of those who have contributed to the organizing of this week. This has been a heavy lift, I'm very sure, having done little bits of that myself, and what I see is a fantastic program that you've laid on for all of us. I also want to extend my personal thanks to Dr. Kalis Tindumagaya for reaching out to invite me to this event, and also for many years now for your warm collaborative spirit and the wisdom that you so consistently bring to these issues. I want to acknowledge also, and with real gratitude, with my genuine gratitude, the new partnership that IMI, my institute, has with the Ministry of Water and Environment and the Water Resources Institute. We were very honored recently to sign an MOU with the ambition of building our cooperation on water management for agriculture, for health, for climate resilience, for ecosystems, and also in governance and transboundary cooperation. So on behalf of IMI's regional representative in East Africa, Dr. Abdul Karim Said, who's based in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and my colleagues based here in Kampala, we're looking forward very much to bringing this partnership to life with you through collaboration that I'm sure is going to go from strength to strength. Our job as an international research for development institute is to help. It's to help in the countries where we work. And so I extend that commitment to partnership to all of you here and look forward to working with you as we go forward. I want to use this opportunity, and I hope this is a welcome contribution indeed to the theme of this Uganda Water and Environment Week, use this opportunity to help build the dialogue that will take place this week, to do a few things. And these are from the lens, and this is what was asked of me, and I think Dr. Mugisha will give a complimentary keynote presentation in just a few minutes that will have much more of a Uganda focus. My focus, my lens, the lens I bring to this is from the international level. And I want to start, I will frame the severity and the urgency of challenges of water security as they exist now, and particularly as we look into the future. I want to stress the importance of building ways forward that are based on collective action and the role of knowledge, research, and innovation within that, and outline some critical areas of research for development and their applications to the solutions, and indeed the way those need to connect to collective action. So on the screen you see 5 what I term wicked problems for water management. Wicked problems are complex. To make progress on them, to find resolution to them, we need transformation of systems. We need systems change that brings together all sorts of different dimensions, indeed, as we've been hearing much about already this morning. They are characterized also by never having enough information, never having all of the data that you need to have a complete picture of where the solutions to these kinds of problems exist. They are full of unknowns, and they are themselves, as we work on them, undergoing dynamic change. The first one that I want to touch on is hunger. Already some 1.2 billion people live in regions where agriculture faces water scarcity. We know that water is inextricably linked to food security, and indeed that a food secure future is only possible in a water secure world. So how will we address that? How will we find resolution to that challenge, to that wicked problem as we go forwards? The second one I wish to highlight is climate. And I frame that on the screen as climate beyond 2 degrees of warming, which is where we don't want to get, right? We know that with every increment of warming, water insecurity increases for the most vulnerable people because of droughts, floods, extreme events, shifting monsoons and rising sea levels and so on. But it's actually worse than that. It's worse than that. The most recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, it had in it, in its water chapter, it had in it a little line. It said that has profound implications. It said that the effectiveness of adaptation to these impacts is expected to fall sharply beyond 2 degrees of warming. The implication is that the time we have available to build water security is finite. And this is unprecedented. In human history, we've always looked backwards in time and said, this is how we understand water resources and its risks, and now we no longer can. And the tools that we have to adapt to this uncertain future become less and less useful as we look into that future. So future water security depends on climate change adaptation, yes, but also on mitigation. It's tied very tightly to that challenge of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The third wicked problem is poverty and exclusion. And we know that universal access to water and sanitation is still far out of reach, although we make progress. And that makes it more difficult to escape poverty, especially in marginalized communities and for women and girls. The fourth wicked problem is ecosystem breakdown. The FAO published a report some 2-3 years ago now, the state of land and water. And in it they said that ecosystems are at breaking point. They're at breaking point because of the pressures that we put on them. And that puts at risk the very capacity of the land and water systems in which we live, the very capacity of those systems to sustain us. Another wicked problem. And the final one is a bit more technical, but it's what we term deep uncertainty. And this relates to that point I just made, that climate change means that as we look back, that the past is no longer a guide to future water risks and future water management as it's always been, because the probabilities for water risks as we look into the future are unknown. And that, again, changes things very profoundly. So we have to reconfigure the way that we manage droughts and floods and water scarcity. We have to find new ways of planning and investing and managing water. We can't just do more of what we've tried to do in the past. We have to reconfigure things. So those are 5 wicked problems for water management. So what should we do? What should we do? How should we tackle? What should be our priorities as we take on those wicked problems? So at my institute, the International Water Management Institute, what we did at the end of 2022, which was just prior to the UN conference on water that took place in New York in March of 2023. So just prior to that, we started a dialogue. We started a dialogue and we asked people. We asked, what should we do? What should be our priorities for how we tackle these kinds of problems? What should be our priorities for transforming the future of water security? Here, by water security, I just want to stop for one brief moment. By water security, there's various definitions that, of course, we will see. The way we describe it at IMI is water security demands that we achieve and sustain the availability of an acceptable quantity and quality of water for health, livelihoods, ecosystems, and production, coupled with an acceptable level of water-related risks to people, environments, and economies. So that's the big picture of water security. So we ask people, what should be our priorities as we look into the future for achieving water security? As I said, we convened beginning at the end of 2022, a dialogue process that we called Transformative Futures for Water Security. The aim was to bring together those stakeholders to design a set of what we called high ambition missions for science-based action on water security, and then take those to that conference in New York as a call for ambition, as a call for high ambition. And for stakeholders then to join forces on collective action missions for transforming future water security. The process we ran, it was built from the bottom up from some feeder events, and then a set of 8 regional online dialogues, including in this region. The process was co-led with youth. We said we had youth co-guardianship of the process, recognizing the stake that young people today have in the future of water and climate and environment. Indeed, as the poet who spoke so eloquently just a few moments ago, the message he was delivering to us. We brought together in this process 8 stakeholder groups, from policymakers through local government, water users across different sectors, private sector, NGOs, youth, funders and investors, and knowledge generators. As I said, we had 8 regional online dialogues that then concluded with a final conference, a final in-person conference just in South Africa, just before that UN conference. So in all, across all of this process, we had more than 60 convening partners. We had contributions to the process from more than 1,000 people coming from more than 400 organizations, including contributions and participation here from Uganda, of course. So the participants in this process, they generated missions, as I said, a set of 8 missions. These are high ambition missions for science-based action on water security. By missions, we mean big, difficult goals for those helping us work with those wicked problems, big, difficult goals for transforming water security and to create impact at scale, in which we need to combine, yes, applied research, but also policy change, private sector action, investment. The collective action is at the core of the idea of working with missions. These 8 missions are stakeholder-driven priorities for research, policy, action, and investment. The 8 missions are systemic. They're systemic and they're reinforcing when we combine them, when we bring them together. Now, the first 4 of these missions are on the screen now. And these are oriented towards systemic outcomes. So how do we, what are the key systemic outcomes that we need to be oriented towards? So these first 4, it starts with number 1. I suspect you can't read it, but the first is build farmers' resilience to climate change and water risks by using climate-smart interventions to raise water productivity and transform agriculture. Remember, these came from all of those stakeholders that were taking part in that process. The second mission is deliver sustainable stakeholder-driven WASH services with accountable institutions, adequate information and policies to achieve universal access. The third mission of these systemic missions is increase water availability through circular management of wastewater, new technologies for non-conventional water, and cutting non-revenue losses. The fourth mission, make water infrastructure future-ready, using ecological as well as built infrastructure that is complementary, equitable, and resilient. So those are the first 4 of the 8 missions. The second 4 are what we termed enabling missions. So these are enabling levers for systemic change. The 5th mission then is to overcome data and information barriers by developing and operationalizing digital solutions for basins and aquifers worldwide. The 6th mission is make water decisions fit for the future. Here, by integrating the full range of values of water, and we heard this morning about some of those diversity of values of water that need to be incorporated into decision-making around water. So integrating the full range of the values of water and the objectives of multiple sectors and stakeholders and the trade-offs between them. 7th mission, deliver good water governance and transboundary cooperation that is inclusive, participatory, equitable, accountable, responsive, and smart. And the final mission, the 8th mission, adapt to future water regimes and risks with enhanced climate information, preparedness, management, innovation, and capacity development. So these transformative Futures for Water Security missions, they provide a stakeholder-led, demand-driven framework for collective action. A common framework around which diverse stakeholders can align their priorities and their action. And the missions were published just ahead of that New York conference in the journal Nature Water, and we were very honored to have Dr. Callis join us in publishing that paper. So we work with the mission framework, we combine the systemic and the enabling missions, and then you see around them in the orange circle are a set of components that are common to all missions. Here's where we see gender equality, youth leadership, research partnerships, the need for private sector engagement, and so on. As I said, these missions, they provide a shared framework for collective action, a shared framework for collective action on this wicked problem of future water security. So just what do we mean, before I get on to what's on that slide, what do we mean by collective action? So our contention is, in this process, that we will make more and faster progress in resolving those complex water problems if stakeholders align their efforts and get behind shared goals for change, so that the policymakers in government, the local government, the funders and the investors in the private sector, civil society, research institutions, that we work jointly on policies and investments and implementing actions, making change on the ground. And if we can align and break down the fragmentation that we face, then we will accelerate progress where speed is important. Speed is part of the challenge that we face today. So these missions provide a shared framework of goals, and each of those stakeholder groups, each of those involved in collective action can then ask, what are we doing now to contribute to the missions? How can we be more successful if we align to what others are doing? What is missing? How can we work together to close that science policy to action gap? So mission-driven collective action helps us break down silos and, as I said, reduce the fragmentation that plagues water action. With mission-driven collective action, we can jointly raise our ambition. We can jointly raise our ambition so that we use our collective muscle to be truly bold. Those wicked problems, they require us to be truly bold, and we can do that together, not apart. So I want to spend just a few slides now saying how we're responding to that challenge. What do we in Research for Development, what do we in my institute, what do we contribute, what do we bring to mission-driven collective action? And part of the context here is that I think too often research institutes and the culture of research means that you stand outside these issues. You stand outside these issues and you work on understanding them and informing people so that they can understand better. And I think with these kinds of wicked systemic problems, research and institutes like mine, we have to stand inside the problems. We have to stand inside the system and work through collective action partnerships alongside others on systems change. So we are a Research for Development organization. That means we have a clear line of sight through to impact. Yes, we do applied research, but we need impact, and that requires us to work on partnerships, and this collective action approach, I think, means that we will strengthen our partnership. So I want to put a spotlight on 3 of the missions. The first of those, as you see here, is building farmers' resilience. As I've said, climate change is having profound implications for water and for water risks, and these are felt keenly by farmers. We know this, we all know this. It's felt keenly by farmers. As water risks are changing, there is more uncertainty about water risks. They are facing this problem of deep uncertainty. The past is no longer a guide to the future. In East Africa, food insecurity impacts some 40 million people across the region, and in 2023, drought and water insecurity was linked to the displacement of 13 million people. According to the IPCC, additional warming will increase the length of dry spells in this region. Heavy rainfall events are expected to increase, and in the arid and semi-arid zones, droughts may intensify. In Uganda, as I've understood it, given these pressures on food and water security, the National Irrigation Policy has set ambitious targets for the expansion of irrigation. So our focus at IMI, what we bring to collective action, one of those things is research and innovation to raise water productivity, to produce more with less water. Then there's more to go around. Then there's less need to invest in irrigation. So raise water productivity. The challenge is that this is actually more complex than it may appear, and it requires aligning actions and technologies and innovations across scales, really from the level of genes and seeds and crops and the crops that you choose, through to the way that you manage them in farmers' fields, through to the way that water is allocated between different uses in a basin, the way that you manage water storage at the basin level, the way that you govern the way water is managed between different sectors. So this challenge of increasing water productivity requires us to weave together all of those different elements. And in this region, for example, applying an innovation termed the Irrigation Investment Quality Management Systems, developed by IMI and our partners for application in Uganda and Kenya and Ethiopia, but also, given that uncertain future, using scenario assessment tools that are now increasingly available for looking at how do we, in the Nile Basin, how do we achieve true water savings. Alongside our focus on water productivity, we've been making progress also in supporting the development and scaling of farmer-led irrigation. So working through collective action to test how to increase access to irrigation technologies, access to capacities, access to financing by farming. So test how to make that work better by working with the private sector on value chain development and financing partnerships, and with the public sector on capacities and policies, and with multi-sector platforms to catalyze partnerships. But we recognize as well that to close the irrigation gap in Africa, in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, it's estimated that farmers could irrigate 30 million hectares profitably with motor pumps, like you see on the screen, to benefit 185 million farm households with $22 billion in net revenue. But to work at that kind of scale, clearly we need much higher ambition. We need to overcome the fragmentation of our efforts, mobilize finance, and ensure that sustainable and resilient investments are implemented through collective action. We also have to ensure that the development of farmer-led irrigation is sustainable and that it takes place within the sustainable limits of water resources and also the other demands that there are on water resources, including from ecosystems. The second mission I wanted to highlight is this Make Water Infrastructure Future Ready. There's a lot of focus in the research and innovation space on the water, energy, food, and ecosystems nexus. So for example, with this kind of approach, we can bring the data and analysis to help policymakers and investors weigh up the trade-offs between agriculture, energy security, and water resources. And this can help to reveal opportunities to harness renewable energy and irrigation, to increase water use efficiency, while also reducing the carbon footprint of agriculture. This kind of nexus approach is also key to breaking down the sector silos. And that's key for optimizing productivity across sectors and achieving real gains, real demonstrable gains in sustainability, both locally and then through to the basin level. It's also a means of opening what are really cutting-edge pathways now to delivering what we term multi-sector infrastructure portfolios. So enabling the design of low-carbon development pathways, which we've heard from the United Nations this morning is so important. Low carbon development pathways integrating energy, food, and water security. And then integrating into those nature-based solutions, including wetland management and conservation. The map and the image that you see on the right-hand side of the screen comes from, as I said, this is really cutting-edge research that we've been involved in across with a range of different partners. These kinds of large-scale integrated systems are increasingly possible at the design level. We increasingly have the capability to say, how do we pull together all of these different objectives? Yes, there are data gaps, but those data gaps are getting less as well because we have remote sensing and other tools to help us with that. So the example that in the map is from Ghana, which was an analysis that showed we can combine projections for how we invest in the electricity grid alongside hydropower, alongside irrigation, alongside ecosystems in a combined package. But to bring that to life, to take that out of the realm of research, clearly that's where we need collective action. That's it's through collective action that we can turn that kind of capability into real investment and real action. So we need to come together to do that. The third of the missions that I wanted to highlight relates to water risks. As we've talked about, the importance of climate change here, the importance of how do we handle deep uncertainty, and what that means in terms of having new systems, new tools, ways of reconfiguring the way we manage for water risks. So here at IMI, we bring research and innovation on drought and flood monitoring and early warning. We do that across Asia, across Africa as well. The example that you see on the screen is a current work that we do in Zambia alongside a whole range of partners there. Second is applications of those kinds of the satellite data that's behind that kind of monitoring, satellite data to low-cost, very local scale, index-based crop insurance, so bringing the benefits of that kind of technology right down to assisting small-scale farmers with their resilience. And then finally, there isn't anything on the screen about this, but I wanted to mention it's really at the latest work that we're doing is to develop and roll out what we call digital platforms that link early warning to cross-sector, multi-ministry anticipatory action for disaster risk management. So again, tools to put these kinds of data right into the hands of people that need them to make decisions, in this case, ahead of when disaster strikes, so that communities can be more resilient. Here in Uganda, we're applying these kinds of tools in support of the USAID Feed the Future Water and Food Systems project in Karamoja to build the water data and information base that's needed for steering investments under that program to overcome water and food insecurity. Okay, none of those innovations work by themselves. They won't scale without collective action. They won't scale without improvements to water governance and policies and institutions. They won't scale without lowering the barriers to equality for women and girls. They won't scale in this region in particular without effective transboundary cooperation. But just before I move on to some conclusions, they're also hindered, as I touched on, by a lack of data and information. So one final innovation to spotlight is from a program that we lead called DIWASA, Digital Innovation for a Water Secure Africa. It's led by my colleague, Dr. Abdul Karim Said from our office in our regional representative for Eastern Africa. And it's a platform that will soon be launched in partnership with a program called Digital Earth Africa. And it provides a means of accessing continent-wide water accounts for the whole of Africa. So what does that mean, and why is that new? Why is it different? So with water accounts, we know how much water do we have, where is it, how's it being used, how's it changing over time. So with this new platform, we'll be able to, for anywhere in Africa, zoom in to water accounts for on a 1 square kilometer grid. So look at the water accounts for a country, for a basin, for an irrigation scheme, for a watershed. And so what it means is that Uganda and other programs that are run here in other countries will have a really unprecedented resource for helping to fill the gaps, overcome the barriers created to good planning and investment that are created by lack of data. Okay, so just to draw a few conclusions then, at that UN conference in New York last year that I mentioned earlier, the Secretary General at the closing of the conference, he said the quote that you see on the screen: "All of humanity's hopes for the future depend in some way on charting a new science-based course to bring the water action agenda to life." The conference called for a whole set of priorities that you see listed on the screen there. So meeting the human right to water, policies that enable scaling and innovation, unlocking public and private finance, reducing water risks, overcoming inequalities, and so on. The Transformative Futures for Water Security Missions Framework provides a common framework for collective action across our policy, business, development, investment, and science communities to respond to those priorities that have been articulated by stakeholders around the world. With this common framework, we can align and work jointly on delivering solutions to those priorities, to those wicked problems that I outlined. So at IMI, we will shortly launch our new strategy for the next 7 years. It charts how we will contribute to collective action, how we will contribute to the stakeholder missions through our capabilities, how we will leverage, I haven't mentioned this, but how we will leverage capabilities across the CGIAR. CGIAR is a family of institutes like ours, how we will do that so that we can work indeed from genes to basins, as I mentioned. Our contributions are structured around outcomes for risk, inequalities, and managing water sustainably, as well as applying what we term transformational levers for water data, some of which you've seen here, some of those new tools, water governance, transformational levers related to gender, youth, and social inclusion, as well as to finance, scaling, and investment. So I invite everyone here this week and beyond to consider how to use the common mission framework to align our collective action, to rethink our collective action, indeed, as the theme of this week challenges us to do, for that bold transformation of future water security that we need around the world and here in Uganda. And from IMI's point of view, we look forward to carrying this agenda forward with you through partnership here in Uganda. Thank you.
Another big applause for Dr. Mark Smith. Thank you very much for the very, very brilliant presentation and also highlighting the key issues that we need to bear in mind. We move on with the next keynote speaker. This is our very own engineer, Dr. Mugisha Silva, who is the Managing Director, National Water and Sewage Corporation. He holds a PhD in Engineering and Economics from Makerere University, Uganda. His PhD research was carried out in collaboration with PRC of University of Florida, USA, focusing on areas of performance monitoring, incentive design, and productivity analysis. He was previously Chief Manager in charge of Institutional Development and External Services at National Water and Sewage Corporation. He has been with National Water since 1994 and has risen through the ranks of the corporation to become its head. He has worked on external consultancies in various organizations within Uganda, outside Uganda, and outside Africa. He has been a board member of the International Water Association since 2014 and later became the vice president of the same association. He was also the vice president of the Africa Water Association. He's the fellow of the International Water Association and Research School of Netherlands. I would like you to join me to welcome Dr. Silva Mugisha to present to us as the second keynote speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalist, for those very kind words of introduction. Where is the presentation? You know, I told people that these IT things. So, as I wait for the presentation, I really want to thank Dr. Smith for the very wonderful presentation he has made. And also to tell you that he is not the only one. If you asked anybody from a university, he would have a different version of this rich information he can present to you. So when I was asked to make a keynote presentation, it was a bit unique because as you see the program, there's only one keynote speaker. In this one, they said we should be two. And I think the intention was for me to put footnotes to what Dr. Smith was trying to say. Now, my footnotes are going to be guided by things which you will not easily get. This one of Dr. Smith you can get. If you go to University of Florida and call a professor, he will present the same thing. Because they have been researching a lot on water problems. What you want to get is the mindset. What is the mindset that we need? What is the attitude to action? Dr. Smith talked about collective action, but for me, I think it has become collective speaking or talking. We talk, and there is little action. This is very good information to use to take action. So when shall we understand what action is and what talking is? If we continue to convince ourselves that talking means action, I think we shall continue with these problems in perpetuity. So I want to urge us here in this week of talking, actually, to start exploring ways of graduating this talking into action. And so I want to give you 10 issues as I saw them, because I've been with you around. And only note that we have the best people that can actually take action in this country. The best people. You come to the ministry here, best engineers, water engineers. You go to national water, best engineers, best people. But why are we still struggling with these problems when they seem even to get worse every day that passes? How do I move this? Okay? So just briefly, that is the situation as it is now in Uganda. I got some information from the UN just slightly before COVID, and I'm a little bit convinced that that is still the situation, because figures, they don't have the habit of moving very fast here. If you don't work on things, you don't expect that things will change very fast. Those are still the figures. About 79 of households in Uganda accessing drinking water, and slightly below the NDP 3, whose target was 83 at that time. The variations in access to drinking water sources by residents: 91% of households in urban areas have access, and 75% of households have access in rural areas. Kampala is the highest, of course, being the capital city. 99% of the households have access. And Ankole, where I come from, has the lowest access to water. Only 3% of the households use flush toilets. 83% of the households use pit latrines. 7% use bushes. These ones still go to the bush. And 6.2% use improved pit latrines. There are also figures for access to hand washing and the issue of extreme weather events, which are still there. This heat you hear here is because of the issues we are talking about. I don't think it would be as hot as this if it was not because of climate change issues. Now, what are the issues as I see them? Where do you point this? What are the issues as we see them? I'm having a bit of... The first issue, everybody will tell you the reason why the water and sanitation situation is like that is because of money. There is no finance. And I think everybody now knows it. But what is the issue? The issue is that we only focus on traditional sources. When you don't have money, you want to look at the World Bank, at KFW, now we have AFD, we have Danida. Those are the sources we look at. We don't look at the way we are managing systems. If we are managing them properly, wouldn't we generate our own internal sources to complement these other traditional sources? There are climate funds that have now come. Can we think beyond these sources to those other sources? There is also market financing. Market financing, but of course that depends on the revenues you have as an institution. So that's one of the issues. Two, we focus on copy and paste. Even now I know as Dr. Smith he made his presentation, some people are copying and pasting. And you know what copying and pasting means? Copying and pasting means you simply refuse to use your head, and you think that the other people who have used their head will help you. We copy and paste, even things that are not applicable in our environment. We want to copy and paste. I have seen, for example, people saying, this thing has worked in UK, let's use it here. But is the operating context of UK the same as ours? This thing has worked here. And when you ask somebody, if it has worked there, what are the outcomes? He says, no, that's not the issue. The issue is it has worked there, it should work here. Copy and paste. The other one, groupthink. Here, of course, we are group thinking now. This is groupthink. But we forget to know that we come from different countries with different challenges. Group thinking is okay, but as you think in a group, can you reflect on the challenges you are having at home? And even when you come at home here, do you think the challenges of Kampala are the same as Guru, are the same as Karamoja? Why do you think you can apply the same solutions across the board, nationally and internationally? Group thinking. Propensity to use technology solutions without regard to value for money. I tell you, the number of knockings I've had on my door for prepaid meters, for example. Somebody says, use prepaid meters. I say, you are from China? Yes. Are you using them? He says, no, but you can use them here. Why do you think a solution cannot work in China? It cannot work in Europe. It cannot work in America. And it can work in Africa. When you say, where has it applied here? Benin, Togo, what? You know? Technology. Does it bring value for money? If your correction ratio, for example, is 98%, what are you bringing the prepaid meter to do for you? That for convenience. Convenience, is that the biggest problem of Ugandans here? How many people do you want to bring convenience to? And how many people still don't have your services? So what is the value for money? Then, most of the efforts we have at play, they are deficient in action. Action. For example, who doesn't know that when you plant a tree, you will alleviate this problem we are having? How many people are in the business of tree planting? When can the bishop say that before I wed you, first plant a tree and bring evidence that the tree has been what? Has been planted. Before I baptize you, you first plant a what? A tree. Why don't we use these simple approaches? When you get money, 80% of it will go into sensitization. 20%, if you are lucky, will go into the real what? Into the real action. Why can't we be simple, as practical as possible, and make things happen? Resource allocation disparities, we know this. If you look at our country, for example, very little money goes into water and environment. Very little money. We need to still, we have to use emotional intelligence to convince our government that we need more money. And I don't think the way we shall convince them is using those SDG things, what. No, you have to look at what this country is doing and try to convince them that also if you put money in water and environment, you'll make a significant contribution to the national development agenda. We have to understand the language the politicians have, the things they understand, and align ourselves there. We cannot say because SDG, because it can't. Because we've talked, we have used this song, we have sung this song, but this is still the allocation. Very little money in water and environment. How can we make these politicians, how can we sing a different song for these politicians so that they can put more money in the water sector? Now, issues of sustainability. What is the mindset here? We build, we neglect, we rebuild. That's the mindset. That's the mindset. My colleagues in the Ministry of Water, if I asked you how many are different from this, you build, you neglect, you do what? Rebuild. At least on the water, the piped water and these other systems. But sometimes I wonder for these dams, who will maintain these dams? Are you not building, neglecting, and hoping to rebuild in the future? The other way of looking at it is you create, you don't manage, you recreate. This is the mindset playing around. So when we talk about sustainability, these are serious challenges for us. These are serious challenges. So the management part is extremely, very, very important. This nexus, I have heard of water, environment, energy, and food nexus. But there's also the issue of economic development. How does economic development live with these things? If somebody wants to build a hotel at the lake, would you say, no, you can't build it there because you'll be spoiling the environment? So how do these things coexist in an eco-friendly manner? Economic development takes place, but the environment is also preserved, and the country achieves holistic development. I think next, somebody was continuous learning. What Dr. Smith was telling us here falls under here. We have to find a mechanism of continuously learning new ways of doing things. And research is very, very key in helping us here. When you get these presentations like what Dr. Smith gave us, it tends to help you to challenge the status quo. This is what new information says. This is what I'm doing. How do I do things different for better? Now, engineers, we tend to have solutions that are rich in engineering, but very poor in cost-benefit approach. Engineers hardly apply economics. They would want to do anything they have thought about, but if you ask them, what is the cost-benefit of this thing we are doing? Problems. You will see problems. So I think we have to get these economists to work with us, engineers, so that whatever we do, and by the way, this cost-benefit analysis does not have to be financial cost-benefit analysis only. It can also be economic cost-benefit analysis. It can be social cost-benefit analysis. But at least let's be guided with what we are, by what we are doing. Potential constraints, if we want to proceed, and this one I want to provoke here again. Failure to attract priority financing due to perceived less effect on national economy. I'm sure why there is little money put in this sector is there is a perception that the contribution of water and environment is not much. And we cannot convince these people by continuing to sing the same song of SDG, of this. There has to be a different approach. There has to be a different outreach so that we can be able to influence. Chronic lamentation disease. The kids who were singing here, I saw you clapping. I don't know what you are clapping for. Whether you also joined that lamentation. Because these are young people who are saying, you old people, if you don't do anything, we are doomed. When they finished, you clapped. I don't know what you really clapped for. Eh? Otherwise, you can also suffer from chronic what? Lamentation, disease, lamenting. Nature is going. This one is going. This one is going. What are we doing? Who is supposed to do something about it? These children can lament, but for us at our level, we can't continue lamenting. We have to do something tangible. High infrastructure failure rates, especially where the other word is not utilization, it is utilitization. We need to start seeing this infrastructure we are doing as providing a utility. A utility. P.S. I want to convince you that these dams you are constructing, they will collapse. So how can you utilize dams as well so that there's sustainability, financial sustainability? How? The other way of looking at it, and I think the model being used now, is let's construct them, let the people use them. When they get a problem, the government will. But how will it work with this low tax base? How will it work? Okay, if it is like that, can it be transparently determined that, okay, we know these things, we have put them there, we know they will run down, then we shall put them back. And it is clear the cost of putting them back, where will it come from? And it is not only dams, it is the several other things which we are putting in place and we are not looking at their sustainability. Will they be there 30 years from now? The person who has built Entebbe Expressway, I think was much more reasonable in terms of sustainability. You pass there, you pay a fee, which is not big, but at least you know that there is some money to put the lights there. You know that there is some money to maintain the what? The road. So how can that thinking of utilization come in things we do? And lastly, we run a risk of being a country of technology dumping. When new technology is invented, it has to be tested in Uganda. Or when it gets old, it has to be brought to you. So we need to be very cautious so that we don't become a dumping ground. I was discussing with PS in the morning, these meters you see on your houses, it is only us, poor people, who are stuck with meters, believing in them like you are believing in God. There are people who have known that these meters are inaccurate, inherently inaccurate. They have introduced a systemic error. And what are these people trying to do? They are convincing you how you can buy better ones to remove this systemic error. If I know there is a systemic error, and the law allows me to correct for it, why don't I correct it for it without buying meters, without becoming a supermarket for meters, foreign meters, all the time? Is that being fair to Ugandans? That the law allows you to do something, but you want the best. I was in the Netherlands, I said, your meters. Say, our meters have been here for 20 years. And for us, we want to replace them, do this, do this. They talk of smart meters. You want to test smart meter technology. The first person to test it. For them, the manufacturers of those smart meters are not using them. They want to give them to you to use them. And then they send Dr. Smith to come and do research and present to you. And again, you get entangled in a cycle of spending money that would have otherwise expanded more water to Ugandans who don't have it. So I think we can intelligently use our brains to do things here which are reasonable and which are more fit for purpose for our country. One of the last slides is this: suggested areas of emphasis, innovative efficiency improvement reforms powered by technology. I believe in technology, but it has to be appropriate technology. Don't go for technology because others have it. AI, you go AI. This one, you go. This one, you are just following. Without interrogating, what is the relevance of this to my situation? Climate resilient systems and technologies. Climate change is here. We cannot run away from it. We have to be resilient. We have to have technologies that can be able to withstand climate change issues. Then recipes for financial, social, and environmental sustainability. When we talk of sustainability, we definitely are talking of these three things: financial, social, and environmental. Then mobilizing more political support for water, sanitation, and environment agenda. There's a lot of work to be done there to convince the politicians that they need to put money in the water sector. Conclusion: collective action and innovative solutions are required to address water, environment, and climate change crisis in Uganda. I decided to put the topic as a conclusion because I believe in it. But please bear in mind those things that are likely to impact on our mindset and are likely to impact on our attitude to this. I thank you very much.
Give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Mojisa Silva, and also I want to thank you, Dr. Mark Smith, earlier, both of you who gave keynote speeches. I understand there is something in recognition of your effort, and may I invite the PS, Minister of Finance, and the resident coordinator that will be giving prizes or gifts to the two keynote speakers. Sorry? The PS Minister of Water, sorry. Mr. Okotokidi, Mr. Alfred Okotokidi. You know, he was talking about sources of finance. And I kept on thinking, why are we stuck in looking for money in all those places all the time? So it sort of entered my brain. I'm thinking we need to expand our sources of looking for money. And Alfred, that's the reason why I got stuck with the issue of finance, because it came as key when we were looking for resources. That's my bad. The PS Minister of Water will hand over. I think the first person to receive a gift is Dr. Mark Smith. And then Engineer Dr. Mojisha. Both of them have challenged us in working hard, but also have shown us where the environment is. The first images we saw that Engineer Mojisha shared can show us how the environment is choking in some cases with garbage. So we have ourselves to blame. A round of applause to those two. Thank you very much. We are going to another key important event, and that is the panel discussion, which will take us to lunch. And allow me to invite the panelists. I'll read their name one by one, and then they step forward. And each one will have about 5 minutes to make their presentation. And after that, we shall have a small mini plenary so that we can have a question and answer from you. So I'm suggesting that after they have presented, you will put up your hand, ask them questions, probably disagree with them. If I know your name, I'll say your name. If I don't, I'll point to where you're seated. If I can't, maybe I'll talk about the color of the garment you're wearing. So, may I invite to the podium our first panelist. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is an industrial engineer by profession and has significant experience as a corporate manager, is a management consultant, educator, and entrepreneur. Our first panelist is an executive director. He oversees the Institute of Industrial Research that include technology transfer, technology diffusion, process and product development, business incubation, contract engineering services, and applied R&D. Is highly regarded by his peers and professionals. Our first panelist is a member and vice chairman of the Board of National Enterprises Corporation, a business arm of the UPDF. Our first panelist is the chairman, Board of Governors, Entire School. Please let us welcome, with a round of applause, Professor Charles Kwesiga. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, has over 14 years experience in senior finance roles, including financial controller and chief financial officer at Shell Uganda Limited, now Vivo Energy, and chief finance officer at United Bank of Africa. She has a wealth of experience in finance management and business leadership. She has been a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants since 2009 and a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda since 2010. Let us welcome, with a round of applause, Ms. Kate Kiza, Executive Director, DFCU Bank. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a results-oriented driven finance, a results-driven finance and general management professional with keen interest in finance, strategic management, and other aspects of the organization. He possesses specialized training and experience in accounting, financial management, and general management, corporate affairs, company secretarial practices, advertising and public relations, taxation, setting financial systems and departments, internal auditing, and corporate compliance in organization. Our next panelist is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Mr. Alfred Okoto-Kidi. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, holds a diploma in education, a bachelor in divinity, a master's in education from the University of Leeds, and a PhD from the Leeds University. He is currently Bishop of Ankole Diocese and Chancellor of Bishop Stuart University in Mbarara. He was previously Senior Lecturer and Dean of Faculty of Education at Uganda Christian University, Mokono. Before that, he served as Deputy Head Teacher at Kiborara Girls School and Entire School. He is a member of several professional bodies, International Advisory Board member, founder and patron Millennium Circle, guest writer in Ugandan leading dailies, New Vision and the Daily Monitor, the Right Reverend Dr. Sheldon Mwesigwa. Our next panelist is an incredible Ugandan. She's an author of Little Earth Soldiers book. She's the team leader of Little Earth Soldiers. Our next panelist is Mini Miss Uganda 2021-2022. Our next panelist is a claimant champion. And wait for the best. 9-year-old Grace Stewart Ninsima. Our next panelist is Anne Nkutu, the Rotary District Governor-elect, District 92113, a member of the host organizing committee of the recently completed Rotary International USAID WASH program in Uganda. Let us welcome Ms. Anne Nkutu, Rotary District Governor-elect, District 99213. this panel discussion is standing between the people and their lunch. You know what that means. So you'll have to use the time sparingly. And each one of you has 5 minutes, and after that, we shall have you engage the audience. Also, I'm reminding you also, if you have questions for Dr. Mujisha and Dr. Smith, please, in the plenary session, you'll be able to engage them. And so, I want to begin with a general question for each one of you. And given the urgent need to address Uganda's water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change, how can we provoke a paradigm shift towards collective action and innovative solutions that are deeply rooted in the country's realities and strategic imperatives? And I'm going to start from my extreme left with that general question, and after that we shall go specific. Thank you very much. The organizer thought that the MC or the moderator does not sit. I hope I'll handle. Yes.
Thank you. I think the challenges are well known, and we need not dwell into that. But I think what is really needed for us to create this paradigm shift, which is what we are really striving to do right now, is first and foremost at the highest level possible and all relevant levels to capture what is the true value of these resources that we are talking about. When people talk about water, or talk about wetlands, or talk about the forests, they take it that these are God-given, and the true value for these resources are actually not known. And their functionality in terms of being catalysts for development are downplayed a lot. And this is not made any better when things like water is taken as a human right. So how do you sell human rights, for example? Just doesn't add up. And yet, as Dr. Silva mentioned, and he was actually trying to emphasize, these are supposed to be maintained, these are supposed to be renewed for sustainability purposes. So the real and true value of these resources actually is what need to come out so that their impact in terms of development, in terms of livelihood, in terms of existence are better appreciated. And we are living in an environment of abundance in the past and even right now to some extent. And I think that has created the kind of complacency where some of these are taken, after all, it is available. After all, it is available. Yet in reality, when you look at the quality which is associated with this, we are facing strains already. So we need to work on that. And then again, also, when it comes to reporting and accountability, the kind of reporting that we have been doing around these resources have also not been helpful. We have actually now managed, for the first time actually, to cause the change in the reporting of our national accounts to bring in the natural accounting aspect so that the true value of these natural resources can now become part of the national accounts. And the increase or decrease in them should cause the same concern as a drop or an increase in the GDP. And I think this is where we can really create this. And it is a journey that you cannot achieve overnight, but at least we are seeing progress happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Reverend Bishop Sheldon. I want to repeat the question, and I'm asking the panelists to listen to it again because I would want each one of you to respond to the same question as a general question before we go specific questions. So given the urgent need to address Uganda's water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change challenges, how can we provoke a paradigm shift towards collective action and innovative solutions that are deeply rooted in the country's realities and strategic imperatives? Dr. Mwesigwa.
Thank you very much. One, I would like to appreciate the fact that religious leaders have been invited in this meeting. That is a big credit. because many times this is not done. And we happen to live on LC1. We deal with the people down there. Actually, when we want to appreciate the challenge, when I was here and saw the presentations, I sent a message to my driver. I asked him, remind me in Isingiro. He comes from Isingiro. Recently, there were some rivers that moved. Tell me about them. So he gave me the information. He said, Kamutiganzi niyo yaguruchire, meaning Kamutiganzi, the river flew recently. Then he said, Kahirimbi nayo ekachendera na nachivare, that these two now have reduced in the water levels that they had. So on the lower level, LC1, we deal with these issues, the challenges, paradigm shift, what are we doing? How are we trying to engage this? This is the best way you can do it, engaging us, even in a bigger way. And we want to appreciate the province of the Church of Uganda. This week was declared an environmental week. There are sermons going on to address this very aspect online. And in our diocese, Isingiro, where I've told you where rivers are flying and have moved on, we want to appreciate the Isingiro district. Every year they give us seedlings, about 180,000, and we distribute them among our Christians, and then they are able to plant. Personally, I've also planted about 10,000 trees, and so we are trying to do something. And we are also involved in coffee, and coffee vegetation is also plays a part. I want to believe 223 acres of coffee on church land, and 183 acres of coffee on households. So we are trying to make some steps, but we appeal for more support. When we talk about funds and dissemination, information is power. Most organizations and institutions are only used to radio stations that they are acquainted with. When they come to the Western, they will say, go to Radio West and advertise and sensitize. You don't know there is Revival Radio. We have 22 districts that we cover, and that's where the people are. They are not so much into your politics, which you go by. So let us know where to put the money also. Work with church institutions. We have captive audiences, which we can use, which we can misuse, which we can underuse.
Thank you very much, Reverend. And ladies and gentlemen, do you know, earlier I think either it was Dr. Kalist who mentioned that in South Sudan today, that schools are closed. By the way, they are not closed because it is a holiday. They're not closed because they are going to celebrate. The schools are closed in South Sudan because of the heat. And guess what? I've seen just an image. Somebody can put a frying pan outside in the sun and you can fry an egg. Well, okay. You'll find out more. Okay, we have, but the schools are closed because of the heat. That's a fact. Today in South Sudan, the schools are closed because of the heat. Yes, next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How do we step in to cause the paradigm shift and step away from the lamentations? I could clearly relate on the lamentations. So one, there's a lot of talk about what somebody else can do, but the first step is to recognize what we, or what I as an individual can do to drive this paradigm shift. It's always very easy to point at what everyone else should have done or everyone else can do, not relating to what I can do as a contribution to this paradigm shift and bringing the environmental degradation to a halt. Number two is around what the PS mentioned around reporting. Unfortunately, I come from a numbers background, and what we say is everything can be reduced to numbers. Even when you look at the composition of our bodies, it's some addition of numbers of things back and forth. So what we can't track, what we can't measure, we cannot achieve.
we need to go back to basics and track each and everything. When we talk about the rivers that have flown, how many are they, what is the volume, but we need to track it earlier so that we stop the flying before it happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nisima, you can turn the microphone from the other side, yes.
This side.
Oh, okay. Maybe, what do you think we need to do, even the young people, to address the problems we are facing of environment challenges? In fact, the things we've been talking about, what do you think we can do so that the environment is not destroyed like it is being destroyed right now? What needs to be done?
Okay. First of all, I always say that there is nothing we can do if we do not love the earth itself. Because love is the most renewable resource to solve this climate crisis. So everything can be done, but you know, there are people who do things just because they have been forced to, or just because they know that if they don't do it, there will be a problem. Our sister countries in like Rwanda, you find that people don't litter because they do not want to litter, but because there is a strict policy. So if the person doesn't love what they're doing, or if the person doesn't love our earth itself, the one that we depend on, so I don't think there is anything that can be done because they do not love what they're doing, so there is no change.
Thank you very much. I think that's awesome. We need to be so passionate about the environment. I mean, even if we can make laws and policies and all that, but if we are not really self-driven with love and passion, we may not get the results. Incredible. Thank you so much. Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much. You said 5 minutes now?
No, reacting to this question, yes.
Answer it. Okay, very good. Because I intend to talk about my memories of Luzira in a few minutes. It has a lot to do with what we are talking about. What Yuri is trying to do, Ghana Industrial Research Institute, after analyzing all the problems that we face, especially...
Are you listening to him well?
Especially from the industrialization perspective, there are 3 pillars that we must address to industrialize this country. And a lot of them had been alluded to by the keynote speakers. The first and foremost, most critical, is appropriate technology. We must embrace appropriate technology. We must address issues of competent, skilled people to use that technology. We must address the financial infrastructure that enables the enterprises to flourish. And I'm glad we have a banker in our midst. And so, when you look at the industrial infrastructure in this country, we have yet to embrace the first industrial revolution of 1784, where through protracted mechanization of agriculture, the first industrial revolution was born. And look at us today, still holding the handhold as supreme implement for our agricultural practices. We must leapfrog from that and go through the second, third, and fourth industrial revolution, reach the fourth industrial revolution by embracing modern technologies. I was happy to hear what Dr. Msha's commentary on appropriate technologies and all the attendant issues that we must address thereby. If you look at the dependency on foreign technologies, it was appropriately stated, and I must repeat it, These technologies were not designed with Uganda in mind. So how do you adapt them wholesale without developing your own capacity to assess the kind of technology you must have? Assess the appropriate technology, and then you'll be halfway there. The prudent technology transfer practices and methods must be adhered to. Let's not be a dumping ground, like Dr. Musha said. Technology can play a big role in mitigating against the five wicked problems that Dr. Smith talked about. And I wish we have more time to dialogue about this, because this is really the key impediment to our development, whether it is of water resources or not. There is an example I've had experienced, and investing in renewable energy is also a very, very critical consideration. Are we doing that? When we keep focusing on hydropower and all the attendant problems, you find that we are losing out. Whereas things like wind energy, like natural endowments, like this sunshine, I believe when we have so much heat, instead of looking at it as a problem, let's turn it into an opportunity and create solar capacity to generate our own energy. I'll add more as we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anne.
So very quickly, I think some of the things that we need to do for the paradigm shift, as much as we're already doing it, I think educating the community is critical. Most of the time, we talk about the environment, we talk about the dangers that lie ahead of us, and we speak in forums like this, and we speak to ourselves and to the people who already understand what the problem is. I think we need to do more to educate people out in the community in terms that they can understand. And even as we work on environment protection, we need to work more with the people as opposed to going out there and doing things for them. The second thing is the issue of integrating environment concerns with social and economic concerns. For example, I think it has been started, but we could escalate it or we could amplify it. The issue of trees, looking more at trees that also address immediate practical needs to the communities. I think that they may be more inclined to plant those kind of trees from which they reap fruits or firewood or fodder or something like that. The third is to use organized groups like Rotary, which I represent here, not just to increase impact, but to unlock private finance, because we keep talking about finance, finance, finance. But if we use such groups as ourselves, we actually may be able to get more resources. But finally, I think one of the critical issues that I see is the issue of enforcement. Our country is well known for having some of the best policies that you could have in the world. And I'm told, I have no evidence, but I'm told that many countries in Africa will come to Uganda, pick up our policies, and go and implement them and actually excel. So I think a lot more needs to be done in terms of enforcement. If we set out something, a rule, and say this is what we're going to do, then we need to work collectively across the board consistently to enforce those policies.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the panelists. And she talked about, you know, sometimes we can sit in auditoriums like these and talk and make a lot of sense. But we're making sense to ourselves. We're preaching to the converted. So we need to go further than these four sides of these walls, so that the people who are, you know, at the far front can understand this. And yes, the policies are there.
And they are very good policies. There's a joke in East Africa that when a Ugandan public official goes to make a presentation, the people in the conference are waiting to take that document because the Ugandan will have put it together so well. That in fact, good policies are made in Kampala, improved upon in Dar es Salaam, and fully implemented in Kigali. So let me as we take back that road, and again with you, can you reflect on the theme for Uwewk 2024 and highlight how the work of Rotary relates to it?
Thank you so much. Rethinking collective action. I think as Rotarians, by the way, for those who do not know, Rotary is an international service organization composed of professional community leaders, all of whom are volunteers. So it's not like a UN agency. It is community, people from the community who work on these issues. And one of our areas of focus is WASH, that's water and sanitation, and lately we've also adopted environmental protection. And as community leaders, our work is to actually address the problems in our communities. And so we fully embrace the need for collective action, and we mobilize resources amongst ourselves. In Uganda, there's a saying of, whenever I'm listening to TV, people say, "Tusaba government etuyambe." Rotarians have not taken that route of Tusaba government etuyambe. We're doing what Kate said. Before we ask for what others can do, we are like, what can we do as ourselves? And so we've taken up the issue of WASH, we've taken up the issue of environment, and in Uganda, we have recently concluded a program that was $4 million, co-funded by USAID and Rotary International, and we have implemented programs of WASH in schools and health center facilities in 29 districts. And the idea for us is that using our resources, using our expertise, we can promote health, we can promote basic education, we can promote gender equality and economic development through WASH. So that is what we have been doing. And as I said, we work collectively as community members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwesiga. The Uganda Industrial Research Institute is a competence and capability center that champions innovations, translates applied research results into practical applications that lead to high quality, efficient industrial products. Based on your experience, what needs to be done to identify and promote innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change crises in Uganda?
Once again, my emphasis is on modern technology. And what are we doing about it as Uganda Industrial Research Institute? Is that we have set up, I call it iconic campus in Namanvi Industrial Park, a 15-acre campus that was funded with a grant from government of China, but is addressing modern day technologies, including instruction in artificial intelligence, instruction in robotics. Right now I have some young people who are prototyping a drone for use in data analysis and commercial and agricultural activities. We are doing quite a bit. We have improved. We are saying, look, people, you bring me these half-baked engineers and technicians, let's turn them into relevant players in the industrialization process. And so the 4IR, Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies that we are looking at and actually practicing include, as I said, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, blockchain, drones technology, and so on. So the departure from the tradition is that we embrace, first and foremost, modern technologies, and then we take every effort to educate and train Ugandans in that direction, so that this practice of having an honors degree person with a mechanical engineering degree, but has never seen a CNC. We are trying to...
So how are these technologies, how can they be applied for the individual Ugandans, let's say in Kaverevere, or let's say in Chawente, or let's say in Adlang? How do you apply these technologies of artificial intelligence?
These technologies defy geographical location. And so what we are saying is, do we understand them? Why don't we address the technologies in terms of how relevant and how appropriate they are for our environment, and train the manpower to run them? Another aspect is also developing indigenous technologies. I had talked about overdependence on foreign technologies. I'm saying, let's stop this. Some of them, something as basic as a pasteurizer, for example, a homogenizer. You train somebody how to process milk, and until they have money to go to France to buy a pasteurizer, they are stuck because they can't afford it. So drive down the cost of technology.
All right, thank you very much. Grace Stewart, you are one of the children in Uganda who really care about the environment, and you want to make a difference. We know that you and other kids, like, you are feeling the effects of climate change. So Nisima, how can you and your friends use your energy and creativity to help make things better?
Thank you for the question. I'm gonna start by answering. Of course, we feel the effects, and that gives one of the reasons why we should protect nature. So, you see, Uganda is the 13th most vulnerable country out of 195 countries to the climate crisis. And this is because we depend on agriculture. To be specific, rain-fed agriculture. Personally, I come from a cattle corridor district. And cattle means everything to my people. Cattle is how they know to survive. That's where their basic needs of life revolve. That's how they know how to make a future for their children. And with the current long drought spells, even children that are supposed to be in school are walking long distances looking for water. People looking for pasture, and animals are dying every day. And you find that if they do not know any other way to work and their livestock is dying, they die. They die too. And like you said, in South Sudan, people are closing schools, so it affects their education. We depend on nature. We are nature. So it is sad to see that people don't find a need to protect nature. I'll never forget the year 2021 when I went to Karamoja and I saw the water the children were bathing, even adults. It was so green, using stones and catapults to shoot birds for food, picking leaves from trees, boiling them and eating them with salt. They didn't care. All they wanted to do was cool off. My brothers and sisters in Karamoja, over 1,600 have died. 89,000 children under 5 years and 10,000 pregnant women were expected to suffer from severe malnutrition. In the year of 2023, early January to 2024, late February. What is happening in Sudan can happen in Uganda. It has already happened in other places. Look at Europe. Over 61,000 people died due to such heat waves. And now they're advising children to stay indoors. That means it affects their education too.
Okay.
And people say, our elders always tell us that education is the key to success, even though, like, some people to be genuine, I don't think people like having morning preps or that stuff, but again, we must. And you find that these girls that are cooking food, they're even a quarter of the world's population who work and are treated in hospitals. Instead of finding life, they are finding death.
All right.
Now, if they say that you should have hospitals, what's the use of a hospital if the hospital is death itself? So even though they get water, the sources that they draw the water from is unclean and it causes diseases. According to World Health Organization, over 2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water. 3.6 billion people lack access to safe sanitation, which draws us to the sad fact that over 2 million people die every year due to related diseases. So this crisis it is a life or death crisis. You live or you die.
All right, thank you very much. A big applause to Nsima. If you are not provoked or challenged by the words of 9-year-old Nsima, I don't know why. Because she's saying we're nature and we have to protect nature. In fact, the trees can survive on their own, but we cannot survive without the trees. The nature does not owe us a living, but we do. We have to protect it. So we are deeply humbled and challenged by Nsima. I think that's what Abdul Latif was saying, Abdul Khalid was saying, that what will the future generation say? Look at the mess that we have created. Ms. Kate Kiza, Executive Director, DFCU Bank. Given the linkages between financial stability, environmental sustainability, and economic prosperity, how can DFCU Bank lead the way in financing projects that integrate climate resilience and environmental protection? What role can financial innovation play in mobilizing resources for such initiatives? I think there you will even answer Dr. Silva's question. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. Questions were quite many in one go, so in case I forget any, please feel free to take me back. In talking about the role of the DFCU, I'll start with our purpose. Our purpose is to transform lives and businesses in Uganda. DFCU has been around since 1964. That speaks to sustainability. It was put together by some of the development partners, CDC and the government of Uganda, and clearly to address the gap that is in long-term financing, where most of the projects that we are talking about fall. So when we look at our role, what role can we play, or where do we see ourselves as coming in to provide solutions as a catalyst in that whole equation around sustainable environment protection. So we have opportunities of funding development projects, different development projects, and why I call it opportunities is it's not a normal business of a commercial bank, because some of these projects are between utility, government, private. So if you look at the normal commercial banking space, where we look at cash flows, where is the revenue coming from, some bit of this will not fit that. But what we have is solutions that are actually targeting where the problems are. We've understood the problems of our environment, we've understood that the problems there, and bring in partners to work with us in providing the solutions. So first I can talk about the different partners that we work with. EIB is one of them. FMO, the development organization for the Dutch. The Dutch are part of our shareholders, hence that heritage. We have IFU, the development organization for Denmark, as well part of our shareholding. So what we do is come together to say, let's have a tailor-made way of looking at these projects, the eco-friendly projects, and treat them separate from the way normal commercial banking works. Let's look at them. So under that, we've been able so far to fund some solar water pumps, solar water systems, especially in schools. We have partnership with Adelphi. So what Adelphi does is looks at all the SMEs and looks at the SMEs that are dealing with eco-friendly projects. Examples, waste into charcoal, which is not from the trees, but it's used for cooking. So that way, we are cleaning the environment, we are facilitating cleaning the environment, but at the same time, looking at saving the trees that will be cut to get the charcoal that we use to cook, especially in the villages. Something else you mentioned around the financial
innovations that you think you can come up with as a bank.
Thank you. So as part of our transforming businesses and lives, what we've done is we've organized our business into different sectors. And what each of the sectors does is delve deep with our customers. So in this case, customers within this area. We partner with the different ministries, we partner with the different, to actually understand so that instead of bringing solutions that are in search of problems, we bring solutions that are tailor-made to the problems that we have identified. So availing affordable funds that feed the technology, feed the innovation within this area is one of the things that we are doing. And of course, at the back of that is keeping us honest. If we say we're going to do this, we don't call it enforcement, because that we can't do. We are not the government to enforce, but keep us honest. If we say this is what we're going to do, let's actually do it, let's actually deliver, and let's measure it so that we see the impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right Reverend Dr. Shifred, in the context of Uganda's deeply rooted cultural and religious traditions, how can faith-based organizations and education institutions inspire collective action and foster stewardship towards the environment and natural resources? Or how can ethical teachings and values drive innovative solutions to environmental challenges we're facing?
Cocktail there. But I will begin with the quotation from Nisima. She talked about love. I think if we contextualize this whole subject, and as you've said, Ugandans are deeply religious and cultural. I love you for saying that, because many people tend not to even acknowledge it in their policies, which is very problematic. It is good when you acknowledge it, because the majority of Ugandans go to churches, go to mosques, Africans generally. The other day I was in Ethiopia, so my driver, who doesn't know a lot of English, I asked him about Ethiopia. In his English, he said, I can die for my religion. A taxi driver, he's not a canon, he's not a bishop. But that's what it is. Religion is very strong here. So we need to work with religion. And from the scriptures, there are scriptures we can use to show that God's intention for this universe was harmony and unity. The creation story, when you see it, creating everything. And in verse 31 of chapter 1 of Genesis, it says, and everything that was created was good. So when we approach it from that angle, and we have texts that we mainstream our programs in sermons to mainstream issues of environment and health, it will go so far, because all agendas that we have, they will succeed. And that's why even wrong agendas succeed, unfortunately. So why not look for positive agendas and we use them? We have under our church systems departments like of household and community transformation. Those are departments you can relate with as government. I don't know whether you're aware about such. Wonderful. Yes, Dr. Mujisha mentioned the issue of planting a tree. There is a bishop, haven't done that, Bishop Magez of Uganda now. For him, he says in his diocese, no, when you lose someone, this issue of flowers, he says a tree, plant a tree. So everybody will plant a tree in the home at the funeral. So the same, we've done it before for Ankole Diocese. For confirmation candidates, you have confirmation candidates in a year, like 6,000, you write a circular, you say every person who will be confirmed will have. So if we collaborate and work together, there are many ways through which we can support this program, which is very, very important. And collective action, maybe one of the biggest challenges, poverty is one of the biggest problems. When I go to the rural areas, there are some of my Christians who are always, in some of the poorest areas, they tell you they go to dig near forests, near swamps. I think those are the ones causing even the rivers to fly. So probably their government needs to find out how these can be availed land, and we work with them. Maybe they get better methods of farming where they can concentrate and use small pieces of land to produce more and get more income instead of going and degrading the environment. So if we work together with all the agencies that do, so much can be done. I appeal to you, work with the religious institutions. We have the audiences. We can call them even captive audiences. They can be used well. They can be misused. They can be underused.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me come back to you, Mr. P.S., Mr. Alfred Okoto-Kidi. How can decentralized governance structures facilitate local level action and innovation? Because we want action and innovation at the local level, and these decentralized structures are there. What would be your proposition?
Yes. Thank you. The local level or the centralized structures, we have them at ministerial level, but they also have them at local government level. And this is purely because really that is where action is. And that is where action is needed. And we have supported specifically local governments by giving them financial support in terms of conditional grants, but we also give them technical support. This financial year, actually, we have set up, for example, 6 regional centers to tackle the aspect of rural water, because that is where we are seeing a drag or a lag in. We have also made sure that on the side of the environment and natural resources, we have also deployed people to support the districts and work with the districts to address some of these challenges. The biggest challenge with the local government is the efficiency and the effectiveness of the interventions. And we believe with the support that we are giving them from the center at the regional facilities for both water, environment, and natural resources support, we should be able to see quite a bit of that. It will also bring about the other aspect which we want to see a lot of strengthening, that is accountability for the resources that are available to local government to address these particular issues. So I think with the implementation and oversight and accountability, we should be able to see a lot more happening at the local level.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to them. I reduce on the time because I need to manage it well. And also because you too need to have your say. So now we're going to have a plenary where you either tell us the innovations, maybe you have a question to Professor Kwesiga or a bishop or an Nsima, or maybe the earlier keynote speakers, Dr. Smith and Engineer Mujisha. So this is the moment you raise up your hand, and please, if you have a question, make it one question. Don't give us multiple questions. And also don't take more than a minute trying to ask a question, because we want many people to participate in this. So who is going first? There's a gentleman there. Please, can somebody help in taking a microphone around? The microphone is coming to you. I would want you, sir, to keep it straight.
Okay.
Your name and where you and the organization you represent.
Bernard Amadei, I'm Professor of Civil Engineering at University of Colorado and the founder of Engineers Without Borders, USA and International. First of all, this was the best session I have seen in a long, long time.
Thank you.
I want to compliment the two keynote speakers. One was at 10,000 feet, the other one was on the ground, and both of them are complementary, which is really beautiful. And I also want to thank the panel and the wisdom coming from the youth and the others who are not as young, but who also have wisdom. I think, thank you so much. Few points. Engineering is not about technology alone. Engineering is about solutions. And we need to remember that. I think there's too much focus on technology. What solutions? Solutions that are done right from an engineering point of view. Solutions that are rightly done that are done right for the people, the environment, the 5 P's of sustainability: people, planet, prosperity, partnership, peace. Peace is very critical. A sustainable world has to be peaceful, otherwise it will not be. So that's what I wanted to, and also a third aspect of the solutions, they have to be done for the right reasons. Too often we have solutions, engineering solutions that are done for the wrong reasons there. And that's all I wanted to say. I have a few other remarks.
All right, thank you so much. Maybe later Professor Kwesiga can also maybe add on that, because he is in the business of innovation and coming out with novel ideas, engineering solutions. Okay, who is going next? We have a lady right here.
Thank you so much. I'm called Betty Nakiro. I am head of projects with Weltunga Ilfe, Uganda, but based in Karamoja. First of all, I wanted us to agree that it's no longer about tree planting. The word has advanced to tree growing. The reason is planting a tree is a one-off. You do it now and you leave it there. But to grow a tree, you plant it, nurture it until when you get the fruits or the benefits. So we are shifting from tree growing to...
Sometimes the benefits are for future generations.
Exactly. So we are moving away from tree planting to tree growing. Then the second one is on, someone advised on the use of simple technologies. Yes, I think that Dr. Kalis can bear me witness. In Weltunga Ilfe, we have a project called Lokere, which utilizes, that project is basically about harnessing water, natural water that flows on the ground. It can be rainwater, it can be spring water. As a project, we have piloted practices or technologies, simple technologies that any other person can learn from. Recently, we hosted USAID team in Karamoja. They came to see what is it that we are doing. So we have simple technologies of stone burns, tree growing, energy-saving technologies, and all that. So I am officially inviting you to Karamoja. We go and see those technologies.
Karamoja is the place in Isima I was talking about. Thank you very much. There are some people here whom, even if you don't put up your hand, I may point at you. For example, my friend, like Engineer Badru, I can point at you because I need solutions. But in the meantime, as you think about the idea, I'm only putting you on notice, sir. Yes, there's a lady here.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. My name is Charity Chebet, a National Forestry board member. Mine is on two things. Allow me just. Number one, mindset change. It was said by Dr. Mujisha. Once we manage to create a mindset change in the population, a lot will move, because we know what needs to be done, but we need to take it down to the ground and change the minds of the communities down to the village level. The value of natural resources most of us, we know at our level, we know the value of natural resources. But then we need to take this to all sectors of the community. Our leaders, our politicians play a key role in this collective innovations in water, environment, and climate change, because the laws they make and pass are very crucial. But if we don't give them this information and cause their mindset change, then the support will not be realized as expected.
Thank you very much.
Finally, let us move away from procrastination, delayed action. Many times we know what needs to be done, but we delay actions. We self-defeat ourselves. We go for short-term benefits, which attract long-term costs. So we need to look at sustainable ways, but act now, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. There's a gentleman right at the back there, in the front here.
Thank you so much. My name is Abhishek. I'm a scientist at the Swiss Water Institute called Uwewk. Firstly, I want to echo what Professor Bernard here said. A really fantastic session, excellent panel. And I particularly want to highlight Dr. Mugisha's presentation. I think it was very refreshing to hear about what are actually the challenges in taking innovations and bringing it to the Ugandan context and then scaling up. And therefore, my question is also related, and perhaps it's to Dr. Mugisha and also Mr. Alfred, the PS. So I think throughout the week, we are looking forward to learning about innovations that are being, growing in Uganda, that are, being tested in Uganda and so on. And then what happens? Both of you are at very senior positions, and you've got this excellent overview of all these interesting innovations that come about. What are mechanisms with which some of these innovations that some of the other earlier speakers have highlighted, many more will highlight soon in this week? How do you then take those innovations and then replicate and then scale it across different places in Uganda, especially small towns where this is critical? And how can banks like DFCU and others help? So it's really talking about the mechanism of scaling innovations.
Thank you very much. Okay. Engineer Badru, let me even put a question. I know you have some other ideas to say. If you think about it, today, more than 96% or 98% of Ugandans are going to have dinner, if they can have dinner. It will be prepared either using charcoal or wood. And that's how it was yesterday, and that's how it will be tomorrow. In other words, 98% of Ugandans before they eat, a tree must go down. How many of those have even planted a tree before? Are we not in a self-destructive mode as a people? You take.
Good afternoon, moderator. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to extend gratitude to all the panelists who are in front of us, including the youngest. The youngest has impressed and tickled the minds, and my heart was saying there's a future to Uganda. I'd like to draw a leaf from the presentation by Dr. Mugisha. One of the issues he put forth as an idea was the religious people who bring to life the marriage between two people. Why don't you really task, before those people come to you, to have a demonstrated planting of 5 trees for that matter. I'm told the delegate from Karamoja doesn't want to say planting.
Growing.
Demonstrate 5 growing trees. Either the gentleman or the lady, which make 10 trees. if you can make that as a pre-requirement before they come in front of you, it will be quite an achievement. And I think I've had a representation of Interreligious Council. So you go across boards, not only churches, but even mosques. That would be appreciated. The issue of cooking with charcoal and timber or wood is a historical challenge we have in this country. Every day as I drive across the country, I see people cutting down a tree. Sometimes I feel like stopping to ask, how many trees have you planted? If you are cutting one, can you plant or grow two as a minimum? That's a challenge that is to us all. The other one is when we talk about receiving clean water, people don't know the extent to which technology is applied to actually get that water cleaned. People think because Lake Victoria is in the background here, it's got all kinds of waters, that we should get it free. How do we get the people to appreciate that technology has actually been procured to clean that water and to bring it to your house or bring it to your neighborhood? You must pay for it. Lastly, there are a lot of people who go across the different parts of this country and see a leaking tap or a leaking pipe, but don't report. That is water lost. That is money wasted. Can the population be sensitized to report appropriately to the rightful authorities? We call that non-revenue water. I stop there.
Thank you very much. I need to shift this side of the auditorium, and I need to gender balance this. So this side, I'll have a gentleman right here. He's been having his hand up for quite some time. Please make it precise and concise. We just have only less than 10 minutes to do this, because now it is getting past lunchtime.
Thank you so much, moderator. I would like to thank the panelists. I have one question to DFCU. The DFCU, we've had banks like African Development Bank, East African Development Bank, have got portfolio that directly address climate change and environmental issues. I guess the purpose of inviting you here is also to see if there's, to explore possibilities of you having some portfolio that can address climate change mitigation, adaptation, and then environmental protection. Then some words, the issue of mindset and attitude is an issue that we should address before any program is introduced in Uganda. And then lastly, the issue of awareness. Many of us participate in climate change. I'm a negotiator at the climate change. But after the negotiations, we come back with a lot of message. But this message saturates within Kampala here. It doesn't go to the grassroots where people feel climate change, environmental degradation mostly. So I think there should be enhanced awareness and the sharing of information with the people who are affected. I would even recommend that Uwewk should rotate not only in Kampala and should go to the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to agree with you. Sometimes I'm in these groups where we keep sharing information about environment, greening Uganda. Is Dr. Jibril in the house? Semakuda. Okay, he's not. But you know how we keep sharing, and I'm wondering, are people also hearing this? Those who should, or it is just within ourselves? We are busy making sense to ourselves. Okay. I want to decide. There's a lady in blue. I'm honestly talking about the color of your garment because I don't know. I may not know your name. So please, bear with me. Oh, there are two blues. Okay, you have a yellow in it, so, and you know the yellow in this country. Your microphone is off.
I'm Professor Rose Namara, and I work with Uganda Management Institute. I have two issues. One, I would like to ask the PS and the keynote speaker to introduce the concept of public value in the discussion. PS was looking for true value, but value to who? And this will bring the polluters, the destroyers of the environment, to be accountable. Because me, Rose, have not produced plastic bottles, neither Cavera. But the polluters and the destroyers are left free. So the moment we introduce the concept of public value, then we shall hold business people accountable for their actions. The other issue, it is the small strategies, the small strategies that will save the earth. And this can be done by the women and children. When I was growing up, my mother told me, you plant a tree, you have 2 more years to your life. Plant 1, 2 more years. I've planted because I want to reach 120 years. So it is the basics, the small strategies that will save this world. The women have those strategies.
All right.
We know the birthdays, we know when to plant a tree, and we know which tree to cut. So involve us as much as you can.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, so the other blue.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the panelists, for the insightful conversations. My question goes to Grace Stewart Nisima. And my question to you is how you and your team, what have you done to combat the climate crisis? And the other would be, how are children's voices important in these discussions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know, by the way, I understand Grace Nsima's mom is in the house. And you had put up your hand. I think Grace saw you, and she whispered to me. And Grace Nsima is a gift to Uganda. You are also a bigger gift. So let me give you an opportunity to shine in your moment. Where is Mom Nsima? Okay. Actually, Grace said that you had put up your hand and I hadn't seen you. So they give you a microphone just in case. Isn't that so, Grace? Uh-huh. Okay. She was like, my mom is putting up her hand and you're not picking. So now.
Yeah, thank you very much for everything. That question has been asked. Grace has 2 moms in the house. She's also her mom.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. You see now, very innovative. If I couldn't see her hand, she put to the next. So that the question, what matters most is the question of the house. So you've been asked. Can you imagine mom is challenging you on the podium? What happens on the dining table? Okay. There's a lady in this row.
Thank you very much. My name is Marina Nino. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment. And my first comment is that while we're rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change, we need to look at indigenous knowledge. It plays a very, very key role in environment and natural resource management. Then the second thing is we need to harmonize on the policies at regional level. For example, whereas Kenya, Tanzania has banned the production of charcoal, they have not banned the use of charcoal. And their charcoal is coming from Uganda. So it is promoting increase in deforestation, because once the charcoal crosses the border, the price goes up. So we also need to look at the policy at the regional level. And then the third thing, Dr. Kalist and the team, I think this has been the best and the most publicized Water and Environment Week. But I think you can see that the room is very small. A lot of our colleagues are back in the offices because they could not access this venue. Can we think of going to a place like Kololo Independence Ground where the wananchi can participate, because it is them who need this knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to first stop here so that the people you ask questions can respond, and then I will just take 5 more questions and the panelists will make their concluding remarks. So there were questions also directed to Dr. Mujisha and I think Dr. Smith. Please bring a microphone. I hope you noted them, Dr. Silver, so that you respond. And then there are specific questions also to the panelists. And after that, each one of them will give their concluding remarks. Oh, before that, I'll get 5 more questions from the audience. Okay, please bring a microphone to Engineer Mujisha. Where the people have been moving up to the microphones. Engineer Mujisha is right in front here.
Thank you very much for the questions, and I also want to add my voice to thanking the panel for the very insightful additions they have made to the discussion. I think the question I had for me was the issue of technologies. These innovations, how do we scale them up? And I want to be as humble as possible. Now, of course, the agency where I come from, technology is something we cherish a lot. And I've been at the forefront of saying that whatever anybody on earth can invent, we people in National Water can also invent it. So what has happened? Can you imagine we even invented a prepaid meter at a prototype level? And I think I went to Professor Kwesiga there. We had a discussion. The challenge we were having was to take it, to graduate it from prototype to industrial level. And the people who were supposed to help us are the ones who actually want to sell us prepaid meters. So they refuse to help us. Now, but I think there is a way. There's a way we can do it on our own selves. Now, technologies, all the technologies you are using from the national water side are all internally developed by our own selves, except the financial management system. The financial management system was developed from South Africa, but I have told our people, we have given ourselves 1.5 years. We shall have our own solution. Now, these people, when they want to sell you theirs, they now come and say, these systems are scattered. You need to integrate them. So they now want to sell you an ERP solution. I have said, no, we shall also reach that stage. We cannot develop our things and we fail to integrate them. We shall get a system of doing what? Of integrating them. So the question which comes is, how can we then work with other sister companies, like the umbrella organizations in the small towns? I think there is a framework which we have established where we are going to collaborate more closely with our sister organizations. But of course, this needs strong support. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to have that mindset change. Why do you think a South African can develop a solution and you can't develop it? Why do you think a Chinese can develop a solution and you can't develop it? And yet you go to the same school. That laziness must stop. And that's how we are going to save money, and that's how we are going to serve our people sustainably. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you're still standing, Engineer, there's this question that is very personal, if you allow me. You know, in giving water to these rural communities, for example, I come from an area, it's not even a small town, it's a small municipal council town council that wants to be a municipality, Kienjojo to be exact. How come in some areas of the town councils you find water is not available? I know the team in Kienjojo is doing a good job, but the people asking me they needed more water, and yet it is not reaching them. What needs to be done? Because water is life.
I think you asked that question to the PS. Because for us as a national water, we operate where the PS has advised the minister.
Oh, okay.
For us to
so,
operate.
Chenjojo, you hear that? Okay. So, thank you very much, Dr. Mujisha. And I don't know whether there was a question specific to you, Dr. Smith. but maybe you can respond very briefly to what you've had so far, and then...
Yeah, no, I don't think there was a specific question for me, so maybe just some quick comments. I think we're free of lamentation in this discussion. We're pushing back against procrastination. I really liked that framing that came out. But we're living in an era of wicked problems, which is the framing that I was trying to convey. So as we interrogate that, as we try to understand how can we move forward, how can we deliver solutions, I think it's clear from the discussion that we've had today, this morning already, that collective action is at the core of that. But let's also, as we work through the sessions and the week, understand more about, there was a comment rather, about innovation and how we scale innovation, and recognize that inherent in that is all kinds of different actors coming together and bringing the capabilities and service that they can relative to knowledge and technology, and adaptation and uptake and scaling and marketing and value chains and so on. So let's interrogate how that works better, and working collectively and systematically how we do that. There was another interesting comment about public value and the way that relates to accountability, and I would put that alongside also the comment about indigenous knowledge, and refer people back to the framework that I presented. It includes, one of these missions was around decisions fit for the future, which was challenging us to integrate into the way that we make decisions in that collective action context, integrate into the way we make decisions a whole diversity of values, including this point about public value and the way that relates to accountability, and the way that we can ensure there is the appropriate tracks and spaces for indigenous knowledge as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. Okay, my dear panelists, I'm going to give each one of you less than a minute. In the interest of time, I've also been advised we have to stop somewhere so we can have lunch. So this session does not encroach on the time for the coming other sessions. So let me begin with you, and then we shall go that way. You have less than a minute, concluding arguments.
Okay, so as we bring together partnerships and promote partnerships, I think it's important for us, and particularly for the ministry, to give us a framework that we can all work to, so that we are not having disparate activities, but rather working towards a common goal. Another that I would request, particularly of the ministry, is about measurement. I know the ministry has come up with targets, for example, on how many trees should be grown. It would help us to have this continuously monitored, so that we know how much have we achieved this year, how much further do we have to go. And then the final one, from, again, a request to the ministry, is to support with sustainability and maintenance of interventions that have been undertaken by private partners such as ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Your final submission? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I told you at one point I would invoke the memories of Ruzira, and I still intend to do it. Because on the 4th of February 1972, I was on this road going to be a resident of your neighbors across.
Oh, a state guest, guest of the state.
So I ended up in prison right here. I turned 22 in that jail on political detention. I ended up staying in prison for over a year. And part of that, I was transferred to Mutukura and so on. So especially for our young audience, we have come a long way. This is part of the reason we have our slow pace of developing the country. Because of that significant dislocation, where kids would be incarcerated for no reason whatsoever. I ended up being on death row, and then I was supposed to be executed the first week of February 72, but somehow, by the grace of God, I left. I escaped to Kenya, and from there ended up in the United States. And that's why I took up my profession as an industrial engineer.
I hope this area is not giving you trauma.
And if I went without talking about it, it would.
Okay.
But all this said and done, eventually I ended up in the United States of America. And one of the environmental rude awakenings in America was when Cuyahoga River, there was a story about Cuyahoga River in Cleveland, Ohio, catching fire. You can imagine a river catching fire.
I thought that only happens in a dream. That the river can actually catch fire.
What had happened was the abuse of the environment had caused a lot of affluent float on top of the river, and the oil slicks and so on. And the river caught fire. That's the Cleveland I went to. So I was wondering, I ran away from Idi Amin. Now I come to a country where the rivers catch fire. Anyway, quickly, back to the topic. I'll discuss that with whoever is interested, because it's very necessary to know our history and how things have turned out. Solutions. Personal experience. I went to, when I came back after 26 years stay in America, I came back to this country at the invitation of His Excellency the President. And quickly I bought a small farm in the Uwewk area, Tungamu district. So one day I go there and I find the winds had flattened my small banana plantation. And I looked at this. Meanwhile, I was negotiating with Rural Electrification Agency to see if they could hook me up to the grid. They said, well, you need 26 poles to do this. I can't afford that. So what I did was, let me put this wind to use. So I picked up a small windmill, and now I generate my own power using the same wind that destroyed my banana plantation.
Okay. A local solution to a local problem, answering the question that you had.
So instead of, as I indicated earlier, instead of being so solely dependent on hydropower, I think environmentalists should really get in the act and influence upon the necessary authorities that will have renewable energy solutions that are a lot cheaper and that will be more accessible. Because right now, the rural farmers can't access the grid, even if they have the money.
All right.
The other thing that I can't leave without talking about is how we license investors. I would like the people interested in our environment and environmental issues to be part of the criterion that we need to put across for the investors to make sure they bring in technologies that is environmental friendly. I have neighbors in Nakawa, in the Namav Industrial Park. They are celebrated as investors, but they are really doing us a lot of damage. Let's find a solution to that.
Where is NEMA? I thought every investor and plan has to have an environment assessment plan, impact assessment plan, and issued a certificate by the relevant authorities. I'm sure NEMA is in the house.
Examples that they are not.
Okay. You hear that, NEMA? Nisima, very briefly.
Answer your question on how important children's voices are. I don't know how much I can emphasize the importance of children's voices, but we are the least responsible for the climate crisis, and yet we're the most affected. I was shocked to learn that over 44.8% of Uganda's population are 14 and below. Can you imagine how much power we carry to influence fellow children, who those children carry the power to influence everyone around them? Like I said, love. If you tame okay, let's give an example of culture, the Baganda culture. If you tame a child to grow up kneeling while greeting, they'll grow up knowing that's right. So if you tame a child to know that taking care of the environment is the right thing to do, they'll grow up knowing that's right. It's like a culture. And when they love what they're doing, they do it with passion. Then tell them about their future. When we tell them about their future, some people might think that oh, we need to tell them to scare them because it's actually something that can scare a child. So we tell them their future not to get scared, but to see themselves as the hope. Like he said that when he saw a child, he knew that there was hope for Uganda. So when we look at a child, we are not looking at them as a child. We're looking at them as the hope for the next generation. Climate change is a sophisticated topic, or let me say a hard topic. So when we break it down for them, from the millennial to the centennial to the alpha generation, there is something special about us. You know, the millennial generation are our parents, then centennial are all the siblings who are, I think, 15 and above, and then the alphas who are 14 and below. So there is something special about us. If you introduce us to gadgets, we can play hard and even get addicted. But then if you put our minds to good use, we're the makers of these things. You are the users. You are the users. You are the users, but we are the makers. So if you introduce us to playing games, we can play for you. But if you introduce us to making them, we can make them for you. So we all get we all benefit from it. So it all comes from a point of not underestimating a child. Then media, it carries the power. We hear, okay, now when we go into Christianity, we hear people saying that a 30-second video can open a door for a whole continent for you. So if media carries the power, and these children, remember, you're taming in them something. You're not planting in them a seed, but you're growing that seed in them. So if we have nature shows for children, annual events led by children, because we are more relatable, I think it is a life testimony that even your teachers, they can be explaining something in distance and you're not understanding. Then you're like, please, I don't understand. Then they're like, but leave me alone. Ask your fellow colleague. And you find that when you ask your colleague, they break it down into, in my tribe, they say that you chew for them, then you give the child. So they break it down for you, and then you take it in because you're more relatable, you're more fun, more than the adults. Sorry to say that, but I think it's that.
All right. Everything you said was valuable. You added value to our discussion.
And
so
then,
we are grateful, not complaining.
And then, another thing that I can say is that we are available. We are available. Like my brother, he is really interested in coding. Like he wants to make a game. And there are other children out there who want to do the same. So you find that if there were coding academies, I don't know, I think everything would just change. Coding academies for children that are broken down. Like recently, I joined a group of coding for the climate. Mentors who teach these children every day, like Youth Go Green. And let me just say things that are understandable by children. Not only me as a child, but even the generations to come. And another thing is that, another thing, how can we do it? The Little Earth Soldiers and the team lead of the Little Earth Soldiers and the author of the Little Earth Soldiers book. You can check it out on the exhibition tent. So the little earth soldiers spread awareness using arts like music, dance, drama, rap, poetry, etc. So if these children can get more of these things because they understand it's entertainment, they understand it, it can be something good.
All right.
We go to the last mile people and then teach them about climate change. Even the schools teach them about climate change and go further to get an interpreter who is a fellow art soldier for no one to be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Africa's Greta Thunberg is in Uganda. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're inspired, I'm sure you're challenged, and when I look at Nsima, I see hope, I see possibilities, I see our future. Yes, your concluding remarks next.
Thank you. There's a question around what DFCU is doing. DFCU is understanding this area. The partnership with the ministry is not an accident, it's actually deliberate to say, let's get down, let's understand, let's actually partner, let's foster the conversations that are happening and support. Because I think everyone comes up and says, oh, finance, the finance is available. Let's put together our proposals. We have a dedicated team at the bank that actually looks at these proposals and will guide us in how we benefit from the funds that are available. The bit I didn't add is that those funds are not on market rates. They are at subsidized rates because of the kind of partners that we work with.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Probably the last one is, let's keep the conversations going. Let's understand, not lamentations, but having the conversations, driving towards solutions. This is the only way we are going to get to a point of hearts and minds. Otherwise, we will treat it as an event. We leave this week and that's it. We dump everything. But you want us to go through thinking as we move out of here. Thank you very much for partnering with us, and we are open for business. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Fred Sheldon, Mr.
Thank you very much. My concluding remarks would be, starting from where she ended, addressing the hearts and minds. The mind is where all battles are won before you get to the battlefield. So we need to address the minds. And as religious leaders, that is our specialty. And I would appeal to government agencies and NGOs. Many times many of those need to be educated on the power of religion in a society like Uganda. If you are to succeed in programs and you don't have religious leaders, I'm not sure you will go very far. And if you do, you will be surprised at the results. Secondly, related, even government, I heard Mr. Okidi saying that he's been working with the local governments and is frustrated. Come to us. Why do you get frustrated with local governments when religious leadership is there? Try us out and see. We've had so many successful projects that have succeeded. And mass media. Today I had, when I was coming, of course, Christians were interested in seeing what is this program where the bishop has been invited. So the advert was saying UBC and NBS. How many can watch radio? Radio, research shows, is the most reached by people. So we need to use mass media, religious leadership. We have radio stations where we influence. Let's cooperate, let's work together. We are more than ready to work with government and agencies that work on attitude change and practical solutions to this problem.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred Okidi, you're very parting short.
Thank you. There were one or two questions, but I think Jimmy just touched on them briefly. I think on the issue of scaling up innovation, that is pertinent. And I think with us in the ministry now, we are more on hands-on. If you look at some of the systems that we are implementing right now, they are designed and constructed by the young team that we have in the ministry, and actually we are getting practical engineers. And I think we are working also together with Engineers Without Borders and others along that particular line. On the issue of public value, that was recognized, and I think in our new Environment Act, it was well captured, and we have actually what NEMA calls the polluter pays principle, and I think some of the heavy fines that people are complaining about takes care of actually that public value. So it's looking at not the spot cost, but it's looking at the total value of your footprint when you create some of those problems in the system. But I think when it comes to looking at the innovation around this particular crisis, it is something that requires us to tackle it at all levels. At the policy and the legal level and political level, as a ministry, we are moving. We have the Climate Change Act in place. We have the Water Act being amended, and the policy is under consideration. And we are also putting in place a new law which is taking care of wetlands specifically. But we have also progressed with the engagement in that at policy level, right now, any budget, national budget, for any ministry, department, or agency is assessed for climate compliance. And we are in the second year. And this is actually also driving awareness, but also driving resources into that. For us to sort this out, we need to strengthen the engagement. We have very useful engagement now with the private sector. The program we run, which is running out of trees, is actually private sector led, where we target to plant and grow 75 million trees annually. We have the Interreligious Council. We have a memorandum of understanding with them that forms the basis of our cooperation. We have agreements with banks, the Bankers Association, the cultural leaders, because we value the partnership and treasure them. And these can only be managed with everybody as a partner, as a stakeholder. And gender issue is paramount to us. If you look at our water users committees, you look at our catchment management committees, 50% is actually reserved for ladies. And within that, again, also, we say the youth must constitute 30%, because we know that is a constituency that is necessary for sustainability and for action. And these committees actually thrive best because they understand the local environment, they have the indigenous knowledge, and they are credible, proven partners in this particular area. So this is actually something that calls upon all of us to put our hands together, put our heads together, and act together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to all the panelists. And I want to thank you. You've been such a great audience for your participation, for the questions I've asked, for the ideas you have given, and I'm sure you have added value to the subject. And so this is the moment when I don't know whether hand over Dr. Kalist. I think we are going for lunch, but I don't know how to make that announcement. In the meantime, our online participants have sent some questions. Let me just read one from Zoom. This one says, these e-cars and bikes, why on earth are they too expensive? An e-saloon car selling in Kampala at 260 million Uganda shillings. How quick can many Ugandans join the bandwagon to acquire these? How can Uganda drop all applicable taxes to make them affordable for impact? This has just come from our online audience. All right, let us give them a round of applause as they take back their seats. They have been phenomenal. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and our awesome girl, Nisima. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe before they go, you remain around there. We have some awards. Yeah, maybe you can still do it from above.
Maybe
Can you return here?
Oh, sorry. They want you to get some
Yeah.
gifts. Sorry,
And
Professor.
I'm going to request Professor
Excuse me,
Chigundu if you can come forward.
Excuse me. If you can step forward again. There's something they are going to hand over to you. Professor?
Okay.
They were suggesting that
down. Yeah, we can remain down.
Okay, you can remain
so
down.
We are going to give some awards, and I would like to, Mr. Ogwar, can you come here representing ED NEMA? If you can come forward and help us to give some awards here. And Mr. Patrick Kahangire, if you can come and join us here. We want you to help us perform this function. Yeah, we have a few awards for our panelists. So Professor Chigundu, you can start by giving awards to people. Then Mr. Patrick Kahangire to the other two people, and then Mr. Ogwar, the other two people. So Gwendolyn, can you hand over to Professor Chigundu? Can start with the permanent secretary. Oh, okay. Gwendolyn, you can look on top. Yes. The FCU Bank, we are privileged to have you. So this is an award in recognition of your support and the collaboration. We do appreciate. Gwendolyn, who is that? The next one is what? Read the on the cover. Yes, Professor Charles Kwesiga. Yes, we do appreciate the collaboration and the support. Thank you very much. Okay. Can you hand over to Mr. Patrick Kahangire to award the next two people? Ninsima, the great lady, the future of Uganda, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Patrick Kahangire is the presidential advisor on water issues and the former Directorate of Water Development is one of our elders, so thank you very much, Ninsima. Mr. Patrick Kahangire, you award the next one. Yes, Rotary, Mr. Patrick Kahangire, you can award our President-elect, Rotary International. Oh, District Governor, incoming District Governor. So yes, the Rotarian is awarding another Rotarian. Thank you very much for coming over. And it's okay. Yes, Mr. Ogwar, we are going to award our bishop. We are privileged. Those of you who saw pictures of the workers passing through Mbarara, our Bishop Sheldon Mwesigwa welcomed them and hosted them at Ruharo, at his church, and they spent a big part of the day. So we are privileged to have you, Lord Bishop, and we are happy that you have been able to share your perspectives with us. And the final award is Mr. Alfred Okoto Kidi, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, will be awarded. Yes, by Mr. Ogwar, representing ED NEMA. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, for leading us and also for your inputs during this session. Can we request that you have a group photo, all of you, the panelists, and those who have awarded the panelists? Have a group photo there. Oh, yes, group photo. Let's bring also our keynote speakers to come forward and join the group photo. Our keynote speakers, come forward and join. You can come with your awards. These are memorial photos. We want to keep remembering what has been done today. So we thank you, our keynote speakers, for really providing those innovative ideas. Maybe, yes. So thank you very much. This brings to an end the first part of our Uganda Water and Environment Week. We are going for lunch. I know we are not doing well with the time. We have lost a few minutes, but we'll try to see how we recover them. So we are going for lunch, and I hope all of you have got coupons. The guest of the keynote speakers, panelists, and a few other people are going to have lunch at floor number 4 at the minister's level. So people out there are waiting for you, and I want to request my colleagues, the commissioners, acting directors in the ministry, to join them for lunch at floor number 4. The rest lunch is served down here, and I would want to request that we return after 1 hour. So that will be at 3 p.m. Because we have eaten in 2 time that was meant for lunch, we will have to recover some time a little bit later and push on for another 30 minutes. Otherwise, thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll return. And the session is going to be here.
The annual Uganda Water and Environment Week event has come to an end with a number of activities and deliberations from a cross-section of key stakeholders from all walks of life. This year's hybrid event, the 6th of its kind, is organized by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute, with the aim of raising awareness and attracting more stakeholders to share experiences and challenges affecting human life in the water and environment sectors in Uganda. Running
In human history, we've always looked backwards in time and said, we did our source how who had this search because you
a land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes, the mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with the environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That is also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the President said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and cancelled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, the academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the Ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it Greet and Meet the Water and Environment Elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that they interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has grown.
This year's event running under the theme Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So we want the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that we address these challenges? So
there are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda. So see you there.
The event, which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
The water and environment sector is facing climate change effects, which also suffocates the economy. Experts who earlier worked in the ministry were retired, leaving no manpower with experience. Ministry of Water and Environment has launched a scheme to redeploy the once reliable officers in environmental management.
Members of the sector who are retired and scattered everywhere will not be lost. They'll be together, and each time we need them, we can reach them as government. Instead of getting consultants, making outside were very expensive. We just rely on our own here, who have similar experience.
We hope that they will welcome the idea of serving again in another capacity, because these are really people we need. And I must say that, by the way, I must say, we miss you. We really missed you.
Minister for Public Service, Mururi Mukasa, advised retired servants to utilize this opportunity, carry out research and write books to pass on knowledge to the next generation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Catherine Bitarakwate, guided how the Ministry of Water and Environment should relate with these experts.
You know, when you're very experienced and mature in the field, and you take on the bigger role, then you will have those professionals who are a bit relaxed, taking a back seat, and we don't want that.
Commissioner for Water Resources, Planning and Regulation at the Water and Environment Ministry, Dr. Kalisti Tindimugaya, is the brain behind the Retired Professionals Scheme.
We actually started this process about 2 years ago. We ran an advert in the papers calling upon people who have retired to express the interest to join. We received 55 applications, which we evaluated, and we found that 5 were not qualifying because we had the criteria that you should have worked in the water and environment sector for a minimum of 10 years and should have actually have distinguished careers.
According to plan, the retired professionals will be deployed on a consultancy basis, while some have been asked to render services at the Water Resources Institute to ensure that Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized.
To be helping us in reviewing policy documents. For example, if you have a document right now, we have a national water policy, a national environment policy, and we want it to be reviewed, to be updated. They will come in and review again because they're experts. We want those.
Dorcas Kimono, UBC News.
They have switched off because of power. Because power have been disturbing us.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who are graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country, as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone, everywhere, accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation, and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on these than women? women themselves who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program and Water Aid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank Water Aid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped to shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and we want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Kalist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
The water and environment sector is facing climate change effects, which also suffocates the economy. Experts who earlier worked in the ministry were retired, leaving no manpower with experience. Ministry of Water and Environment has launched a scheme to redeploy the once reliable officers in environmental management.
Members of the sector who are retired and scattered everywhere will not be lost. They'll be together, and each time we need them, we can reach them as government. Instead of getting consultants, people from outside who are very expensive, we just rely on our own here, who have similar experience.
We hope that they will welcome the idea of serving again in another capacity. because these are really people we need. And I must say that, by the way, I must say, we miss you. We really miss you.
Minister for Public Service, Mururi Mukasa, advised retired servants to utilize this opportunity, carry out research and write books to pass on knowledge to the next generation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Catherine Bitarakwate, guided how the Ministry of Water and Environment should relate with these experts.
You know, when you're very experienced and mature in the field, and you take on the bigger role, then you will have those professionals who are a bit relaxed, taking a backseat, and we don't want that.
Commissioner for Water Resources, Planning and Regulation at the Water and Environment Ministry, Dr. Kalisti Tindimugaya, is the brain behind the Retired Professionals Scheme.
We actually started this process about 2 years ago. We ran an advert in the papers calling upon people who have retired to express their interest to join. We received 55 applications, which we evaluated, and we found that 5 were not qualifying because we had the criteria that you should have worked in the water and environment sector for a minimum of 10 years and should have actually have distinguished careers.
According to plan, the retired professionals will be deployed on a consultancy basis, while some have been asked to render services at the Water Resources Institute to ensure that Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized.
To be helping us in reviewing policy documents. For example, if you have a document right now, we have a national water policy, a national environment policy, and we want it to be reviewed, to be updated. They will come in and review again because they're experts. We want also.
Dorcas Kimono, UBC News.
I'm Florence Grace Adongo, Director for Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. As a directorate, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generation. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken. During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as lack of awareness on water resources management issues in this country. So benchmarking and with the local problems that we are facing, it was very necessary that we have a one-stop center where we can bring the different water users and stakeholders to either dialogue or discuss issues of water resources development and management so that we have sustainable development of these finite water resources. So we are happy that this time the Water Resources Institute will be launched on the 21st of March 2018. This is going to be a very important institution and it will also create a good platform for think tanks, water professionals, environment professionals, economists to come and exchange views on how best to manage and develop our water resources.
And we have worked with a number of partners to move this idea forward. We have worked with WaterAid, we have worked with FAO, we have worked with the World Bank, and they have supported us to get the idea into concrete action. And the Institute is going to be looking at 4 things. Basically, it will be looking at applied training, it will be looking at applied research, it will be looking at dialogue, and we'll also be looking at outreach and documentation. We don't have mechanism right now for dialogue with the people outside the sector. We don't have mechanisms for putting all the information about the sector together and making it available to the users, the stakeholders. We have also not been having mechanisms for undertaking research that is targeted to our needs and concretizing the research ideas into action. Many people do research, they do applied research, but this research doesn't inform policy.
The Water Resource Institute is a point that brings us together to kind of bring together applied research, to combine that with applied learning, capacity development within the sector. Sector, I mean the ministry, the private sector, and also us as the NGOs, and make sure that all our efforts are leading us to realize the SDG 6 aspiration, where everyone everywhere has access to water, sanitation, and hygiene.
The trainers will be people from ourselves, there will be people from the civil society, from the academic institutions, from the private sector, and from relevant government agencies. As we enter into partnerships with organizations outside Uganda, they will help us to bring in international best practice and concretize the idea of the institute. We have created a space for people who have retired from government, from NGOs, from the private sector, academic institutions, to come and contribute. We want to have a partnership arrangement where any partner can come and actually utilize the facilities of the institute and be able to conduct the trainings, conduct applied research, conduct dialogues, and also even utilize the information that we have in the sector. We have online water quality monitoring equipment set up in this building that people will look at as a training event. We are also setting up a modeling unit in here. But around here we also have a meteorological station which people will actually use. We have a groundwater monitoring station that people will use to run issues to do with groundwater. Then close by we have a surface water monitoring station. And not far from here we also have a meteorological training center that will be accessible. We also have a national water treatment plant where they are pumping water close by. And we believe that this will enable us to save costs on hiring hotels, but also enable to train more people at a reasonable cost. Once we have the institute up and running and people are taking advantage of it, the sector will not be the same. We want to call upon other partners out there that can support the institute to become more operational. You come and join us, the space is open, and we believe that all of us will benefit and will make Uganda a much better place to live in. We will position water and environment and give them these resources their rightful place through improved capacity, increased research, dialogue, and outreach. Thank you very much.
Imagine a world where every drop of water tells a story about its journey, its health, and the health of our planet. Today, we unlock this hidden language with a powerful tool. Welcome to the Water and Environment Information System, also called as WEES. The WEES is a web-based system with help of offline tools that provides storage, analysis, and dissemination of information on Uganda's water and environment resources. It is made up of 3 major components. 1. Databases that store data for different hydrometeorological and environmental parameters. 2. Processing tools that are used to process and analyze the data. 3. Facilitating BI dashboard to track the progress of the Ministry of Water and Environment through respective KPIs. The WEES portal, therefore, provides a common access with offline tools to monitor data for decision-making at different levels and supporting research and development of water and environment-related infrastructure. Let us begin with the Forestry Sector Support Portal. The portal or database archives information such as nursery audit, seedling requests by farmer, seedling distribution, and seedling monitoring in forests, as well as forest encroachments. Moving to the National Wetland Portal, WEES provides a window into our wetland ecosystems, promoting planning and sustainable conservation practices through update of inventories of the wetlands. Through this portal, wetland status is monitored at key monitoring locations along with enforcement activities like demarcation and restoration. Are you looking for an easy approach to apply permits? Also wondering how to renew, apply for variation, or cancellation of permits? Now WEES facilitates you to navigate seamlessly through the Permits Management Portal, ensuring responsible water utilization. WEES also supports online applications facility, application status review, compliance status review, and support services to users. Safety is paramount. Explore the Dam Safety Portal to access vital information, enhancing our ability to monitor and manage crucial water assets with real-time data. For a deeper understanding of water availability, WEES offers dedicated portals for hydrometeorological monitoring. These portals provide dynamic status on water quantity in Uganda's rivers, lakes, and aquifers. Digging into groundwater resources, the borehole portal in WEES facilitates better understanding of Uganda's hydrogeology and provides access to key information required in maintenance of drilled boreholes countrywide. Quality matters. The Water Quality Portal in WEES offers insights into water quality parameters, supporting initiatives for clean and safe water. Unlock the power of spatial data with the Spatial Data System Portal. WEES offers a visual representation of water-related information for enhanced analysis and planning. The WEES will enhance the monitoring performance using drone-based data collection of raster images. These raster images shall be processed and used for 3D simulations and forecasting for preparation of knowledgeable products to support planning and informed decision-making. The WEES revolutionizes the routine 2D monitoring and reporting on the state of the wetlands, forests, and water resources infrastructure like dams, rivers, water facilities, among others. Keeping track of documents is streamlined with the Document Management Portal in WEES, ensuring administrative efficiency and data accuracy. Sharing information is key. The Data Dissemination Portal ensures relevant data reaches stakeholders efficiently, promoting transparency and collaboration. Manage water assets effectively with the Assets Management Portal in WEES. Stay on top of infrastructure maintenance and optimize resource allocation for sustainable development. WEES goes beyond portals with its integrated business intelligence tool. This tool empowers decision-makers with advanced analytics and visualizations, turning data into actionable insights. The WEES Data Warehouse integrates to eGovernment UG Hub hosted by National Information Technology Authority Uganda that facilitates exchange of common data from NIRA, URSB, URA, Ministry of Local Government for the administrative boundaries and other government agencies. Security is high priority. WEES is secured physically and logically. To maintain physical security, the servers are an MWE data center with lock and key limited access protection and real-time surveillance. Logical security is ensured through national and international level frameworks. The WEES is built on a robust real-time replication and backup framework of both passive and active files to ensure high availability. The Water and Environment Information System is a powerful tool, integrating diverse portals and cutting-edge analytics to enhance our understanding and management of water resources. Join us in this journey towards a sustainable and water-resilient future. Visit WES today and be a part of the water revolution.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. But I found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on these than women themselves, who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program and WaterAid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped to shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man.
When you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very, very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
The water and environment sector is facing climate change effects, which also suffocates the economy. Experts who earlier worked in the ministry were retired, leaving no manpower with experience. Ministry of Water and Environment has launched a scheme to redeploy the once reliable officers in environmental management.
Members of the sector who are retired and scattered everywhere will not be lost. They will be together, and each time we need them, we can reach them as government. Instead of getting consultants from outside who are very expensive, we just rely on our own here, who have similar experience.
We hope that they will welcome the idea of serving again in another capacity, because these are really people we need. And I must say that, by the way, I must say, we miss you. We really miss you.
Minister for Public Service, Mururi Mukasa, advised the retired servants to utilize this opportunity, carry out research and write books to pass on knowledge to the next generation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Catherine Bitarakwate, guided how the Ministry of Water and Environment should relate with these experts.
You know, when you're very experienced and mature in the field, and you take on the bigger role, then you will have those professionals who are a bit relaxed, taking a pass, and we don't want that.
Commissioner for Water Resources, Planning and Regulation at the Water and Environment Ministry, Dr. Kalisti Tindimugaya, is the brain behind the Retired Professionals Scheme.
We actually started this process about 2 years ago. We ran an advert in the papers calling upon people who have retired to express the interest to join. We received 55 applications, which we evaluated, and we found that 5 were not qualifying because we had the criteria that you should have worked in the water and environment sector for a minimum of 10 years and should have distinguished careers.
According to plan, the retired professionals will be deployed on a consultancy basis, while some have been asked to render services at the Water Resources Institute to ensure that Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized.
So to be helping us in reviewing policy documents. For example, if you have a document, right now we have a national water policy, a national environment policy, and we want it to be reviewed, to be updated. They will come in and review again because they're experts. We want those.
Dorcas Kimono, UBC News.
I'm Florence Grace Adongo, Director for Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. As a directorate, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generation. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken. During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as lack of awareness on water resources management issues in this country. So benchmarking and with the local problems that we are facing, it was very necessary that we have a one-stop center where we can bring the different water users and stakeholders to either dialogue or discuss issues of water resources development and management so that we have sustainable development of these finite water resources.
Yes, good
so
afternoon.
We are happy that
good afternoon, colleagues.
This time the Water Resources Institute will be launched on the 21st of March,
the third
2018.
session of the day.
This is going to be a very important institution
can come from lunch so that we can start.
And it will also create a good platform for think tanks, water professionals, environment professionals, economists to come and exchange views on how best to manage and develop our water resources.
And we have worked with a number of partners to move this idea forward. We have worked with WaterAid.
Presenting the feedback from the Uwewk activities that happened this year. Our session will be moderated by Madame Anne. Anne, I hope you can start some press-ups to run you through this afternoon session, which sometimes can be a challenge. With this weather, climate change might affect performance of the afternoon session. So we hope colleagues who have gone for lunch can come back and recongregate so that we can immediately kick off. We also have quite some informatics, I think, that are running through a few videos. You can be running them in the background as we wait to generate some quorum. Just again, as a reminder, based on the program, if you go to page 20 of the programs that have been distributed, this is day 1, 18th, and the feedback from the regional entities.
Throughout this journey, we interacted with all the district and town council authority along the route. We interacted with religious
with us. There are also a couple of panelists
and also
who will be able to provide for us a feedback based on the reports from the regional entities.
Of which we,
as was mentioned earlier on, this is the 7th Uwewk, and the regions have always been celebrating at their respective areas, and they have been capturing a couple of things that we think should be able to generate discussion to support the sector in addressing some of these pertinent challenges. So, Madam Moderator for the session, I would kindly now request you to come over,
and the reason why they are
and I think we could be able to kick start with the formalities. The formalities for the session, the rules of engagement, so that we can be able to complete on time. There is a parallel program in the evening, and we need to move in a little bit faster to ensure that we can be able to achieve whatever we are supposed to achieve.
Ask for your prayers.
So you're welcome.
And collaboration.
So as we flag off the workers today, let us again realize that whatever the awareness they are raising,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the lunch break. And on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I'm welcoming you to this 7th Water Week once again. My name is Anne. My name is Anne Namakula Serunjoji, and I'm a civil engineer and also a water utility specialist. I'm going to be the moderator for this session. This session is like a plenary. We all know that the ministry has deconcentrated structures and they're in different regions. And we have had activities in these regions over time for probably the last 2 weeks. So what we are going to do this afternoon is to reflect, is also to learn what's happening in the different regions, what are their peculiar challenges, what are the solutions, and which partnerships can we have to solve these challenges. Each of the regions had a theme, and the themes were cutting across, were common for 2 regions. So Karamoja and Albertine had the same theme. Then Central and Southwestern, which is in Imbara, had the same theme. And then the North and the East also had the same theme. So what we are going to do now, each of the regions has a representative. They are going to tell us what transpired. And after that, we shall have a panel. I see some panelists already. We shall have a panel to give us some insights also. And at the end of the day, we would have heard from 5 regions. One of the regions isn't represented. 5 regions, but 3 panels. Yes, that's what we are going to do this afternoon. So without any particular order, this is how the presentations will run. Karamoja will start. Karamoja representative, just wave your hand. Karamoja will start. Will be followed by Albert, water management zone. Will be followed by Southwestern, Mbarara, Southwestern, I mean Mbarara. Okay, and that will then be followed by the North and the East. Are we clear with the terms of engagement? Okay, so without further ado, I want to call upon the Karamoja representative to make their presentation. Karamoja representative. And the presentation will take 10 minutes. This is where you're supposed to stand. I'll give way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex Ojuka Jalameso, a senior sociologist with Ministry of Water and Environment, attached to Water and Sanitation Development Facility, Karamoja. I'm going to present the feedback from our activities. Yes. Yes, our activity started from 7th and it ran through up to 14th March. Next. Hey. Okay. The picture you're seeing is a place called Nakapeli Moru. It's the biggest village in East Africa, and it is located in Kotido district. This is the village which has only one source of water. It has about 5 parishes, but out of these parishes, only 2 are served, but not fully. Sorry. Okay, our presentation outline is above. So, Karamoja sub-region has 9 districts, as we can see. And as Ministry of Water and Environment, we are located in Moroto, normally called the Marble City. And as the Mwe Regional Office Karamoja, we have celebrated the Uwewk activities 5 times. The first one, we didn't participate, and the one that was affected by COVID. So today we celebrated it, and it was a success. And so it is always celebrated by a number of partners, the districts, institutions, security, hospitals, among others. Who are the partners that who supported us? We have quite a number. World Food Program, Moroto Office, Kotido District Local Government, Weltunga Elfi, Centenary Bank. C&D is Cooperation and Development. That is one of the oldest partner in Karamoja. Save the Children for Africa, Stanbic, Moroto, ISP, as we can see there. And all the deconcentrated structures of the Karamoja Regional Office. Now, to kickstart our activities, we had 3 meetings with the partners, planning meeting to flag our activities. We also carried out community mobilization and sensitization over the radio. These preparatory meetings were geared towards bringing partners together and collect the resources. So those are our senior sociologists, the radio. On the right, you can see Commissioner Eyatu there. That was a dialogue. We had a number of activities. First, we have a launch which took place on the 11th of October, and we had a lot of activities. We have remarks from the government officials, ministry, and also Kotido District Local Government, from partners, and then the institutions that we invited. And we were blessed to have the chief guest as Reverend Bishop Akol Aisu for Church of Uganda, Kotido Diocese. He graced the occasion. Thereafter, we had a ceremonial tree planting in Kotido District Office site. They are building a very big office, so we planted trees around the building. After, we had the march and then cleaning of Kotido Municipal Council. As you can see in the picture, the bishop is there with the ministry staff. And the gentleman on the yellow hat there is the district chairperson. the key issues that came up in the launch. First, limited water supply across the region, both in quality and quantity. In quality, the region is characterized by hard water. For those who have gone to Karamoja, you bathe with cold water, you wait for the soap, the lather of the soap to come, you wait forever. So the quality of water is high. Then Karamoja is also characterized by low groundwater potential. And this is why we are calling upon the partners in various discussions that we need to have a discussion and have a study to see where there is good potential for groundwater so that this water can be transferred. Now, in the discussion at the launch, it was noted that quite a number of ministry projects have been delayed in terms of studies. The feasibility studies take long and therefore delaying in the implementation. A case in point, Lope multipurpose dam. The other issue that came up prominently was to do expansion of the existing dams and distill them, desealed, And a case in point, Longor and Kailong. In fact, this was a serious issue that was raised. Commissioner Ayat was there and a witness. Thank you. The other issue is rampant environmental degradation. There's a lot of cutting of trees in search of livelihood. Low literacy rate in Karamoja has increased the rate of vandalism because these people do not understand the importance of having water from the tap, from the borehole. So they vandalize these systems in order to have bangles, in order to have lights in their home as they steal the solars and so forth. Low capacity building among the technical staff to implement some of the water services. It was also noted that there's a gap in the structure where they pointed out that the district does not have environmentalists, and they actually pointed out that NEMA should have an office in the north side that the environmental degradation is avoided. Then insecurity is a big issue that needs to be solved. And one of the major causes is actual lack of water in the region. Yes, I talked about marching and cleaning. The team were marching, they cleaned, they planted the trees, the chairperson LC5, the bishop. We also involved the youth in the downer picture. Yeah, in this activity, we realized that awareness creation was conducted, and people were able to notice that. And as the bishop was moving around, he kept on sensitizing the communities, people within the town council, the municipal council, to always observe their environmental sanitation. And there was willingness of the people to plant more trees as they were demanding for more seedlings on that day. Now, as a region, we moved to our utilities, and there was an activity of O&M training. This one was spearheaded by Nexus Green to train our operators and our engineers on how to operate the solar-powered systems. That is the team. The only challenge was that the time was limited. We also had an inspection of the pipe water supply system in Kotido and Nabilatuk. The first project was called Nayan Pipe Water Supply System, which is funded by UGIFT, implemented by Kotido District Water Office, and it's serving a population of 12,000 people. Now, the completion was about 30%, and yes. Then the other one is called Kosike Pipe Water Supply System in Nabilatuk. The project was funded by Innovation Africa, serving approximately 6,000 people in 2 villages. And there are no service connections here, but public standposts. We also noted during the inspection that sanitation is very low in these villages where this system is serving.
Can you
O&M
wrap up?
is a challenge.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes. That is the system. The technology is very interesting. Pump house, a reservoir, and then the energy on top. That is Engineer Yatu there with the community. We had a sheet walk, and still Engineer Yatu was the chief worker. We didn't get any sheet. Unfortunately, we did not declare that village ODF. Why? Because some villages had not yet complied. We had operations and maintenance. We went to our utilities, that is National Water and Umbrella of Water and Sanitation, to understand what challenges they go through in their operations. So these are some of the findings that we found, and it was cutting across. High demand of drinking water and also for animal against the limited water sources. Yeah, those are the issues there. Yes, those are the pictures. The first pictures from National Water, the downer one from Umbrella. Yes. So we went to also understand the water source protection in that valley town called Law, and we found that it is actually the best valley town which has the best water source protection. And we asked them why and how they do it. The chairperson was able to mention they meet twice a month. Yeah, that's the picture. Because the interest of time, yes, open day and the closing day, those were the issues that came up. On the closing day, we had Joseph Epito, who officiated that day, was the guest of honor, was there issuing the certificates, and the left, right, also planting the trees. Yes, in conclusion, yes, in 1 minute, we need to have thorough groundwater investigation so that we transfer water to areas that are water stressed in Karamoja. We also need to have big reservoir in the name of dams, and also probably having water transferred from Elgon Reserve or somewhere in Lake Choga to ensure that our people of Karamoja have enough water. Yes, those are some of the recommendations and conclusion. But above all, we cannot have water in Karamoja with limited resources. We need combined efforts, government and donors, to ensure that we supply water to our people for both drinking and for livestock. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karamoja. A round of applause for Karamoja. Welcome back from Karamoja, Engineer Eyatu. Welcome back. Thank you for leading the team. We now need a presentation from Albertine. Do walk to the stage. In the interest of time, I've stayed here so that you can accelerate and take up the podium. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis Owarugambwa, and I am a civil engineer in the Albertine region. And I am privileged to stand here before all of you to present a reflection on the Albertine Region Water and Environment Week of 2024. Yes, the theme of the week was technology and innovations in addressing water, environment, and climate change crisis. And it was held from 25th of February to 6th of March. Yes, you can see that's a total of 11 days, so it was a really comprehensive event. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm going to take you through the outline for the Albertine Region Water and Environment Week. I'll introduce you to the event. I show you what has been done previously. Then that all feeds into the main water week and what the activities that happened afterward, and also some other activities that were held, awareness campaigns. Then we can have a look at the challenges that were encountered and a few lessons that we learned along the way. Yes, the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water Resources Institute, organizes the Uganda Water and Environment Week, and this has been ongoing since 2018. So the ministry also, through its deconcentrated structures, for our case, the Albert Water Management Zone, Rural Water and Sanitation Regional Center 5, the Midwestern Umbrella for Water and Sanitation, organized the Albertine Region Water and Environment Week, which we dubbed as RETHINKING 2024, which had a theme, technology and innovations in addressing water, environment, and climate change crisis. Yes, a number of events were held all the way from 25th of February to 6th of March 2024 in various districts, including Kabarole, Kamwenge, Chegegwa, Bunyangavu, and Kasese. So there are a lot of activities that were held, and I'm going to take you through them, but all those activities are part of the main week. However, the Water Week is a celebration, and part of that involves recollecting what has been done before and what it's doing now, and then reflecting on where it will be done in the future. So previously, there was a challenge of poor hygiene that was being faced in the zone. As you can see, those first two photos, we have a lot of garbage. That's in Panga Market in Fort Portal City. So this was the previous event, the Albertine Water Week of 2022, where we had a cleanup. There was community sensitization, And you can see the transformation from what was up there to what is currently existing. Where there was rubbish, it is a resort, and with signage to advise people not to dump waste in the market, which is adjacent to the river. And all this was aimed at conserving the environment and mitigating the climate change effects. Then, as you advocate for planting trees, you have to educate the people about the species you're going to plant, and that's the first frame you're seeing. There's education. One of our partners, Toro Botanical Gardens, takes on this role excellently. They were educating the public on the different tree species and how they can be used. And the second frame is a follow-up on the planting that has been done previously. So an approximate survival rate of 70% has been observed, in that when you plant trees the previous year, approximately 70% of those trees survive to the next year. So the follow-up is part of the event. And being part of technology and innovations, we have some of those monitoring stations that monitor weather and climate that we established within the various regions, the various rivers and catchments in the zone. We have a weather station, then we have a surface monitoring station. That was set up by one of our partners, Water for People, and it's helping us reach out to observe the water resources in the river in Rishango catchment. So there's still a gap of investing in more real-time monitoring stations. So the Water Week kicked off with a public awareness and sanitation campaign. This was held in various sub-counties, but majorly Bohara and Kihondo, where we had a cleanup, bottom right corner. Then there was groundbreaking for a water supply system. This was by the Honorable Richard Rabhinga, the LC5 chairperson of Kabarole District. That's top left corner. And then there was awarding of the cleanest homes. So generally, there was a campaign done within the entire sub-county of Buhara to determine how sanitation is. And the cleanest homes were awarded, as you can see, with hand washing facilities. And then we crowned that event with a sanitation cup, top right corner. That showed that you can reach out to very many people. We reached out over 1,000 just through sports. The winning sub-county was Bwanika FC. And this was aimed to show proper hygiene in homes. And then we had the Walk for Water and Environment, Walk for Water, Environment and Climate Change. It was a 518-kilometer walk. It was part of the main Uwewk activities, but the flagging off was from Fort Portal. The flagging off was done by Honorable Alex Ruhunda. Apologies for the spelling error. It's Honorable Alex Ruhunda, the MP of Fort Portal City. And within the zone, as they were walking from Fort Portal all the way to Kampala, there were various activities that were held. We had dialogues. There was tree planting that was aimed at restoration. Then we had cleanups also, a part of the walk, during the walk within the zone. And all that was aimed at showing the need for nature-based solutions as mitigants to climate change impacts. Then there was environmental awareness and conservation in schools, where schools in over 3 districts were reached out to, Kamwenje, Kabarole, and Chegegwa districts, with a total of around 8,000 students mobilized and sensitized, and about 1,900 tree seedlings distributed. The seedlings were from indigenous species and were supplied by our partners, Toro Botanical Gardens, NRDI, that's Natural Resource Defense Initiative, and Chaninga Forest Foundation. And this showed, of course, this also showed the impacts of nature-based solutions as mitigants to climate change. And we had the Uganda Environmental Symposium that was held on 28th of February 2024 at Toro Botanical Gardens, where the chief guest was Professor Edward Rugumayo, who
you
was...
have 1 minute. 1 minute. You want 3.
Who was the first black speaker of the Ugandan Parliament. And then we had panel discussions on 3 topics: the utilization of technology for effective water resources management, funding of climate resilient innovations. When you know the effectiveness of technology, you need to know how to fund it. Then that was the second discussion. And then the role of biodiversity-based forest restoration. Our chief guest gave us a number of messages for that day, particularly stressing the need for preserving the environment and reducing the plastics within the environment. Then there was a commissioning of a water supply facility that was done by the Midwestern Umbrella for Water and Sanitation in Bunyangabo. Over 10,000 people had lacked access to safe water, and this treatment facility is going to enable them get access to safe and clean water for drinking. And the ribbon cutting shows the official commissioning. Then we had the launch and handover of the IWMDP facilities. That's the Integrated Water Management and Development Project in Kasese. This was part of the innovations. As you all know, the floods that affected Nyamwamba really caused a lot of havoc. People died, and there was destruction of property. So there was soil and water conservation as a measure, riverbank stabilization, plus alternative income generating activities. As you can see, the top two images, the coffee hala, the exterior and the interior, and then we had a tourism shed that were all commissioned that day by the Honorable Aisha Sekindi, the Minister of State for Water. And we had the very first hackathon within the Albertine region that was attended by 5 universities, and all of them presented innovative ideas, as you can see listed, solving urban waste mismanagement, nature-based solutions. Those were constructed wetlands, among others. And this showed how the youth are actually well-versed with the challenges facing the catchment, and they are doing their part with that gap of funding left. We also had debates. We had a total of 6 schools attending the debates. And this was our way of reaching out to the youth in schools on the issues and climate change and environmental issues. And we had the corporate league, which was attended. We had a number of organizations send in teams. The Ministry of Water sent in 2 teams, which reached the semi-finals of the event. And the purpose of the corporate league was to get this money and use it to construct a water tank for Bukuku Primary School.
Can we go to your recommendations and conclusion?
Thank you. Yes, there are also radio talk shows that reached out to over 7 million people. And there was an impact on the community. Later, you can see that clip is the only outstanding. It was the Vicar General of Fort Portal Diocese telling the people about the Water Week and how to conserve the environment.
Run us to your conclusion and recommendations.
Yes, post the week. 2 minutes, please. Okay.
You're quite interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so generally, it was noted that this week, as you can see, it was 11 days. It was a resounding success compared to the previous events, with a few challenges that were faced, such as limited funding and logistical challenges. However, the main message for the day was the following recommendations. The political leaders should be at the forefront of the enforcement of existing policies on water and the environment. They know the people, and they are also in parliament, so they can front these events. There was a need for enhanced collaboration with multiple partners. Government can collaborate with other partners, the NGOs, the youth, the private sector, and all this will help in the mission of environmental conservation. Then there was a need for enhanced funding to carry out these innovative solutions. There are a lot of innovative solutions that were discovered during the week, and the gap being funding. So there is a recommendation for more funding. Of course, there is also a need for, could you please skip back to the previous slide? Thank you. There is a need for having alternative income generating activities for riparian communities and demarcation of protected zones, and because there are people in the river banks and they carry out activities. So when they are demarcated, the people will know where the boundaries are. And you need to train more professionals in water supply, sanitation, and environment protection technologies and approaches. The final slide. Yes, would like to thank all our partners that enabled. Could you please go back to the slide?
Put back the partners, please. Let's have the partners and we clap for him. Let's have the partners. There was a slide of the partners. It's important that they are actually featured as it had been prepared. Media team. Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Those were the partners that helped make the Albertine Regional Water and Environment Week a success. As you can see, there are a number of them, so this shows the need for more collaboration also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Albertine Water Management Zone, you can get off the podium. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him as he gets off the podium. Thank you so much. I now want to invite the panel. We are going to have a brief reflection from the panel. And offhead, I know Brenda is part of the panel. Brenda, the Country Director of Water for People, you're part of this panel. We shall have Honorable Silas. Is he here? Honorable Silas, you're welcome to the podium. We shall have Mr. Fred Onduri. Is he here yet? There were some people in the other. Okay, you're welcome to the podium. You can pass the other way so that I don't give way. And then we have Mr. Moses Sonko, the Principal Economist from Ministry of Finance. There were many comments, resources. Maybe we have some answers coming our way. And lastly, but not least, is Mr. Patrick Kahanjire. Has he moved from the other session? Okay. I need, okay, I think that's okay. Then it will be just us. So the duty of the panelists this afternoon is to reflect on the two regions. They've seen the challenges, they've seen the peculiarity of each region, they've seen the partnerships, and the theme was, I'm giving you the theme again, technology and innovations in addressing water, environment, and climate change crisis. I will start with the lady, Madam Brenda. I'll start with you. From the two regions, what are your key reflections? What are your key insights?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Brenda Chiro, Country Director, Water for People. First of all, I'd like to thank all presenters, the ones from the Albert Water Management Zone and the Karamoja. Listening into the Karamoja presentation, of course, it does pose unique challenges or unique characteristics. I mean, just even knowing that the largest village in East Africa is in Karamoja, for me, that's what first caught my attention. That means it calls for doing things differently. A village with 6,000 people is very large. I mean, if we are to go by the guidance of a water source per village, right? That means would need 2 water sources for 6,000 people. It wouldn't work. It would not work at all. It therefore calls for doing things differently. I believe a lot of research has to go in what are some of the technologies or the innovations that can be done to serve such a large number of people, but also taking into consideration the challenges. I think you mentioned the low water table in that area, and then water quality issues as well. You can imagine water quantity being low and water quality being a problem. The two issues in one is quite unique. And if I was to compare with what's happening in the Albert Water Management Zone, this year we decided to engage young minds through the hackathon, where we are asking the young people in the universities to help us hack, to help us try to find solutions out of the box. So I believe for the Karamoja region, I may not have the direct answers for you on how you would sustainably serve the biggest village in East Africa, or a village with 6,000 people, how you would serve them. Someone needs to do a bit of research. Minds need to think outside the box. I mean, and you see what kind of solutions can be brought for the people in Karamoja. However, I would like to appreciate the partnerships, and I think in both cases, we do see numerous partners, even in Karamoja. And I think what we need to do is to maximize the partnerships that are there. If we can have clear harmonization and collaboration, where we realize that, let's say, if a partner is providing services in a particular area, you don't have to go there, or rather, can we put minds together to address the challenges? So all is not lost for the Karamoja region. I think the partnerships that are there are really great, and you can maximize on them. I'm also aware that we supported the development of a WASH investment strategy for the Karamoja region. And then I'm also aware that there is a USAID grant that is directed to the Karamoja region. How have we used that opportunity? Of the millions that have been earmarked for Karamoja, I hope that, that the funds from USAID are actually targeted at addressing some of the challenges that we see there. So Karamoja, certainly, with the partnerships, with the funds that are there, with the investment strategy that is in place, we do have an opportunity to attract resources, but also to delve a bit in innovations on how to address the issues that are there. Specifically for the Albert Water Management Zone, I think the partners there are very many. For a minute, you can think it's crowded. I don't know how Dr. Brian is doing it. The place is full. I know we are currently having conversations on how can we have a water investment program. How can we see that we come up with a structure where all the players in this space are actually pooling efforts for greater impact in that region. So for the Albert Water Management Zone, once again, let's maximize the potential that is there, the partnerships that is in that place. Let's develop bigger programs. We saw the activities that they presented, great activities, but I think we are able to develop bigger, sustainable programs when you look at the number of players that are in that place. We don't have to do, the little things are great because they lead towards the bigger picture, but let's project to have bigger programs developed for that region with all partners putting their efforts together. Thank you. I think you can do a lot more than that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brenda. Bigger impact, partnerships for bigger impact. That is really very, very serious, and it should be taken up. And for Karamoja, what are we doing with the opportunities that we have, and how can we harness the existing partnerships? I want to move to Honorable Silas. Give us your insights. You had the challenges and some of the partnerships and opportunities there. What's your take?
Thank you so much. Once again, my name's Silas Augon. I know that name disturbs so many people, more so those from the European world. Yeah, I come from Ukumi municipality. That's the constituency that I represent, but also I'm the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. That is water, sanitation, and hygiene. First, I'm excited that we've been able to, at a national level, launch the steering committee on WASH. which has had a secretariat now established at the Ministry of Health. That's a big one for me, and I wanted to congratulate them for that effort. But back to our serious issues. For me, I come from that political angle. And you know, as Parliament, for us, we are concerned about our mandate. The 4 issues of appropriation, oversight, but also making the laws, and then representing the people. When you listen to the case of Karamoja, first of all, they are talking about issues of planning meetings. I was so excited that people can sit together to plan about WASH. But when you reflect and you talk about us at the national level, when do we have these close planning meetings amongst us as key stakeholders, partners? When does the ministry sit with Parliament, with the Ministry of Health, with the local governments, with the private sector, with civil society, to say that this year we are coming up with a budget? What do we need to do? When do we go to the field as a team together to Karamoja to look at the challenges that are affecting Karamoja? So when I reflect, I now see a need of us putting an effort in bringing action together. If it's about technology, if it's about innovation, the role of Parliament is to make sure we appropriate money to support that effort. But there is a role that each of us plays. And for me, that is very, very important. When you go to the other side of the West, there was one point that was raised about politicians. What did he say? Politicians mobilizing for enforcement of
policies.
Of policies.
Being at the front line of mobilization.
So for us, we don't implement. Yes, what we do, we are at that level of policy, but there is that role that we really play. We may not be there directly, but maybe because, you know, people believe in elected leaders. When I go to a burial and you speak and I speak, sometimes the voters will believe my message to be true, and yours might be having some little truth because of the perception they have. So probably using that platform, we can always give our voice in mobilizing. But what is very critical for us is to make sure the resources are there, providing resources as the role of Parliament, but also making sure that the policies are correct policies that reach out to the people. Look at the issue of insecurity in Karamoja. Water turns out to be a security matter. How? Yes. The people in that belt are people who are onto management of their farms, I mean their animals. They are keeping cattle. But in the dry season, they look for water. They've got to come to Teso. They go to Lango, actually, and Sebei. At the end, insecurity. We reach Karamoja, and then you find there is no water in the ground. I think there was a comment that there's a problem with the groundwater.
Yes.
So how do we manage this? We need maybe bulk water transfers. All this needs money, and that's where Parliament now becomes very relevant. We must be able to make Parliament to work together with the people of Karamoja and the ministry to realize the need to allocate resources good enough to enable the transfer of these waters, so that we have some water for all, not more water for a few.
For some, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much. You've really talked, you've touched a number of issues, and that water is indeed a security issue. I want to move to Mr. Fred Onduri, the Vice Chair of CTC. Give us your reflections.
Thank you so much, moderator. Listening to the presentations from the two regions, we are not hearing new issues regarding Karamoja and Western Uganda, especially the cattle corridor areas. And I also read that the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, said that the effect of climate change affects 93% water. So it means that climate change and water are very close, and the water faces challenges more than any other sector as regards climate change. Now, I heard about the water resources monitoring, water resources monitoring stations, then waste management, research and design. As has been said by the Honorable Member of Parliament, all these require resources, collaboration, and partnership. Alone, it is very difficult for Minister of Water and even the local government to handle alone. So I'm speaking from the point of view of UN Climate Technology Center and Network, which is based in Copenhagen. It has an institution called Climate Technology Center Network, which has an advisory board to guide it in its delivery of its mandate. I happen to be the current vice chair of the advisory board. Why do I bring in the CTCN and its advisory board, where I'm one of the administrators? It's because CTCN is required to serve developing countries by way of getting technology needs support requests. For instance, Uganda, we have identified the problems in Karamoja. And the team that went to Karamoja and Western Uganda, you now have some ideas.
Yeah.
You now have some ideas about what the problems are. We can work together and find how can we solve these problems. Then we have the national designated entity, which is the National Council of Science and Technology. Currently, the recognized national designated entity is Dr. Otim, who is now a commissioner, animal husbandry in Ministry of Agriculture. He is the only person through whom we can channel our request to the CTCN because it's designated. So it is, the onus is on us as a country to combine with the other partners with the results from the field. How do we translate these results into ideas? After translating them into ideas, we submit a request for support from the Climate Technology Center and Network, which will consider development of full-scale projects and then do the matchmaking with the financial entities like the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the LDC Fund. The resources are there, but no one will give you the resources unless you have a proposal that you have submitted. So you don't need to labor so much. Just get these results, translate them into ideas. We see if we can write a concept from here. We submit that concept through the national designated entity, and then the Climate Technology Center will identify an entity that will translate that into a full-scale project, and it is submitted to the financial entities. We have a problem in developing countries, including Uganda. Development of a proposal is very difficult. Either because we do not have the capacity or we do not have the commitment. So I can assure you, since I'm still there, next month I'll be the chair of the advisory board. I can give further guidance where necessary. Because Karamoja, we have tried the valley dams. We have tried, when I was in Gender, we tried to introduce crop planting in a park. And all these have not worked successfully. So I think there's also a follow-up process. How do we follow up what we have started? Now, if we talk of putting water source monitoring a station, are we going to make sure that is operational, or it will be emotionally established and it is left there to die? So I think let's move together. We are ready as CTCN. we can help all countries come up with appropriate projects that can be funded, so long as the country submits the request through the national designated entity, and it will be home and dry. So that's the advice I can give you. Otherwise, for Karamoja, Western region, I know the challenges, there's water stress. And without water, there's no agricultural activity. We don't have the resources for irrigation facility. You have heard that in Karamoja, the water level is very low. We need more research. What type of water sources can be established other than, let's say, sinking boreholes or any other? Can we do water harvesting? Because sometimes in Karamoja, there's a heavy rain and all the waters, the runoff dries up the following day. What can we do to collect that water? Is it possible to collect it and utilize it, recycle it in a way or the other? So those opportunities, I throw it mainly to the team. Madam Moderator, the team that went there, bring the ideas to the table, let's sit down, translate those ideas into concepts, and we see how we can advance them into project proposals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The team leader is still in the room. I'm certain that they are going to follow up on this key recommendation. Over to Mr. Moses Sonko, a principal economist in finance. Resources. So you're the befitting person to end this panel. What is your take?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Once again, Moses Sonko, I work with the Ministry of Finance, and I handle water and environment as one of the delegates. When I walked in today, I came in a little bit late. I was overwhelmed by the number of participants. And I want to appreciate the Ministry of Water and other stakeholders for their continued increased interest in issues of water and environment. Of course, when you are from the Ministry of Finance and you meet partners in such a gathering, the most common question you'll get is, where are the resources? Please, we are not adequately funded. And it's true. Uganda, just like most of other developing countries, we are struggling with resource constraints, which definitely calls for us to look at how we are using the resources available right from the Ministry of Finance level when we are appropriating by Parliament, but also within our different entities. But also, my colleagues have alluded to the need to strengthen collaboration. Sometimes it's very difficult to understand and appreciate the progress, for example, we are making towards improving access to safe water and sanitation, whether it is due to government investments or investments by other partners. You cannot easily disaggregate and say, no, government, this has been your contribution, and this is what the rest of the other non-state actors have contributed. So that clearly demonstrates the need for us to strengthen our M&E systems. When Karamoja was presenting, of course we all know Karamoja is a unique region, and we have tried to come up with so many affirmative interventions. But like Freddie has mentioned, they have not worked. But I was also a little bit heartbroken when Karamoja was presenting. I was saying, when Karamoja was presenting, I had expected them to tell us some progress registered over, since we started commemorating the, we know the situation is really tough, but we've been investing there. And for us as Minister of Finance, we would want to have a picture of where we've made progress and where are the challenges, so that we can clearly see where to intervene. And I'm sure even Parliament will be interested in such information. One of the initiative we've taken, that when we are appraising the development projects from, let's say, Ministry of Water, we usually ask for what we call a situation analysis. And many of us actually struggle, but what we want is someone to paint a picture. That whereas Kampala's access to water is so much, Karamoja, this is how bad it is. So that we make informed decisions on whether we should first invest in Kampala on PGO we first take the resources available to Karamoja. If Karamoja is lagging behind the rest of the country, then maybe we need to give it more priority. So it's important, but we are gradually improving that, and we are working with the partners, both the government ministries, but also different partners to make sure that we address that gap, because the resources are quite limited. We have also, one of the issues which was raised is delayed implementation, as well as funding of studies. Government has set up a fund under National Planning Authority to try and facilitate this process, at least for government-funded projects, so that the studies can be centrally financed, and we embark on execution of the projects when we are ready. But of course, we know that funding cannot be enough to close the funding gap. So again, I want to appeal that we try and collaborate. My colleague has mentioned to avail funding, let's say, for climate change. Even in the government, we've set up mechanisms, including a climate change finance unit of Ministry of Finance, to help the stakeholders develop concept notes and project proposals to access the available funding. But before I forget that, we also need to within government, I think there is a gap when it comes to collaboration, but especially on the issues of climate change. When someone is constructing a road in Karamoja or undertaking mineral exploration and other parts of the country, those other entities have resources actually. This goes beyond the resources. But we need to reach out to them and guide them. But if we do not tackle issues of climate change and they integrate them in their programs, then we cannot achieve sustainable development. So the matters go beyond the financing. Much as we appreciate financing is a challenge, but those other entities have funding, but there is a gap. One would be surprised, why would you drive along a road in let's say, Northern Bypass in Kampala, and there is no single tree for all these years. I don't think it takes a lot of money. And the entities which construct that road definitely have the resources. So it calls for collaborative efforts. Maybe as I conclude, I want to say that this engagement comes when we are completing, actually we are at the almost tail end of the budget process for next financial year. And we are supposed to lay the budget to the honorable members of parliament by 1st of next month, according to the law. I pray that the discussions here will enrich that process. Yeah. When we are making decisions, when Parliament is appropriating the budget, we need to influence that process to ensure that the areas that are critically in need, like Karamoja, are given due consideration. But also we are finalizing the formulation of the next development plan, NDP4. I think that's another important opportunity that we need to take advantage of, so that issues which we've not been able to adequately plan for and finance in the current plan, issues of research, for example, research and innovations. It is coming out clearly that as a government, as a country, and all partners, we need to invest in research and innovation. So under our next plan, I pray that we interface with the entities that are developing that plan, so that we prioritize issues of research. Lastly, I want to appreciate the Albertine team. Of course, I can't say everything is beautiful in Albertine, but they gave me hope. From the message, there was a picture he started with Banga Market, where we were a few years ago, and now it has changed. That will clearly demonstrate that the resources we invested there have brought positive change. So I pray, in finance, when you present needs, the first question was to give the accountability. We don't because the money is not enough, but first asking for accountability. You first account what is available. Now in this case I'm finance, but I'm not sure what. So on the government side, no, we need to account for the resources that has invested in these areas, and then identify the gaps, and then we design appropriate interventions. I cannot go and say, no, we meet here. Ministry of Finance is going to provide additional funding. That one is already done, taken, very different mechanism.
you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panel. Mr. Sogo said we need to show progress. It's good to mention the challenges, but it's also good to show how far you've come. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our panel. Mr. Sogo said we need to show progress. It's good to mention the challenges, but it's also good to show how far you've come. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate the panel as they leave the podium. Let's appreciate them. Honorable Silas, in 1 minute.
Finance. This money should be made that when as Parliament of Uganda we are creating money of the world. So this is the collateral for going into the budget tax that should come after.
Should start from here.
Yes, because the really
Thank you so much, Honorable.
This money should be made to come clean the way we appropriate it. So this is the collaboration we are talking about. It should start from here.
Should start from here.
We should start from here.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
And the last one, when we are talking about alternative income generating activities, that is a serious matter. Because we are driving people away from wetlands, but without giving them alternative solutions, it will become an insecurity point. So this is the concern about wherever we go, there are alternative income generating activities. So as Parliament, for us, we understand by. So we need the collaborators to collaborate with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panel. I will give the Vice Chair also just 1 minute, and we leave the podium after that minute. Mr. Fred.
This is just to share information, hearing from our colleague from Finance. In Finance, we have what they call national designated bodies for the GCF, for the GEF, for Adaptation Fund. These bodies can take the interests of both the government and the private sector. Now, like the identified challenges, you can discuss with the representatives the focal points, and they can guide you on how to develop proposals to meet the requirements of the various financial sources. And then the other issues now, we are now in the process of reviewing the National Development Plan. How do we factor in such important findings into the National Development Plan at that stage so that it is captured, and when it comes to the sectoral implementation, it's already addressed under the National Development Plan. Now we are saying the budget process is on. The budget process, we always discuss issues here and they end up here. What do you think, not everything can go into the budget process, what do you think is critical to be addressed during this financial or the coming financial budget process? Because we can talk of so many things here, they may not be the priorities. So it is important to talk to the respective departments, ministries, and package our interests appropriately in order for them to be captured in the budget. Otherwise, the discussions here will end up just a discussion in the room without any implementation. That's information I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fred. As they leave the podium, please appreciate them. And I want to appreciate them as they leave. Please appreciate them. Clap for them. Clap for them as they leave. Let's honor their time. I want to now call Southwestern, that is Mbara, the representative. I saw 2 hands shooting up. Engineer Mwanje and your team. You will have only 10 minutes because after that we shall be able to have a panel again. So Engineer Mwanje, you're very welcome to take us through your insights and key activities that happened in Mbara.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm Engineer Mwanje, working as the branch manager for the Water and Sanitation Development Facility, Southwest, and I'm here to represent my region. Yes, we held our regional Water Week celebrations between 1st and 6th of March as a region. And is this part of the presentation? Okay, we had pre-event activities. We also had the activities within the Water Week. And we have some few findings and recommendations which I would like to share with you. We started holding the regional Water Week celebrations in 2019, and this was our 6th round of activities as a deconcentrated region. And this year we're focusing on private sector involvement in the provision of water and environment services. As part of the pre-event activities, we had engagements with the NGOs, with the CSOs, local government, private sector, and other stakeholders. We also had some media awareness through radio talk shows. We did some hotspot mapping along the river bank, that is River Mwizi, and also did some resource mobilization with our partners and CSOs and NGOs. Oh, we also received the workers in Bushenyi district. We planted trees with them in Chizinda Town Council. We also attended church with them when they reached Mbarara. And maybe just to share with you, we learned that there is increased awareness of local communities on the impacts of environmental degradation. And also local governments are willing to support us in these restoration activities. Sorry. Okay. These are here we were planting trees together with that is the Catholic Church in Nyamitanga, and of course also learned that the religious institutions play a big role in the conservation of water and environmental resources. We had a press conference in the regional office, which was attended by many stakeholders, including our partners, together with the REZ Water Management and Catchment Management Committee members, represented by the chairman and their secretary. Also, there was a lot of visibility of the ministry, and there was a lot of awareness creation activities done in the region. And also, the local community in Mbarara is also aware about the need to conserve the environment. We did some matching exercise through Mbarara City to create awareness of the Water Week, and we had the ministry represented by the Commissioner of Wetlands was with us. Then also had the chairman of the REZ Water Management Catchment Committee. We also cleaned up some streets in Katete to create awareness of the week, and also engage the local communities to solve the public sanitation challenges. We also had some youth debates at Chihumoro, that is the University of Science and Technology of Mbarara. I also had a symposium and exhibitions at the Innovation Village, and also had some sports activities at the end of the Water Week. Also, we also learned that the youth, through these youth debates and the sports, that they were very instrumental in nurturing and influencing a generation of environmentally conscious leaders from a young age. And also from the innovations, we saw that they addressed the challenge of climate change crisis and increased human resilience to its effects. The key findings we got was that the ministry was able to collaborate and work together with the private sector and the different NGOs, together with the academic and religious world. Also, the private sector players, that is Coca-Cola, Paudari, and Elbraes, had good support to the ministry, and are also willing to join efforts with other private partners in restoring the graded hotspots in the region. I don't know what's wrong with the screen. I don't know if that's part of the presentation. Then also the collaboration with NGOs and the CSOs with the ministry is much better, but there is still a challenge of some CSOs which are working in isolation. But there is also great potential of tapping into the local academic and the religious world in an effort to solve water and environment and climate crisis. There's also increased demand for water for both domestic and water for agricultural purposes in the Greater Mbara region and the neighboring districts. Recommendations. We recommend that more efforts are required to allow the CSOs and NGOs working in the water sector to follow the guidelines and CMPs of the ministry. Also recommend that WASNet should avail the list of all CSOs working in the water sector to the Ministry of Water Regional Offices so that proper activity, budgeting, and reporting can be followed. Also recommend for better collaboration between the individual CSOs in the water sector to promote better implementation and sustainability of water and environmental interventions. And also recommend for more engagement to support local landowners to restore the degraded riverbanks and wetlands. The drive to sensitize, also recommend the drive to sensitize and empower local farmers and private landowners to restore their watersheds. Also recommend for improved funding for catchment restoration and alternative sustainable livelihood options for communities living around the riverbanks and the wetlands. Also recommend for more collaboration with donors to provide funding for improved access to water for both domestic and water for production in the greater southwestern region. We would like to appreciate the leadership of the ministry, the Water Resources Institute, which is behind the organization of the Uganda Water Week. Also, I'd like to appreciate our partners that supported us in the preparations as they are listed up there. I'd like to say thank you.
Let's appreciate him as he goes to his seat. Thank you so much, Mbara. Thank you for that very brief yet concise presentation. I just want to remind you of the theme. The theme for Central and Southwestern was private sector involvement in provision of water and environmental services. And I now want to welcome the following people to the panel. Ms. Claire Asimwe, representing the Head of Legal and Corporate Affairs of Now Breweries Limited. Engineer Wilberforce Chimezere, a WASH specialist with UNICEF. Engineer Julius Musimenta, who is an MD for Hydraulic Consult. Is Engineer Kabir in the room yet? I know he was in another session. And then Miss Unia Msazi. As they take their seats, I want us to also stand up. Do stand up, take a health break. I want you to stand up as they come to the podium. Stretch. If you have a smartphone, get close to your neighbor as professionally as you can. Take a selfie and tweet that you're in this session. I see people wondering how it goes. You can, get close to your neighbor. You can do your selfie alone. It's also okay. Jen. Some people have just waved at me, but please take your seats. I just wanted you to stretch a little more. Sorry? We've had a successful selfie at the front. That's how it goes. Thank you so much. So panelists, you're welcome. You're welcome. And the theme is indeed private sector involvement. But I know that some of you are actually from the private sector, from the CSO and NGO world, and also from UNICEF. I will start with UNICEF. Give us your reflections on the Mbarara activities and their situation.
I need the microphone. It is working? Okay. Thank you very much, Anne. Once again, Engineer Wilberforce Kimezere was specialist with UNICEF. I should admit I've struggled a bit to link the presentation with the theme, but however, I'm going to try to give my comments generally and maybe a little linkage to the presentation. The theme is the private sector involvement in the provision of water and the environment services. In the water sector, water and environment sector, there are a number of players, private players, right from the community level up to the national level. When you go to the community, you find the plumbers, you find masons, you find the cesspool emptiers, you find electricians. These days we have solar powered systems, so you will find electricians and also mechanics who provide the services. And of course, we have also community hand pump mechanics. So there are a lot of people who are involved in the sector. And I remember somebody saying that the employment sectors in Uganda, the first one is agriculture, followed by construction, and water and environment is a subset of construction as well. When you come to the national level, of course, we have contractors, consultants, suppliers, and I've also seen Nile breweries, Coca-Cola, providing or supporting the sector. So the private sector services who are supporting the sector is wide. And moving forward, where maybe I see some weakness, when we look at our sector, we have what we call the demand side and the supply side. And most of the support is from the supply side and little from the demand side, basically creating the demand, because water, sanitation, and environmental services, in order for them to be successful, we should have the consumers. And to have these consumers well aligned, we have to create demand for them. And I think we should put an emphasis in mobilizing the private sector to provide the demand side of the services. The second way I see we have a gap is on documentation. Documenting how far and how much the private sector is involved, right from the community to the national level. And the other thing which we can tag is the creating employment. I know the private sector, apart from providing the services, they are also creating employment. So how far is water, sanitation, and the environment creating employment for our youth, for our people? And the third one and last one, where I think we can add value, is strengthening the capacity of the private sector to provide services in terms of tools and in terms of knowledge and skills. I was in West Nile last week,
and they have they have professionalized, that is the word, the Hand Pump Mechanics Association. And this association, the capacity has been built in the last 1 year in terms of structuring them so that they have leadership and management structures. They have the board, they have the management and the employees, and they are able to provide the services in a professional way. And also, this association has been provided with the requisite tools and also transport means. So at the end of the day, we have a strong Hand Pump Mechanics Association which is ready to provide services in the rural water and sanitation subsector. So that is my contribution, Anne, on this presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You mentioned very strongly on documentation, tooling and knowledge, and of course giving us that example in the West Nile, probably part of the GIZ WhatsApp program. I'm not so sure. I want to move to Claire from Now Breweries. I know you're very engaged in the Rizi catchment. What is your reflection on what's happening in Imbara?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Once again, my name is Claire Asimwe. I'm the Sustainability and Operations Manager at Nile Breweries. I'm delighted to be here to represent the private sector on our work or contribution towards water and environment conservation. So just following what has been presented during the Uganda Water and Environment Week within the southwestern region, Nile Breweries actually has one of our breweries located there in Ruharo. We get our water from River Rizi. And why it matters to us and conserving water and environment, and it should matter to everyone else, is that water is a critical resource. And for some of us, it is our #1 ingredient in manufacturing our products. So that is why the ministry has actually found it important to include us as well as other private sector companies to come on table and contribute towards the conservation of this river. Of course, assessments have indicated that the river is drying up soon, and that's a big risk to our brewery, to our operations, and that's why we are increasing our efforts within the Rizi, specifically to ensure that we support the government, we support the ministry there, so that we have this resolved. So together with our other private sector companies that have been mentioned, you've seen Coca-Cola, you've seen Pearl Dairies, we have Lato. All these are private players within Bara that have actually come together in a coalition, and we are all working towards sustaining the river. Particularly for Nile Breweries, of course, we brew for happiness, for beer, so we are not experts in conservation, and that is why we are working with World Fund for Nature, WWF. We started our initiatives with them in 2019, and we are looking at how do we, one, improve the livelihoods of the people that have been degrading the wetland. So some of the initiatives we are doing is to take away the people from the wetland, but like Honorable mentioned, you need to give them an alternative livelihood. So together with under this project, we're happy to know that we've touched very many lives. We are going to soon launch a full report of what we've been able to do within the past years. But just to mention a few is through the engagement with government, with Victoria Water Management Zone, with NEMA, we've actually given them alternative sources like beekeeping. Of course, in Ankole, we love to rear cattle. We've given them cattle. We've given them goats. These are provided livelihood. We were there just on Thursday, and we had gone with our global leads all the way from Ebi Imbev in New York. And they were very, very delighted to see the progress that we have done with these communities, because people have increased improvement in livelihood. We've been engaging in sustainable land management practices in the upper catchment, where we are encouraging people there on their heels to build trenches within the farms, and we have noted significant improvement in their yield, so they are able to, one of the farmers actually mentioned that they can harvest 60 bunches of matoke in a month. Previously, they used to sell for 10,000, 15,000, but now each bunch can go, up to 35,000. So this is progress that we have done, but many other private sectors are also doing initiatives like this. So like someone recommended, it would be great if we can have collective reporting done. This can be centralized under the ministry so that each of our efforts that is contributing towards improvement of water quality and quantity within the riveries, it can actually be brought to light and people can get to appreciate each of our individual contributions. Yeah, but as private sector, this matters to us. This is, the only way we can sustain our businesses, so we are really committed. The funds are available from our group, at least that's the feedback we received. As long as we can show measurable impact for the work that we have done, the funds can be availed. And that just answers some of the concerns that came up. So yeah, we are proud of the work that we are doing and we continue to collaborate with government, other private sector to make sure we make a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I picked one tagline that they brew for happiness, and so they engaged conservation specialists to do the work. Thank you. That is what it actually calls for, to partner. You recognize your strength, you recognize another person's strength, and you bring them on board. I want to move to Madame Yunia. There was a key line from Bara which said, give us a list of this, avail this to us. What are they doing in the region? Over to you, Madame Yunia.
Thank you, Annette. Yeah, Southwestern, they really talked to us, Annette. Allow me, before I address that, to raise a few points in relation to our panel discussion. How can we really woo private sector and make sure that we sustain them? I think from morning, where we are as a country, regards water and sanitation coverage, that has been talked about so much. And the fact that as a country, we are always reminded, Mr. Sonko, is it in the former panel, we are always reminded about government not having money anymore, okay? We are currently standing at close to 100 trillion debt burden. So from the morning and in all different forums, we are now called upon to think outside the box. So, of course, it's quite critical that we turn to the private sector. And it's good to hear private sector players like Bell and all those that were raised within the Southwestern presentation who are actively participating within our sector within the Southwestern region. However, this session to also cover another region which is central. And you find that in generally, like Mr. Chimezire mentioned, he gave the different categories of private sector. So as we're interesting those key players to come and join us, to come and unlock the financial gap that we have, annually WASNET assesses investment of non-state actors. And just last year alone, three banks submitted a total of close to 20 billion that they lend out, to communities to assess themselves, to have access to water and sanitation. What does that tell us? So as a nation, as we've identified the gap and the players that need to help us fill this void, are we providing the right environment for the private sector players to operate in? And Usha, I see Mr. Mtono is just taking up his seat. The Uganda Water and Sanitation Hygiene activity, which ended last year, they're operating in a couple of districts, and they carried out an assessment of what are those challenges that the private sector players they were engaging to promote sanitation through sanitation-based marketing they were facing. And from their study, you see that there was an average of them indicating that the biggest challenge they had was limited capacity. Capacity in terms of having the adequate technology, because if you look at the smaller ones, let's say the successful emptiers, when it comes to the sanitation economy, majority of them don't have enough trucks to meet the demand that is there. Majority of them rely on bank loans that call for an average of 30% of interest on these loans. Majority of them spend an average of 30% of the revenue they're collecting on maintenance. Why? Because of the poor road networks. Then the conditions of operation. Many of the private sector players, especially those that work in the sanitation subsector, they always narrate of how they have to, get licenses from the different local governments. So when we hear all this, and as we speak to them, as we woo them to them, how are we making sure that we put in place policies that can favor them to stay and serve our sector? So in addition to that, how are we making sure that as government, as different stakeholders, we join hands to de-risk the investment that they're putting in so they maximize on their increase on returns? So in brief, that's what I wanted to mention, that as we woo them, let's make sure that the operating atmosphere is well buffed up so they can maintain and also grow to scale to meet the challenges that we're facing. Back to the specific question for you, Wasnet. We do appreciate what the Southwestern region presented. And I really, of recent, in different forums that you attend, I'm so happy coming from a network that coordinates CSOs. I'm so happy when you hear the emphasis that different speakers, right from today, I think the key message from UNDP was the call on enhancing of coordination. And here we're talking about coordination between government, between civil society organizations, between private sector, between the development partners. In Uganda, in our database, we have more than 250 civil society organizations working in Uganda. In Southwestern, we have around 45 of those who are registered to be working there. So yes, we are going to work closely and good enough, because Southwestern has been performing, it's been one of our worst performing regional centers out of the 10. Last week specifically, with the support of Plan International, we held a regional meeting to focus on this, to find out all the CSOs who are working within that region. And also we now introduced identification of district focal points to promote continued identification of the different CSOs in each district, but also to encourage them to work closely with the district local governments and also with the State Secretariat. We are happy to note that last year, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, joined us during our annual CSO forum, and he still emphasized this. So we're working with him to make sure that there is strict coordination that is enhanced, but also reporting of investments by the different civil society organizations across the country. But also, I think as we emphasize this, let's take note that coordination is quite costly. So as different revenues and channels of investment are being identified, let's also prioritize investing in the different coordination mechanisms. I want to add my voice to our Member of Parliament, Honorable Silas, who mentioned the new initiative. It was launched last week during the launch of the Sanitation Week, where a multi-stakeholder line ministry coordination mechanism is put in place. We are looking forward to work together across the different line ministries to enhance on coordination, but more so to support us also as the networks to fulfill the role that we are called for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madame Yunia, she emphasized the fact that coordination is also a cost. We can have, we normally have money allocated to infrastructure, but we definitely have to allocate money to coordination. I want to recognize the presence of our elders, our former directors, probably two have come in, and all the other elders that are from the other forum. Let's recognize them by offering a clap for them. You're all very welcome to this discussion. We are reflecting on what happened in the different regions, and this particular panel is reflecting on Mbarara as a region, not as a town, the southwestern region. And the next panelist, and not the least on this panel, is Engineer Julius from the private sector. Give us your reflections.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon to all of you. I thank you for having nominated me to be one of the panelists this afternoon as a private sector player who was previously an employee of the Ministry of Water about 24 years ago. So I've been a street kid for a long time. There are different versions of street kids, but I'm one of them. I thank the Southwestern region for having made a good presentation, and I'll start with some of the activities. One of them was cleaning exercise, and they were cleaning solid waste that is scattered in many parts of the city. Some time back, there was a photograph of River Ruizi carrying tons of bottles, and you are not alone in that. Even Kampala shares a lot in that aspect. However, it's becoming like a culture of filth everywhere, all over the country. We need to do something to change the mindset. I wrote an article about the shame curriculum. Like the young lady mentioned in the morning, we have to train people and create shame in doing some of these things. But that was not the main point. The main point is that these cleaning exercises are like flash floods. You know, flash flood? It appears and washes away things, then goes back, then comes back. It has a return period. True. So like in your case, the return period is 1 year. So after 1 year, you will come back to clean. So I am rooting for a sustainable cleaning method, because this is only appearing just like a flash. Because the default setting is that if I go there today, after you cleaned a week ago, I'll find a place dirty again. Number two is I loved your choice of partners. You had Nile breweries. The moderator did not know, she didn't drink beer, I think. So Nile breweries is one of them, Pearl Dairy. And what is common about them, these are all polluters. And, polluters. Yeah, that's the process. It's like you say all of us are polluters because we eat food, nice food, but then we also produce waste. So these are polluters. And some time back I was called to Mbarara. So there used to be a cheese factory which was forced to close because the whole valley would stink. And they would discharge the salty water into River Ruizi, which has a small flow. Now what has happened, there is an extension of a new water supply from River Kagera. It's going to increase the inflow into Mbarara. The Nile breweries will produce more beer, I suppose. And River Ruizi's flow is not going to increase, only going to increase in the content of pollution. So I think they need to involve the same private sector to ensure that we have solutions. Otherwise, we are going to have what Professor Kwesiga talked about in the morning, a river that caught fire. Some of you were not around. The river was too polluted that the pollutants caught fire. So the river caught fire. And I hope that River Ruiz does not fall into that category. This afternoon and in the morning, we are talking about innovations. Innovations. Number one, I challenge each one of us, in your various professions, can you try to use the same knowledge you have? Don't look for too much, but at least have one innovation in 5 years. just try to see how you can tinker with what you are doing. In any way, if it is accounts, try to get some new formula for doing some Excel. For me, as a private sector player, I innovate to survive because I won't survive. I would invite you to booth number 2, where our innovation is promoting removal of iron from groundwater. Number 2 is elimination of the controller, the operator, by introducing an automatic controller, and then also remote monitoring, relaying the information to an app. All this is done locally using stainless steel and local knowledge from the people available. And then lastly, what I call, not only for this region, but for all regions in the country, is resource utilization efficiency. Someone will say value for money. Currently, our non-revenue water, even in umbrellas, even if I don't go to check, I am sure it will be difficult to beat 40%. So it means 40% of production is non-revenue. So if whatever revenue you are getting, there is minimum, in fact 40% would be very good. Because I even saw on BBC, I think Kenya was having like 45%. And I don't think we are any better. We are all in that neighborhood. So there is resource utilization efficiency. Now, next is in agriculture. Water for production, as we want to say, is also resource utilization. How much water do you use to produce how much? Productivity should be per tree, either per tree of coffee or per coffee tree or per fruit tree, thus increasing, creating wealth, and also ensuring that we address some of the SDGs that we are thinking about. SDG 6, safe water for all, then also poverty, the other one addressing poverty, and the other one also addressing wealth creation. And lastly, I will end by what I mentioned prematurely was the challenge that each one of us should take home is please try to innovate at least once in 5 years. I don't think we shall be the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Julius. He's made a call to action. Each one of us should innovate with what we have, with the knowledge we have. I also liked the correlation between a flash flood and the annual cleaning exercise. Yes, we all see how Kampala gets clogged after a flash flood. And this is probably what happens to community. They know, let's keep dumping. Someone will come once a year and clean it up, yeah? So we need to have a sustainable mechanism to keep the waste off our streets and out of our rivers so that the rivers don't catch fire as it was. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate this panel as they get off the podium. Thank you so much, panelists. Much appreciated for your insights. Please follow that way. Do follow that way so that I can keep going. Please appreciate them as they get off the podium, they get off the stage. Thank you so much, panelists. I know we have 2 more presentations. It's 5 o'clock, but we are going to move swiftly. We have 2 presentations from the north, one from the north, and the other is from the eastern. Can I see the respective representatives? Yes, and the other representative? Good. I will start with the north. Someone from the north, and the theme for the two regions was youth and women-led innovations and entrepreneurship to address employment, capacity building, and education. Gentlemen, you're welcome. I'm just wondering if there are no lady presenters.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I take recognition of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, the Presidential Advisor for Water and Environment, the commissioners present. I recognize the elders of the water and environment, the retired professionals, protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to represent the northern region of the Ministry of Water and Environment. My name is Kerodong Pasquale. I am the team leader for Upper Nile Water Management Zone. As Northern Uganda, we celebrated the Uganda Water and Environment Week under the theme Youth and Women-Led Innovations and Entrepreneurship to Address Unemployment, Capacity Building, and Education. So this was our primary focus of our events in Northern Uganda. And given that our headquarters is in Lira, we felt we could touch base with the West Nile region. So this year we celebrated the regional event in Arua City. Next. By way of presentation, I'll just summarize my presentation in those three specific areas. First of all, to get a background of our preparation and organization of the regional events, and two, to delve into the details of what we actually did. The last one will be focusing on key issues raised by the stakeholders and proposed recommendations. We started the preparation by creating awareness. Of course, we used different approaches to create awareness, but key was the use of the local radio stations, mainly to bring on board the different stakeholders and also to mobilize them for the different activities that were planned. And these were done in all the radio stations in West Nile, starting from Pakwach and ending with the Spirit FM station in Koboko. Activities, but focusing on the theme, our interest was to see what are the things that we did as ministry to be able to reach out to the youth and women. The standing things that came out during our celebration was the alternative income generating activities, and of course, taking it from the Member of Parliament, you realize that once you're displacing people away from the wetlands and fragile ecosystem, you provide alternatives for them. How much the youth and women actually appreciate this alternative is an issue. You can have this experience as I present. But taking you through these quick ones, we have the energy saving technologies. These are locally made energy systems. Of course, we move forward to empowering the women, engaging in mushroom growing, but also promoting beekeeping, which is one of the key activities to be implemented within the fragile ecosystems. And we move forward to further add value to these products, and of course, other aspects of the natural resources that we are able to use, as we can see from the pictorial over. This picture is a testimony in terms of a youth being particularly involved in construction of energy-saving stove. It is actually a clip, a video. I don't know if the person managing this can click on this so that we have an interaction with the beneficiary. This particular slide, just to run the clip for some 2 minutes. Can you run it, or it's not possible? Just getting it right? Okay. Okay. So if it can be possible, I had included this as a clip for the youth to provide testimony on how the cook stove has actually benefited him. This was a youth that was trained by the women who were initially trained as trainers. So they're able to train this youth to be able to move throughout the sub-counties. This is in Kole district, in a sub-county called Alito, under the IWMDP project, which is being implemented in Aswa. So the youth now moves all over the sub-county to be able to construct and earn money. So he has earned a name called engineer within the sub-county for purposes of creating an employment. And his testimony, if you had the opportunity to listen, is that he's able to construct his house, to buy a cow from the activities that he has trained from through the project. And that is the livelihood we're focusing on. And I thought I could bring this up for purposes of appreciating the team that we celebrated in the North. The second aspect of our program within the region was to reach out to the young people in schools, primary schools, the universities. We believe these are the future of this country. And when you get the enthusiasm with which these young people receive trees, you could see that they're all innocent, ready to go and plant. And if you approach them in terms of trying to orient them with the values of the different environmental conservation efforts, we believe at that stage one can have a good mindset change and therefore impact on society very sufficiently. So our focus this time was to engage this youth, both at a primary level to embrace the environmental conservation efforts, but also we took it further to the universities so that they're able to debate and share their views on what they think should be the approach we can use as a ministry in managing the water resources, but also development of these water resources for economic use. So we had a debate in Imuni University, both the primary ones, 12 of them within West Nile region, and 8 universities from the northern region. So all of them were able to discuss and camp in Imuni University, to which some of the issues raised we'll be able to share with you. Another aspect of the celebration was to have all partners within the region to exhibit. And one of the key reasons why we moved to West Nile was to promote collaboration with several partners within the region. We believe that partnership with different players is one of the ways to go, that we can leverage on resources at different levels. So we went there and were able to actually establish a relationship with about 30 different CBOs and NGOs within West Nile. And we're hopeful that we can further upscale this collaboration. As you can see, when you go down at the tent, you realize that it's not only Ministry of Water exhibiting at the Upper Nile Northern Region tent. We have other partners equally exhibiting alongside us. This was, of course, the remarks during the presentation of the open dialogue. The open dialogue this time was the first of its kind to promote discussion in an open field. So we're able to have ideas from different leaders within the West Nile region, of course, being led by the RDC of Arua district, alongside the Assistant Commissioner who represented the Minister of Water and Environment. We crowned the celebration with a cleanup exercise. Of course, this was done to create public awareness of the value of good sanitation and living in a healthy environment, an aspect which has been raised by our guest of honor in the morning as part of the key strategic objective of the Constitution to live in a healthy environment. So this was done in a township called Odramachako. It's one of the townships within the Arua city. So we're able to garner partners and mobilize them to have this cleanup exercise move on. Based on a number of engagements during that celebration, we had to point out some few of the issues that were raised by the concerned stakeholders involved, and these are summarized as presented. Of course, they emphasize the need to have visibility of the ministry's project within the region. To them, that was quite low, so we need to promote visibility. And of course, they still want to be involved more into the management of water resources in this country. I remember at one of the radio talk show program, a caller asked, why don't we celebrate this at a district level? Why are we doing it at a national and regional level? So that means there's that interest to have everybody actually participate in this process. And of course, there were issues of continuous environmental degradation through encroachment. Of course, there are issues to do with matches the interest to promote energy-saving technologies there. They feel the resources at the local level is quite hard to obtain and limited to commercialize those. Of course, in relation to that, equally you realize that there's that aspect of limited capacity in mobilizing the income of the household levels that hinders adaptation of some of these projects that is brought by the ministry. And key, as we were discussing during the debate, was an issue of early child marriages, a factor that they feel contributes a lot to livelihood, household livelihood, and poverty within the area, and therefore low acceptance on some of the projects, and of course impacting on the environment and natural resources. There is generally low safe water coverage in the region, as reported by the leaders. We are unable to proceed from here. This close. Okay, there was a part of recommendations. I think we'll have this submitted to the team. Okay. So those were some of the issues that we have found out. But by way of recommendation is, since we went into the region to promote collaboration, I think one of the key strategies will be to strengthen the collaboration and try to expand on the different partnerships available within the region so that we're able to leverage on a number of issues that we can help address the environmental challenges. But also the second recommendation that comes along with the issues that were raised is that we can actually move forward to create much more awareness in terms of changing the mindset of the community as a driver to acceptance of changes of the things that we are going to implement as one of the recommendations that we can look into. But also strategically, it will be of high interest that all the activities that are designed within the West Nile region are focusing on the level of environmental degradation, that they are able to have aspects of environmental management component so that the holistic address to the environmental challenges and community livelihoods can be incorporated within those project proposals. So briefly, those are the recommendations you can put forward. We'll be sharing the presentation with the Secretariat for further strategic actions. I take this opportunity to thank all of you as I might come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, West Nile. Basically, the case study is West Nile, but that is representing the northern region. Thank you so much, Pasquale, and congratulations on your new role. It's very good to see how people are growing in the sector. I now want to call upon the person from East, the Eastern region. Yes, the podium is yours. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Engineer Maximo Tionomohanji. I'm the team leader for Choga Water Management Zone, the Ministry of Water and Environment. I want to start by thanking colleagues from Sub-Regional Office, Karamoja, for the presentation. They are part of the Eastern region, and in this presentation, I want to give highlights from the Uwewk prevent activities that we celebrated in Mbare Regional Office. I want to start by next. This one is not working. Yes, okay, thank you. That's our presentation outline, the program of the week, the partners who supported us to make this possible, the highlights of the week, and then strategic issues. Okay, so that's the program for the week. We had, on the first day, the press briefing, the marching in Mbare City, then the sports gala. We had the youth debate on the following day, then cesspool emptying, cleaning exercise, a number of radio talk shows. Then we had the climax on Wednesday when we had the Mwe Regional Office open day, and we had field visits, for instance, the solar-powered irrigation system. So, starting with the partners who supported us and participated actively, the World Bank came in so handy through the number of interventions we are implementing in our catchment areas: Aid Environment Uganda, Evidence Action, Water Aid, Innovation Africa, then Makerere University Business School, Green Eco, the Water Resources Institute, and then the People Interest Technology in Africa. So starting with day one, we had marching around Mbare City, again, to raise awareness of our activities. We walked around 5 kilometers with all our partners and different regional offices in Mbare region. So this was followed up by the press briefing, where we had regional entities represented by different managers talking about what we do as Ministry of Water and Environment at the regional level, but also briefing our stakeholders and especially the press on the events of the Uwewk activities at the regional level. So we had also a number of radio talk shows in different languages to try to sensitize our stakeholders at the regional level, to make them appreciate the events of the Water Week, to sensitize them, to call them on board, to have active participation. And we had different engagements from their side as well, telling us how they appreciate our services and how much more we need to do on ground. So we also had the sports gala, taking advantage of the sports events to spread the gospel of water, environment, and climate change crisis as part of the prevent activities. This sports gala was won by one of our sister departments, Eastern Umbrella, and they were given a gift of a goat, as you can see in the photos there. So we also had the youth debate, where we had 10 universities participating and 10 secondary schools. It was held at Mbare Secondary School, and the secondary school category, it was won by Mbare SS, and from the university category, we had Uganda Christian University emerging as the winner. So we engaged the innovative minds of the youth, and they gave us very, very good debates and very interesting action points. So we also had the open day. Okay, so we had the open day on Wednesday. The open day was officiated by Madame Rusi from top management. Madame Rusi Django, if you're around, I request you stand up for recognition. The day was also graced by representation from the Omukuka. Then we had the RDC Mbare and the RCC. And we had a range of interesting activities like the exhibitions where innovative technologies for water and environment solutions were presented. We had a presentation of papers and posters to mark the celebration of the open day at the ministry headquarters in Mbare. And then we had field excursions. For instance, commissioning of the rural water supply system in Chibuku. This is constructed by Innovations Africa, and it was commissioned. So we had participation of IU in Mbare and MUBS from the two universities. And our activities for the field excursion were ended with a site visit to water for production in Kapchogwa, Kapchasombe irrigation scheme. This is serving a network of 8.5 kilometers, and the beneficiaries are very, very happy with this. And actually, they requested that it can as well be expanded from the 300 beneficiaries to about 2,000 beneficiaries. This was a very important call that also goes to the importance of resources in this discussion.
The technical team, if you can help him move the slides to conclusion and recommendation.
Yes.
If you can help him, support him, technical team. We need him to go to conclusions and recommendation.
So on the last slide of recommendations, there was a discussion that we need to reduce taxes on water supply, equipment, and the construction to ensure that we contribute to access to water in rural areas, but also enhancement of partnerships when constructing and operating water supply infrastructure. Then the conjunctive use of water, groundwater and surface water to contribute to water security. Then revision of water tariffs on water for production, considering that most of the water is actually used in water for production purposes. Then addressing selective enforcement of the law towards people encroaching on restricted areas. We need to enhance awareness and enforcement of permits to avoid conflicts on most of our water resources. Then strengthening the efforts to include youth and children in combating climate change. Then dissemination of reliable climate and weather information. Then strengthening collaborations with cultural institutions to preserve critical ecosystems. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Easton. Appreciate him as he goes back to his seat. Thank you, Easton. I've forgotten my notes. I have to walk back. This is our very last panel, and I want to thank you for keeping with us. I know the heat is something else, but I'm sure you're certain of what's happening. I want to call upon the following people to join us on the panel. Some of you were not in the room, but you're going to follow as is. Dr. Kalis will guide me on something, but let me start with what I have. Professor Nicholas Chigundu, if you're still here, please come to the panel. I want also to welcome Mr. Bosco Gumisiriza, or Gumisirize, forgive me for the pronunciation. Edwin Muhumuza, are you in the room? Edwin, are you in the room?
I have seen Ms. Kate Nimanya, Regional Director, Water for People. And I am going to request one of our elders to join the panel. I know you missed the other panels because you are in the other room. I want to welcome Engineer Aaron Kavirizi to the panel. You forgive us. Yes, we shall hear your last word. The last word from the elders. You're very welcome to the panel. So panelists, the theme for both Northern and Eastern region was youth and women-led innovations and entrepreneurship to address unemployment, capacity building, and education. So what is going to happen is that each one of you is going to give us a reflection on what was presented, but also in line with the theme. I will start with those that settled in earlier and those that have been in the room for long, like Kate. I'll start with you, Kate.
Thank you. Thank you, Annette. And thank you, presenters.
We have feedback in the microphones. Technical team, I had switched off all these microphones, but we have feedback. I hadn't forgotten my minister. I was scanning the room, and I didn't scan the room well. My apologies. But I want to welcome our Minister, Owechitiibwa Mariam Kalubo Mayanja, Minister of Environment, and Bulungi Wansi from the Buganda Kingdom. Let's clap for her. Let's encourage her as she walks to the podium.
Thank you, Annette. My name is Kate Nimanya once again. My reflections on the two presentations, I'm going to speak about how we can scale and sustain youth and women-led innovations and entrepreneurship in Uganda. I see this requiring a multifaceted approach that addresses some of the challenges that the team has highlighted, as well as the opportunities we have in Uganda. And some of the few strategies I could think about, one is access to funding. Providing funding beyond the grants or innovative financing like venture capital for the youth and women entrepreneurs in order to go to scale. As we saw from the photos, the enterprises really looked small. So how can we support them to do even something bigger? And we know that there are quite a number of large funding opportunities that are available. I think in one of the presenters talked about the green climate financing, adaptation fund. These are all looking at ensuring that the youth and women actually benefit much more at a large scale. And that brings me to my second point around market access. the presenters didn't mention much about access to markets, but I would like to believe that other than the local market, we can tap into regional or even international markets for these enterprises. That is if we want them to go to scale. I didn't see anything around maybe export, but that is an opportunity. And linking them to the various markets from the cities, maybe Narua to Kampala. We hear Kampala is one of the biggest markets. So how can they tap into that? Then thirdly, I would like to speak about networking and collaboration. I know that's the theme for this year, but facilitating such opportunities and encouraging collaboration between the women and the youth-led businesses to mainly share knowledge and resources. We know that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has a specific department on energy efficiencies, but I'm wondering whether we are able to tap into that. They have resources and they have opportunities out there for the women and youth. So how can we tap into that as a ministry? And then supporting ecosystems, building strong support ecosystems for entrepreneurs is very, very, very important. That includes incubators. We've seen many of them in Kampala, but I believe they're out there. They're accelerators. I work with Water for People, and business development is one of the main areas that we focus on to support these entrepreneurs, to work with them, mentor them, to address challenges, for example, around tax issues, knowing the various departments. So how can we support that whole ecosystem? And lastly, investing in research, technology, and innovation is what I would think if we are to sustain or to...
It has gone off. That was her last point. The microphone has gone off. I want to move to Madame Mariam so that she can take a more comfortable seat. I want to relieve her of the sun. Can you give us your reflections? Owekitiibwa. Is it working?
Hello. Thank you, Madam. Good evening, everybody. My name is called Mariam Mayanja Nkalubo. I'm the Minister in charge of Water, Environment, Bulungi Bwansi, and Gender in the Uganda Kingdom. If I can give my view regarding the cultural institutions, because Uganda Kingdom is a cultural institution, what I have observed and what I can comment is what do we do as a cultural institution regarding the youth and women. The Kingdom has put up various programs through its departments and partners, like the Nabagereka Foundation. You hear of the Kisakate, Nabagereka. It's an enclosure where young people are put and then they are given those Buntubulamu. And among the Buntubulamu is Bulungi Bwansi. We also have in the youth, the Nkoba Zambogo. You have heard of Nkoba Zambogo in the youth, especially in higher institutions, our universities and colleges. We have Nkoba Zambogo groups. And we have women groups in the community. So what we do, we lobby for resources through our partners like the Ministry of Water and Environment, plus other organizations, WWF, and other cultural institutions. You had one of our ministers was in the East trying to get some collaboration with the Eastern people so that we can adapt energy and see how we can help our youth and women. We also have an inclusive media and communication. Everybody here knows about our CBS, Central Broadcasting Service. It is a known radio and it reaches far. We use this radio to bring fresh ideas and solutions on table to the youth, developmental programs and trainings. We also have a television station, BBS, which we can use to communicate to the community. We have job creation initiatives like Mwanyiterimba Limited. Mwanyiterimba is a program which has spread in the central region and other regions. And the youth has really engaged in it, and they are earning a lot of money as we speak now because the program has been on for over 5 years. We also offer some scholarships through the Kabaka Education Fund to help the marginalized groups and those who are in need, and they are performing well. Lastly, I would like to call upon our partners, the Ministry of Water and Energy and other organizations, to network and collaborate with culture institutions. For us, you can see we have leaders whom people follow. We have a follow-up. They just order, and everything is done. Like for the environment and water, if our Kabaka says that I want you to have clean water in this village or in this place, everybody will strive to see that he gets the clean water. So cultural institutions are like churches. The bishops, once they tell their ships, do this, they do what is actually being told. We would like to carry out capacity building to our leaders so that they can get increased access to finance and improve the regulatory environments and target support for their programs. Financial support to increase social impact on youth and women through programs that address issues such as poverty, health care access, environmental sustainability, and gender equality. Support technical innovation in Uganda by creating apps, software and hardware products that improve efficiency, accessibility, affordability, and various sectors. With this technology, we find that those rural women or the youth and the women, they are the more affected in the villages. They don't know how to use these telephones to get markets. That is a simple thing, and if they learn how to use their phone to access market, I think they can be well off, and we have really empowered on them. So overall, youth and women-led innovation and entrepreneurship has the potential to drive positive change and contribute significantly to addressing unemployment, capacity building, education, and other society challenges. For God and my country, Sabasajja Kabaka Wangari.
Thank you so much, Uwewk. Thank you so much. I can relieve you of the sun. Please take a more comfortable position. Appreciate her as she takes a more comfortable place. Of course, Sabasajja Kabaka Awangale. My name is Namakula, so I definitely resonate with all those things. One of the things that stood out for me there is market access. There is a report. I have many friends in fintech, and there is a report on digital inclusion. You'll be surprised that Uganda is the 4th country from the bottom in terms of digital inclusion. So those of us here with phones are a small number. We need to go out there to teach people in the village how to use their phones to access markets. This is very, very important. Thank you so much, Uwewk, for that highlight. Because if they have alternative livelihoods, they should be able to access markets, as Madam Kate had initially mentioned. I want to move to the academia. Professor Nicholas, what are your reflections on the presentation? I give you another mic.
Hello? Yes. speaking soon. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Since you said it's from academia, I'll do justice. I'll leave out our mothers, the women, because my mother has an academic qualification, and I don't think she needs one, and you cannot say she's a failure. So I'll limit my submission to the youth.
To the youth.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to focus. But it's also true, once in a while when I go to the bank to pay school fees for my children, I tend to see more women than men. Maybe the bank I go to is biased. But that's what I see. I want to thank the organizers for including me. I wasn't on the program, but they included me. Engineer Dr. Mugisha said we shouldn't lament.
Yes.
He told us the lamentation. So in this also I would drop out what Engineer Maximo talked of, the high taxes as we do business. Because that's the structure. What I tell my students, get what to do that, fit into the system. The young people are very innovative. They know what to do. Very smart, okay? That's no problem. The ministry, through the Water Week, has taken events there where they have been involved in making stoves, growing mushroom. They will do that. And they pick the skills. But then do they have the incentive to move on to the market? No. They have a big uncle in Kampala. Maybe the uncle could be an MP or HT is an auntie. They're not going to get pushed. And that is the challenge I think we have. That they pick the skills. With the due respect, I think it's still so comfortable and beautiful to live in this country. Wherever you go, it's still comfortable. So that brings down our innovation levels in the youth, in our youth, to go out and make money. What do I see? Like in Kampala, you need two skills: hard work and trustworthiness. You will make it. You are hardworking, you are trustworthy, you don't need to go to school. I think people here will bear with me. We have border people who cannot write their names. They make between 3 to 5 million in a month. And they support their families, okay, because they are trustworthy. But as I've said, life in Kampala is still easy, and still even in many parts of the country. We have exercises going on, and young people can pick livelihoods from there. But what I would say that for the young people, once they pick the skills, like the young man who was making the stoves, there are few who are making. They are focused on it. They are resilient. I tell my students, don't go to bed before I sleep. But I sleep past midnight. But at 10, they go to bed. I call them at 6, they are sleeping. Yeah. They are not responding. I just get to know that Arsenal won by 3-1 because every time they score, there is a rower in Chikoni. But as a professor, I'm on my table. So these are the issues we have with the youth, not to see the things getting in the market. Honestly, I'm not saying that life should be very, very hard. But maybe when it gets very hard, our youth can get onto them. But whatever we need for the youth employment, for the things they want the youth, they are very good. You'll bear with me. Nobody teaches a year one kid how to switch on a TV. In this country, every child who is 2 years, he knows the phone has a password. The moment you remove it, they know where the video games are, and he has never seen it. So the level of innovativeness and the business we want to do, they are there. The skills can be picked. What is limiting us, in my observation, it is still comfortable, the societal life, the people we support, that people will say, I work for what? Why should I struggle? Even if I go to market and I don't make it, my mother is going to support me. I have graduates who have gone back home. And the last 5 years, what they have done is to go from the main house to go to the boys' quarter. There is a school, he has never gone to teach there. If she's a girl child, he has never baked cookies to sell because everything is there. There are 2-3 vehicles at home. Mommy will provide fuel. Daddy has the vehicle. So that's what is limiting. The moment we do it the British way, the American way, Engineer Mugisha went to University of Florida. The mayor of Florida, the child work for tuition. No, not tuition, upkeep. You are given a vehicle, you fuel it. They give you tuition and accommodation, you work for what you eat. Our youth and the ideas will take off. But the comfort we are doing, with the due respect, we shall remain with whatever we are seeing, and we move on and consider. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very good reflection. We are giving a very comfortable life to the children. It's a big take home. I want to move to your neighbor, Mr. Gumisirize. He's from the private sector. What do you think of this landscape? How can we promote women and youth in entrepreneurship?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bosco Messerza from African Agribusiness Incubators Network. We're a network of incubators across Africa. From my take, I'm happy that I've seen a lot of partnerships. I saw so many partners on board, but also not only sponsoring at activities, but I think I would want us to go much further, addressing, for example, what is just mentioned, that you have technologies at universities or the people that we saw on the presentation here. But then how do we commercialize some of these technologies that the youth or the students at the university or the women that we've seen in the north and eastern Uganda move from where they are making these prototypes, so a few of them, and go out to promote, commercialize the technologies that they do have. Number two, earlier in the day we had Professor Kweska here from the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. And one of the things he mentioned was research and innovations. And I'm very sure that if, for example, through partnerships and collaboration, if the ministry approached him to promote technologies such as making of briquettes that save the cutting down of forests, I think we can work out something that can help, because it's a government agency, and I'm sure they will not be able to charge any fee, but it will bring in more youth and women to learn some of these technologies. And then another partner can come up to help in uptaking some of these technologies. Under the partnerships and cooperation still, I know we're soon, or I don't know if this year or next year, reviewing the NDP 3 and looking at the NDP 4. Are we looking at some of change of curriculum, for example, from the schools? The young lady we had here in Nsima, I think it's probably out of some initiatives from our parents and a few of us that would be supporting her. But is it in our curriculum from primary school to the university that we are there to look at climate change and mitigating its effects? I think it's something that we need to look at so that it's once it goes parliament, then it's able to be a policy, and then we can be able to have it in our curriculum. I was happy to note that when we started the session in the afternoon, our seniors were out of this room. But then eventually somebody mentioned that the ministry has a retired professionals scheme. Have we thought of the youth? Do we, for example, as a ministry, have a youth desk that really can look at the young ones and be able to support them in looking at what can be of help and how they can commercialize some of these technologies as they grow? Or even not only at the ministry, but also at the regional centers that we do have. Because mentorship is key, and probably we will not have our seniors going to some of these areas, but if we have a youth desk, we can identify people that can go out and go to the universities, go to the primary schools and secondary schools to grow this business. Anyway, we promote agritourism. And if we are to look at some of these visits where they are going out to the field, if we can support some of these youth and women set up agritourism centers, I think it will be an income-generating activity that will help the youth to motivate other youth to join. But not only that, as we move along these highways, the private sector is setting up some of these facilities where you go and have a bus stop, you're able to use yourself, take water, take a drink. Can the ministry and the agencies be able to set up, for example, picnic sites along the ways? Put up a few, I know there used to be one in Namavira, but I don't know how many people stop there. That's the only one I know on the highways. But if you can look at all these highways and we set up some of these ventures, then we can have the youth and women partake, and they're able to probably, you say, whatever is going to sell within this area or whatever activity you're going to carry out should be for the youth and women. I think, then last in capacity building, we offer a course in business incubation management. And this is not only targeting the youth and women to set up their jobs and employment, but also look at implementers of some of these policies so that they have this business in mind, the business mind, to go out and be able to help as you set your policies, as you implement your activities, then you have the business mind to go out and be able to direct and help the people look at the business sense of doing this, of performing their duties. And then I also looked at opportunities of recycling, the technologies. How can we help sort out these issues that we see, as he mentioned, I think it was the engineer here, when he mentioned that when it rains, we really see the floods of these bottles and plastics that are floating. Can we help the youth and women have some of the simple technologies that can help them to recycle? And in this, the government can work with the private sectors. I'm sure the government knows which people are producing these plastics. We're all having bottles here. If we identify these people and they're able to help the youth to recycle these bottles that are out in our eyes, then we should be able to create some jobs out of this. And then lastly, I know the ministry has water and environment cooperatives. Have we thought of probably tree growing cooperatives so that the youth also can benefit from this? It could be not only selling on the fruit trees and the flowers that we see on the roadsides. And by the way, those have happened to give us some trees along the highways. But we can make it in a bigger way so that all these cooperatives are able to grow their trees and look at the future. For example, the north and the east, I think, are the most affected by climate change. But whenever I have a chance to travel to the north, between Karuma and Kamudin, you see these flourishing trees, thick trees. Can they be either cloned or be taken to some of these areas and grow them? Because they seem not to be affected by the climate change. They're always looking good, but these are trees probably that you can take across the country and be able to solve this. And then thereby creating cooperatives that can help our youth and women to gain from the government projects that we see around. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those reflections, the cooperatives, the youth desk. You mentioned mentorship, and I'm certain, and I'm also part of the mentorship program that the Ministry of Water and Environment runs. We have a graduation ceremony on Thursday, which has about 90 graduates, and they are all staff of the Ministry of Water and Environment. And for the first time, we actually have men in the cycle. There will be 34 young men graduating from the mentorship program. I want to move to the youngest person on the panel, probably who is representing the youth. And after you, this panel will be crowned by the eldest person, our former director, Engineer Kabirizi. Let's hear from you, Edwin. I'm going to give you a time. I'll give you 4 minutes, and then we shall move to the director.
Like you said, of course, my name is Edwin Bumza. I'm the team leader at Youth Go Green, an organization of young people that are making interventions on issues of climate change and environment. If you are here earlier on in the morning, you probably could have seen the kids dancing, singing, but I challenge most of you, probably you just saw their movements. You were not paying attention to the messages they had. We took time to rehearse, to compose messages, songs that that would probably be performed here. But of course, somebody said it's lamentation, which is okay for those who can pick from the lamentation messages. And he also challenged you that we lament, but you take action. Have you taken action? Two, there is always a saying that there is nothing for the youth without what? And I'm very happy that, like you said, probably I'm the youngest on the panel, and about, I think the previous panel also had a kid. What does that mean? You cannot discuss issues of young people without them being fully involved, because you don't know what they are thinking about. You don't know what their interests are. You don't know what they want and their level of understanding of the issues. But the moment you have an opportunity of this nature, which I must applaud the ministry for giving us this very, very wonderful platform, then I will be happy to say, can you continue to do this kind of gesture for us? Moderator, you have given me 4 minutes. Why did you give me 4 minutes and others were given more than that?
They all had 4 minutes. My eye is on the clock.
Now, the issue I'm trying to bring up is, we'd probably be happy to share with you our experiences, our ideas and innovations. But maybe we don't have chances and we don't have such opportunities. And actually, maybe it could be a waste of time. Now, the reflection of the entire Water and Environment Week, regional engagements, personally, I'm very impressed about the theme. It had something to do with youth. The framers of the concept, I think, were very right and spot on to ensure that the young people are involved. When you look at the regional engagements, I have had an opportunity. I'm the chairperson of the youth committee on this national organizing committee. And I'm happy the ministry also created, through the national organizing team, created a sub-committee for the youth. And we had an opportunity with my colleagues to traverse almost the entire country, to understand the level of young people, their involvement in issues that concern them. Yes, there are very many activities, but the youth, truth be told, that they are not yet fully and meaningfully engaged at the moment. I know we have the youth debates, which is okay. Those debates inform policy, and actually it's our appeal that from the debates that the young people are participating in, university level, secondary and primary, those young people have ideas. Our wish would be that those ideas are picked, brought here at the national level, reviewed, and at least included in the policy frameworks. The other aspect I saw in the northern region, I think we have had an opportunity to maybe provide something to do with skilling young people, training them, building their capacity, something that we need to continue doing. There are quite a number of ideas that we can meaningfully engage young people. Capacity building is still a challenge. Innovation, yes, but they do not have a platform at the moment. They have the ideas, like someone said, but again, that platform is not yet created for them. Where do they innovate from? Do they have the capacity to even put the innovations in place? We have had the hackathon. I think it's something new at the regional level at the moment for the universities, but I think it's not yet there. That we challenge the young people to think and innovate, but then what happens after that? Where do the young people's innovations go? They have presented, they have won, they have been given awards or appreciated one way or the other. Do you know that they go back with their ideas and sleep again? If there is a way that we can we call it what? Incentivize. Yes. That young people's innovations can be supported, their tax, the youth, okay, moderator, I'm very sorry, but I'm going to conclude on this. I'm very passionate about young people's involvement in these processes, but the truth is, we have not done a lot. The government is doing a lot through no capacity, for heaven's sake. They have no idea and the capability to hire experts to write for them technical funded proposals. somebody from Ministry of Finance, my brother, Mr. Andrew Masaba, I think he's been here, he knows. For GCF, it's a competitive process. It's a complex process that the youth who have climate innovations cannot even break through. What does that mean? It means that we still have a challenge. We will only do tree planting because we can afford a seedling of 200 shillings or 300 or 500. Even recycling, where we are, there are young people who have, because they are struggling to make ends meet, they are now into recycling, but they have not standardized their processes because they need a lot of financing, they need a lot of training, which we have not given. Our appeal and call to government and policymakers, possibly the private sector, try to support the youth innovations, try to engage them, try to build their capacity. I appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute. At least I can say just about 3 weeks ago, moderator, we were invited, we were asked that we come to the Resources Institute, go through a particular training, building their capacity of the young climate change leaders, environmentalists, innovators. I wish such a program continues, or I wish that resources are allocated to such an institute which is supporting and uplifting the youth. That would be a great opportunity that we can no longer lament, but to support them to come up. And lastly, Director, I know decision making is very critical, but I would want to see that the young people are also involved in some bit of decision making processes. I remember when we were passing the Climate Change Act, which is now an act, there was a process of reviewing that bill in Parliament. Youth Go Green, at least we were able to consult our young people across the country. We were supported by Parliament. I must appreciate Honorable Silas that period with Oxfam, we were able to bring our ideas. And those ideas were included. I remember on the floor of Parliament, Honorable Songa was able to at least share on the floor of Parliament the recommendations from the youth in that climate change. Now, there is a climate change strategy. There are those many processes. At how much level, at what kind of a level that the youth are involved in the implementation, in building up the policy frameworks, and so on. So lastly, I wish such platforms continue. I wish the ministry continues to really engage us. We can give you ideas, but we need your support. We need your support to build our capacity further, to train us. I know we have, not by the way, there is a saying that the young people are confused, they don't know what they want, they are all over striking, doing this and that. No, there are those who are organized. Not all of them. I'm being honest. There are those who are organized, who know what they want. But it's a matter of us who really understand the direction of this, that we can even influence other colleagues of ours. And once we have such platforms and government support, we can always get there. Lastly, on Thursday, at least, there's going to be a side event for the youth in climate change, migration, and building capacity of those young people with climate innovations. If you can, again, we'll be here. You can participate and listen in. Thank you.
I took a seat so that I could listen very well. Thank you, Edwin from the Youth Go Green. I want to swiftly move to Engineer Kabirizi, and he gives us his reflection. And in honor of those that have been there before us, after Engineer Kabirizi, you bear with us, we shall have Engineer Patrick Kahanjire, and then the floor will be taken over by Dr. Kalist to wrap up the session. Engineer Kabirizi.
Thank you. As you realize, I was supposed to be on another panel, but I'm now on this one. And in addition, I'm speaking last. And you see, when you speak last, you have two dangers. One is to repeat whatever everybody has said, or to say nothing. Now, but I'm going to do none of those. I'll say something, but I'll attempt not to go through whatever has been said. But on the onset, I just want to say that youth, women empowerment is a subject as old as mankind. The ideas that are coming out of this room, allow me to say, many of them are not new. And if they are not new, then what's the problem? I want to say, or to add my voice to those who say that we have a lot of solutions, but the problem is the how. How do we get these ideas? One aspect I've always looked at is that we have always come to forums like this, generate an idea here, an idea there, good presentations, and then we go away. I'm just hoping, like I know the ministry that I worked for so long is, somebody will synthesize all these ideas just as they are. I believe in quantum theory or quantum mechanics, that everything is random. Now I take it that all these ideas are random. And to my fellow panelists and to those who presented before, I want you to take heart that whatever you have said may be correct, but it should be subject to scrutiny, it should be subject to addition, even subtraction. I'll tell you one thing which I've heard, or two. One, trees along highways. Very, very, I've heard it in many fora. But the engineering I studied, and the highway people, or those people who see roads being constructed, trees along roads when they are doing a road are the first things they get rid of. Has anybody asked why? Or didn't people do it right? But from engineering, those routes will destroy the road or your structures. So what I know is that they are supposed to be particular species or something. Now, when somebody tells you just trees, I know whoever said that knows that if he was given time, he would give you all that. But we get just a synopsis and we stop there. The other thing which I had, and probably I would comment about, is that the youth would do very well. All we need is hard work and trustworthiness. Very, very serious, ideas. You need those. But I want to agree with those who came up with the ideas that you need skilling. Now, skilling, if I had 1 hour, I would also tell you how I feel skilling should be done. Because we go out there, you teach people a little bit about catchment protection, you teach them, here and there, but these skills need to be appropriate, need to come at the right time, because if we talk about skilling youth, all youth, the place I come from, they are sugarcane. Now, sugarcane is a skill. None of you can cut sugarcane. But these young people can do it, and they get a lot of money. Somebody can come up with 100,000 every day. It is a skill. Now, do you want somebody to drop out of school, a youth or a young person, and go and cut sugarcane? So I think all these ideas are good, but they need to be placed at the right, at the right time, for the right people. And all this, Professor, this requires a theory. Somebody must sit down. Let's get all these ideas. Let somebody sit down, burn the midnight candle, and just think about it. Let's ask the hard questions. Ask him, how do we do it? Everything is needed. Sugarcane cutting is needed. Everything is needed. We need skills. But somebody must come with a blueprint before we set our foot on doing any skilling. The other suggestion I want to, which I'm passionate about, if we are to empower women and youth, is technology. I know somebody, I think in the morning, talked about technology and sort of passed a message that doesn't matter. Technology matters. People are sweating here because the ACs are not working. If I switched off this microphone, all of you would not hear. That is technology, as simple as that. So in my P5, we learned that machines make work easier. So let's embrace technology. Only that must be the right technology. Now, when you go out there, of course I don't have all the time to tell you about technology, which you know, but if you go out there and you are going to empower youth and save them from this poverty cycle, because they are cutting sugarcane, getting money today, not going to school, but then the future is very bleak. If you introduce technology, I don't know whether all of you would complain that you are taking away our youth from jobs because you have introduced technology to cut this sugarcane. Kate talked about market access. Now, I didn't want to repeat anything, but I just want Kate to allow me to repeat this, just for emphasis. There have been so many programs technology, and it must always change. Now, there have been so many programs, people targeting, I'm shy to talk about financing, because people have been targeting financing. And you go to a village, all women, all youth are given, they form a circle, they are all given money. Everybody makes kabalakala, and they sell to each other. You think that those youth are being empowered? My view is no. So, markets are very important. I can even make it bigger. It is actually not only markets. It is external financing to come into a community. I've always talked, whenever I went to Southwest Uganda, and I've seen all those, here, and if I can use Itendero. Itendero has bananas everywhere. But every time you see a truck of bananas coming out of there. Now, a bunch may cost 3,000 or 5,000, but that is money coming into that community. But if we got all just money and we all sold kabalagala to each other, I think we are not empowering our youth and women. It looks like the moderator is looking at me and my minutes are going. My dear youth, youth involvement. I feel somebody needs to unpack this word, youth involvement, or youth must be given room to participate. Now, I just want, as I said, youth take heart that there is room. Now, I'll be selfish here. Room for us, older people, in the affairs of the youth, because we have been youth before. We know what works and what may not work. But I also know that youth are very fast. If we started walking from here, this man will jump there. By the time we reach, he'll be out. That's okay. But there are certain things that you don't want him to do. Supposing he breaks his leg. So you will still guide him, go through there. Anyway, so let's not just talk about youth involvement in everything, ignoring everybody. Youth need to be guided, and there will be a time, don't take it that youth should be empowered, should get involved, should be represented everywhere, should do everything. No. Everyone in this society should do something. Now, youth, and somebody should get a PhD in this, professor, that just to get that niche of what youth can do, then us, all of us who are talkers and whatever, whom Mugisha doesn't want, will go out and tell everybody that cares to hear that we have decided. Wazee wa nchi wamedecide that the youth from now on in Uganda are going to do ABCD. If you want to change, we go back to the room and ask the hard questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Everybody should participate in everything. The youth should be guided. The youth should accept guidance. Yeah. We are going to conclude. I want Dr. Kalist to come up the podium. And as this panel gets off the podium, I think this will be the only panel picture that we shall take because they'll be the last panel. Let's take one picture for the panel and then they exit. I know the photographers are one photographer. Can we have this panel? Or which team are you coming back? Sorry. Sorry, it's the only panel picture for this segment because the rest were, yes, we are going to him. The rest kept on moving on swiftly before, so that we could keep time. So this is the only panel, like official panel picture for this segment. Which Tiwa, maybe you move. Yeah, we are standing, please, for the panel picture. It's the last panel, so it's the only. Some other panelists are still here. They can come up. Honorable. All of us should come down. Okay, thank you. As I also pass on the microphone. Panelists, those that are still in the room, let's take a picture. After the picture, I'm going to give the microphone to
Thank you, moderator, although you have handed over the mic after you. I think we're still working. I would like to also appreciate the panel, but more so I would like to applaud the consistency, the determination of the Ministry of Water and Environment, headed of course by the PS and Engineer Kalista and the others, for this continued work of Water and Environment Week. Now, these things happen. Sometimes when you open the door too much, you get a lot of views, but which may not be linked to what the objective of the ministry and the sector is. So I see it's good. We have opened up. We have more views coming in, but are we in a position to satisfy all these views and concerns? For instance, I go back to the youth who says, give us a chance. We have given a chance for 5 years now. He wants a more chance. Maybe they should now reach a level, say, okay, we have opened for you, we have given you a chance to share views and ideas, but now they also, maybe could be with the assistance of the sector or the donors who are supporting, now to take this group of youth so that they continue with their ideas to strengthen them to higher level. Because otherwise, the resources and the work of the sector may not take them further. I'm not only talking about the youth, maybe also the women, as we're talking about small markets. How much can the sector go in supporting of small markets? So I think is my concern, but I said it to Dr. Karis some time back. When we get all these ideas and we synthesize, how many can we take as a sector and how many can others take on? I think that's the time also is important. Otherwise, we have a lot of ideas. We have opened, we need to open avenues for some of the other to grow, because they may not grow within the resources and the framework of the sector. I don't know whether it makes sense, but...
You do.
Yeah, because we have opened. Now, someone will give the water for you can say, now I'm going to take the youth to the higher level. But so that we don't lose the focus of the sector as to where we shall need to move in order to rethink collective action and innovate. We can't innovate in every corner.
True.
Because there are those who are part of the focus of the sector. So that we also, the sector continues to grow as expected, but also giving a chance others, they also grow, great opportunities to grow those ideas. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Engineer.
Thank the organizers and everything. This is good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Engineer Patrick Kahanjire, one of our former directors. Probably by the time I got introduced to this sector, he was the director from me. I want to hand over back to the Water Resources Institute. I've been Anne. I am Anne. Thank you for listening to me. Over to Dr. Kalist.
A very big applause
to Daman Namakura. She's also one of the people behind the mentorship program for the men and women. So we thank you very much, and we do appreciate the work we are doing to support us. We are going into a short session before we end the day with a cocktail. For those who are fasting, we are delaying the process so that we reach when you are breaking the fast. That's also one of the tricks for having this session to continue. And of course, we also want to apologize for the heat. We have been told the electric cables were cut by the road, so we are depending on the generator, and that's why we are not getting enough power to power all these facilities. So we hope that tomorrow the situation will be better, and that's why we are having all this. So I think the ideas which have come out here are ideas which we'll continue to take forward as a sector. And when we talk about the water and environment sector, it's not just the Ministry of Water and Environment, it's bigger. So we hope that, as Mr. Patrick Kahanjira has mentioned, other sectors, other players, other stakeholders will pick up these ideas. But they are coming in to get us to think. But as I think Engineer Kabiri's mentioned, we shall sensitize them and pick those which are relevant. Otherwise, we can't take everything. But it's good to listen to the stakeholders, hear what they say, pick out what is relevant in the sector, and pass over to the others. We assure you of that, and on Friday, at the closing ceremony, we'll be presenting the key highlights of this event and what we'll be taking forward. And we'll also later on assign them to different stakeholders. We'll actually invite stakeholders to pick those that they are able to move forward. And that's how we normally do it. So I want to have a short session, and I'm going to invite the people who have retired, not only from the ministry here. We want to have a session where we want people to see you. So I will request you to come forward, mention your names, and tell us how you left the sector, when you joined the sector, and when you left. And probably maybe what you are doing, but briefly. We want to do it very fast. So can I request you to come forward here? All of you come forward here so that we see you. Then at the cocktail, we shall greet you and interface with you. So come forward here. I'm sure the young people, I'm privileged to have worked with a number of you. When I joined the ministry in 1990, I was brought up by these people, and I think I'm what I am because of you. And we are happy really to welcome you back, and we really hope that the young people will benefit. So can I call upon all of you to come forward? Mr. Patrick Kahanjira, I think you can lead the team. He's our former director, but he'll introduce himself. Simon, come forward. Yes, let's get the team. Oh, you people, are you, I hope, yeah, let's come forward. Let's come here on, here. No, here just. Let's come here, I want people to see you. And we'll do it very fast so that then really we can know who you are. We would want that when we meet you on the street, we can say hello to you. But also, we appreciate you. So come forward, Mr. Sam Mutono. Can you come forward? I hope you are. Some of us are about to join you, so next time it will be us who will be with you here, but it is okay. We are going to start with the oldest in the sector. Let me give the opportunity, then the others will come in. Mr. Patrick, let's start with.
My name is Patrick Kahanjire. I'm basically a hydrologist. I started work in the water development department in 1975. As a young man, full of vigor, and I was actually the first professionally trained hydrologist in this country. Others came later. Now, this is the cadets I recruited them. The first other recruitment I had was the late engineer Dugudu, in 1987, I stole him from Makerere because I also assured him that the water sector was a better place than Makerere. Even myself, but when I graduated, I had a first class. So I had 2 appointments. Makerere University, I had an appointment Teresa, but again, the engineer Katende, who was the commissioner for water development, he called me and said, this place is more lucrative than Makerere, so you stay here. So I stayed with the water sector, and I have nothing to regret. So I eventually retired in 2004. No, I entered as a pupil hydrologist. I went through every rank until the first director of water development, and then that's where I retired. In 2004, I retired because I had been instrumental in the work and cooperative framework. I mean, the work of the NBI. Yeah. But I had been instrumental in getting the countries of the Nile cooperating. Again, I entered that area almost in 1976. Because in 1976, it was the first time that all 5 countries of the Nile came together. We had a project titled Mesabe Project, which was headed based in Entebbe. And in 75, we got as trainees from the Nile Basin countries. By that time, we were constructing a hydrological model, the hydrological model of the Upper Nile Basin. So I've been also very keen on nurturing the cooperation. The understanding was that any cooperation which you have started, don't break it, because starting a fresh one is a problem. And history has proved to us. If we had dropped the Hydromet Survey project or Tekonal, by that time, even this organization on the Nile will not be there, because there's so much opposition to it. But by nurturing, it is now fully, I think we're moving forward. So I retired in order to join the Nile Basin Initiative. I was the second ED after Tanzania, and I worked for 2 years. I thought I would get more years, which the Tanzanian had got, but everybody said now the NBI ED is a good job. So every country wants to have its ED in the, so you cannot get 2 years, because now there are 10 countries. So right now we have Florence is now the new ED of the Nile Basin Initiative. Exactly 20 years since I left that position. So I retired after that. 10 years later, the president called me very early in the morning, around 7. He said, we have been looking for your numbers. Where are you hiding? There's some information he wanted. We gave him. Then later on, when he asked me, what are you doing now? Unfortunately, I had suffered a stroke in 2011 because of diabetes. So I told him that I no longer can afford to go into that type of jobs. So he said, can I give you a job? I said, I will be happy. And he gave me a job, Senior Presidential Advisor on Water. I'm almost now finishing 10 years in that. I don't have an office. No, the contract is every 2 years. So every 2 years you have to you go back. It is him again to confirm. Yes, I think I can keep him on board. It's only him. So I thank God that I'm still alive. I've had really major challenge on my life. High level diabetes, stroke, everything, cancer, but I'm alive, and I thank God. I am also, I'm coming to an end part of it. I'm writing a book. My story with the water sector and other challenges and doors that God has opened for me. So you who are still there, even these young ones, when you got a job, do it with your heart. Don't look after money, don't look after, oh, it's money is small, I'm here temporary. No, you put in your heart. By the time we were working, we were getting 1,300, I think. But we worked. Yeah, we're working, and we have come this far. So whatever you do, don't every job is valuable. You put in your effort, and God being your helper, you reach this far. So I've just celebrated, I'm almost entering 76 years now. I think that's
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. Let's give him another applause. He has represented other people. Now, Engineer Chong, are you older than Engineer Obsos?
In joining, I joined before him.
And 1 minute, Engineer Chong, just introduce yourself and say one or two words.
I'm Engineer Richard Chong. We joined together with Ian on 15th June 1982. Fresh from Makerere, and we were classmates. I worked for 36 years. Then I retired as the first direct commissioner for water production from inception. And right now, I'm the chairman of our cooperative society for our irrigation scheme in my village. So, and we are dealing a lot with the youth, but unfortunately, they are very impatient. We had a good first season, first crop. Then the second crop, rat, I think, discovered that there are sweet seeds on the rice. So the rat stormed our irrigation scheme. So most of the youths have run away. Now we are struggling to bring them back. For us, we elders, we are still persisting. That's what I would say, what the youth are. First of all, he was my mentor. He appointed me, I don't know how, when I was still a senior engineer, to be reporting to him directly. I was reporting direct to the director when I was still a senior engineer. And it gave me a lot of importance to know the whole sector. Because everybody will write a report. When they write to the director, it has to come to me first to have a look. But it also gave me some enemies. Some people were not happy. To see me, a junior officer, reviewing their report. But I will do it quietly with him. I will be happy. So thank you for that mentorship. And I was, first of all, very surprised. He kept this first class away from us. He mentioned it the day he was retired, when he retired. You remember when you were handing over. That lion, where is that lion and the cat? You have it in the boardroom there. He's the one who bought that gift and gave the minister. And he explained what it is. That you, everybody who's here, let people see you as a cat. But you should yourself, take yourself to be a lion. That will sort out everything. And that's the message you remember you gave us. That the purpose of that, I think we have that, you have that cat and and that was him who gave us on that day. Yes. And that's when he told us about, he was the only one with first class.
So, thank you very much, Engineer Chong. So can you pass over the mic to your
thank
neighbor?
you very much. You have to keep yourself relevant.
Pass over the other mic, the other team. Very fast, colleagues, we need to go for the cocktail.
I'm an engineer, but also I joined the ministry in 1981.
You know, also bring it closer.
I joined the ministry in 1981. I joined for these guys. These guys are young. They were in the university. I worked in service for 37 years and retired in the year 2018. So I've been in retirement now for 6 years. That means I am 66 years. I'm proud of having worked for the ministry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Johnson Kabuku Berurega. I started working in 1987, December, in the then statistics department, and retired in 2015, sorry. By the time of my retirement, I was the director responsible for statistical capacity building at the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, UBOS. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Engineer Arebahona Ian. We joined with that big talker in 1982, and I retired in 2019. I see young faces across, but my message to you, I'm drawing from the theme, rethinking collective action and innovative solutions. I'd like to share with you that we have been a listening sector. We are honored to be with an MP. There was a cultural MP. At one time, we had very destructive politics here, such that whenever there was a change of government, people would uproot boreholes, just burn schools, take iron sheets. So as a sector, we said, what do we do? Maybe this water supply is not just engineering. People need to know why government is doing some things for them. And that is when we widened, we have social scientists, we have economists, we have health professionals, and we have been a formidable team. So all these achievements were done from that collective effort, and we would like to encourage you to go ahead with it. Another thing, 2000, there was PAF relief, and we got some money, so we got a boost in the sector. But we realized that the sector were undermanned. At the district level, we had plumbers, we had pump mechanics running these districts. So we talked to finance and said, look, we would like to go out of the normal and use part of these funds to recruit young professionals. And through that, by then we think we were 36 or 49 districts. We got graduates on board. Unfortunately, many of them joined UNRWA, but there is another crop that I see around here who are from that effort. So please keep listening, listen to the challenges, look for innovative ways to go around some of these. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name once again, Engineer Aaron Kavirizi. Engineer Aaron Mwidu Kavirizi. You might find those names and get confused. I joined the sector, the ministry. It has been changing time and again. In December 1984 as a pupil engineer, and I rose through the ranks, and I retired in 2019 as Director for Water Development. Unfortunately, it seems I was the last to hold that post officially, but I know Dr. Callist is fighting so that it comes back. I just want for all of you to remind you that the niche for this ministry, two things. One, building capacity of the sector. The elders you see there, they had that, and I'm not ashamed to say that at my time or at their time, going for masters or going for training was compulsory, and it was scheduled, and including what he has said. So capacity building has been a niche. The other thing is part of the theme today, that is collective, rethinking collective, because if I'm not mistaken, this was the first sector to think that capacity building or training or whatever wasn't for ministry staff only. It was for the entire sector. And we are reaping those benefits. And I just want to urge whoever is coming forward to continue with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Engineer Julius Msimenta. I joined last in 1991. But yes, I also came out first after a very fruitful 10 years of very intense capacity from these elders. I had done a master's and done all sorts of projects. This is the right place to be, and we pray that you continue innovating and building capacity of youngsters so that we can have many of us out there who are still active. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Engineer Simon Peter Otoy. When the elders have talked, it's a little bit a problem for the young ones to talk. The good thing is that they basically selected themselves up to Engineer Kabirizi there, and they set themselves together. I joined the sector in National Water and Sewerage Corporation in 1990. I worked there for 10 years. Then went to Rwasa with Kate. Then it was Kate Ziwa and Julius Msimenta there. So then I went into the private sector, the real private sector. I worked in COWI, a consultancy firm, and finally founded my own firm. So I left the sector, what I would say, 2002, after Rwasa. That's when I think I left the sector, although it is not clear. I was not in the deep sector, but also I've never left it. So though I am retired, I'm not tired. I'm still a consultant. Thank you very much.
Did you say you wanted those who had worked with the sector only first? Okay, fine. Engineer Henry Francois Kenyal. I didn't work for the sector. I started working in the Ministry of Agriculture. I actually had 2 jobs or so. After graduation, just like Sakahangire, I chose to join the Ministry of Agriculture and worked in Soroti. Then later on, became principal of Busitema National College of Agriculture Mechanization. And when the institutions were transferred to the Ministry of Education in 2000, my institution, together with 3 others, Bukala, Sarapa, and Fisheries, moved to the education. And I competed for the position of Assistant Commissioner. I won, promoted to Commissioner, BT Vet, for about 8 years. Now, then later on, I was promoted to Directorate of Industrial Training. In fact, I was the first substantive director, Directorate of Industrial Training. That's when I had contact with the water sector, because DIT was empowered to establish standards of certificate and diploma courses for Uganda, and yet the Water Act was empowering the Commissioner Director of Water to train and certify plumbers. So we linked up, and Commissioner Joseph Peter knows about this. We convinced our PSA so that we had a memorandum of understanding between our 2 ministries, water and education, so that the issue of regarding the issues of training of plumbers. I retired in 2014 as Director DIT. Then 2016, because I was now out of service, I joined the Engineers Registration Board as a member for the first 2 years. The next 2 years, I was vice chairman of the ERB. That is the time that the water sector started this issue of water and environment. That's why I got involved in it, because I was vice chair of the ERB. So I've been with the water sector since that time. I've never worked with it, but it has been a pleasure from the outside, another sector, to learn how the issues are working so well, particularly with the predecessor of the current PS, and then the current PS, and we don't regret having been engaged on this scheme. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Patience Jennifer Turiareva. I am a retired forester. I joined the Public Service Forest Department in November 1985. At that time, we had two governments. From Katonga to the west, there was a government. From Katonga to the east, there was another government. So when I went to the commissioner to be posted, he said, "My daughter, I cannot post you. Where will you go to work? Where will you pass?" So he posted me to Nakawa, where there was a forest research center, and I joined and worked there for 8 years. And when the NARO was being formed, they also removed the forest research element from Forest Department and set up Forest Research Institute. So I was there for 9 years, and I did my last 2 years in NARO at Kachwekano. After that, I joined the NGO world. I worked for Foundation for Woodstock Development, SNV, VSO. VSO sent me to Malawi. And finally, my last employer was Uganda Carbon Bureau. I took early retirement in 2016 on health grounds.
Good evening, all stakeholders who are here. I can see that these are our families. You either belong to water or you belong to environment. That is why you are here. So as a matter of introduction, I'm called Collins, a lawyer. I worked for 32 years in the field of sustainable development, more specifically environmental planning and management. I was recruited by Public Service on the 15th of March, 1991. So I have my colleagues here whom we joined together in 1991. And I retired in 2022 in March. I retired as a commissioner, Wetlands Management Department in this ministry. And I also retired as the acting director, Environment Affairs. So you can see I'm the father of sustainable development in Uganda, which, because all development or environmental management from the first coast up to my level of a director, I was the first person to go in the field. So I started with, when I was the first environment and district environment officer in Uganda, we were specializing on ecosystem planning. Ecosystem, if you have done what, biology, ecology, then you know. Ecosystem is the habitat for species. So from there, I moved to species and family environmental planning. The species where I worked in, it was in wildlife authority. So you have to know what species are you trying to plan for and for conservations. So again, I came back to this ministry in 2004. When I came back, the director for water development received us very well. So from there, I continue with environmental planning and management. If this country does that, then we'll not have any problem. We'll never have what climate change issues or vulnerability taking place. But because this has not been taken seriously, that is why we are seeing now the environment is now transforming to climate change so that all of us feel it. I think here now you are even feeling it because of poor environmental planning and management, which has brought that. So I left here last year. I'm very happy that I retired, but I'm not also very happy because I left when the issues has not been resolved. The climate change has not been resolved because all of us are experiencing the impact of climate change. But nonetheless, I left very well, in happiness. I don't have any dirty hands, so I move in any parts of Uganda. Nobody follows me that, okay, this was the Commissioner of Wetlands. He is the one who evicted me. Let me follow him and finish him. No, I never succumb to what? Getting money and putting in the pocket so that I sign you an EIA, I say you go and build. No, I registered from that, and that is why I'm alive up to now. Now the issues which I'm seeing at the moment since we left, when my brother here is Dr. Kalis, Engineer Chong, I've forgotten that name there. This ministry could negotiate very effectively and efficiently with Ministry of Finance. And a number of projects were coming. I think all of us have to appreciate. We had the commissioners who knows what they want from Ministry of Finance. And this capacity, I think it is going down. And Dr. Kalis, thank you very much for establishing the Water Resources Institute. You have to bring staff from senior to principals to address that, and also climate funding. Those are the issues which all the people who are working in this ministry should have it in their fingertips. And that's why that institute is very relevant. And we are here. If you want us to help in developing project proposal, because we know the steps taken in order for you to get a successful project proposal. So have nothing much to say. We will meet when we go for the get together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Anne Florence Luzira. I'm not an engineer. I'm none of those things. But I started working with the Ministry of Natural Resources in 1998, when it was part of Energy, Natural Resources, Environment, and Forestry. After working for some time, the ministry was converted, NEMA became an authority, and the ministry was left with 3 or 4 sectors. That was water, yes, and forestry. So I worked until the water sector was made an independent ministry. And I was left with the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, before a Forestry Authority was created. At that time when we started, all procurement was being done by what was called Central Tender Board. After a while, the Central Tender Board was abolished, and PPDA Act came into force, and contracts committees were created. And I was made the chairperson of the contracts committee, which I chaired for 6 years. Dr. Kalist here and Mr. Pitu they were some of my members. I think we did very well. That's what has made the water sector to be. And we were very strict. They can attest to that. For me, you either follow the rules or you cannot work with me. rules. And that is why the water sector up to today has very, very few park issues. My advice to you youngsters who followed us, you can do anything you want so long as you abide by the rules. Very seriously. Make sure all your records are straight, because records alone can defend you. You don't need anybody to speak for you, so long as all your documentation for the work which is given to you is correct. After that, I was appointed a board member for National Water and Sewerage Corporation, representing the PS. And I also carried out that responsibility for over 6 years. After that, when the board decided that National Water should expand its operations and decentralize, that decision was taken by the board of which I was a part. And that's why today you see National Water has established branches in all the districts. One of the key roles I played was also the introduction of IFMS. This was a new financial transaction program which was introduced by Ministry of Finance. And my PS, because he trusted me, appointed me to be responsible for approving all the payments through the IMFS system. Of course, I had challenges because being strict, some people were not very amused. But I stuck to it, and I was able to leave the ministry after working for government for over 33 years before I retired in 2009. At the end of my service, my PS then, who was Kabogoza Musoke, gave me, with the late head of civil service, they gave me a very nice appreciation, which was put in a plaque form, which is in my sitting room up to today. And it says, this is to appreciate you for excellent work. That's why I can walk from here anywhere with my head straight. For the youth, I know many of you are in a hurry to reach where the former director Kangire and us and some of us are. Don't be in a hurry, you'll reach there. It took me 10 years after I graduated before I could buy my own car. But today, I have a home, my children are educated, life goes on. That's why I'm now 13 years in retirement, but I look like some of you, as if I just started. Thank you very much. When you need help, when you need guidance, some of us will be there for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank the ministry, Dr. Kalista and the team for honoring us like this. My name is Sam Tono. I'll go a bit back because for me, I started the industrial training with the ministry. There was a 7 Waters project, World Bank project. Was it in 81 or 82? On industrial training, I worked with that project. And later, I also went to I think it was in 82 when I went to the regional office, the water regional office in Mbale, under the late Sam Matende. So for me, I was committed to joining water. There was an opportunity to join another ministry, I think housing, but I decided on water quite early. So I joined the public service formally in 1983. One of the first big appointments I was given
I was Deputy Director of Drilling for the whole country at some point. I think that was around 84. Thereafter, in the ministry, I also was given another honor by grace of God to head the Ruwasa project, but perhaps the young people may not know about it. I was the project coordinator for the Ruwasa project up to 1998. That's when I left the public service after 12 years of service. And I was again, by grace of God, offered a job by the dawn of the Ruwasa project. Without interview, they just called me to go and start working in the Danish embassy as program officer for water. From there, I worked 7 years. Again, by the grace of God, I joined the World Bank, where I worked for 12 years under the water and sanitation program. But all those assignments, I took them as if I was still a Minister of Water staff. The others were just paying the salary, but for me, my commitment was to the ministry, the objectives of the ministry, and what the ministry intended to attain. And I want to thank the officers of the ministry, some of them are not here, because they took me as part. I could get reports which other donors would not get, or before other donors get. So I had special privilege because I was part and parcel of the ministry all through. Having said that, actually, I'm still part of the ministry because I chair the National Sanitation Working Group, which was set up in 2003 by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Water. I'm still the chairperson. I've tried to hand over, but the engineers have shied away from the responsibility. I hope sometime that will be done. But I thank God for the opportunity to having worked with the ministry. I never had to lobby for anything. I come from a remote place, so there was no tribalism at all in the ministry. I was just being assigned. And I don't take that for granted. I thank our senior colleagues like Patrick Kahangire, the late Sotibo Mukama, who really helped us, groomed us to be what we are, and gave us an opportunity to serve. Yeah, thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big applause to our elders. This is a small team. We have many out there, but you have seen the sample. So for the young people, what you are enjoying, this building we are in was constructed by these people. Many things we have. We have 6 regional offices. When you go there, you might think the Ministry of Water and Environment has relocated. It's because of these people. Whatever we are having, because of these people. And we felt we should honor them. They have contributed a lot. If you meet them on the street, don't just look at them like any other person. Say hello and thank them. If they had not put in all, again, we want to thank you very much. This is your home. Keep coming. We wanted people to see you because you might come when nobody knows you. So we wanted you to come so that people see you. At least they have no excuse that they don't know you. They may not interface with you very closely because they have not worked with you, but we really do appreciate. And on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we created a retired professional scheme where we want people who have retired to be part of the sector. They are already, we had a session with them and the permanent secretary. Permanent secretary is not here because he doesn't appreciate this. We already had a meeting with the permanent secretary, with the undersecretary and the head human resources, and permanent secretary has already spoken to them. And has assured them that we will continue working with them because the knowledge that is there, when you look at them, many of them are looking younger than those of us who are working. So they are still very, very strong, but the knowledge, the experience. And we want to take advantage of it. We don't want to stress them, but we want to use them to guide us. One of the things we have talked about is documenting the story of the water and environment sector. so that people can learn from this. We decided also to create a water and environment museum where we want to get technologies that we have applied since colonial time so that people can go to the museum. It will be in Entebbe so that people can learn and engage. And we will continue engaging them so that they can continue supporting us and help us. Now they can say things without any problem. If you asked Engineer Chong when he was still here as a commissioner, what he would tell you would maybe it's a bit selfish because he wanted to protect his position. But now you ask him, he will tell you the truth. And that's what we want. So Engineer Chong, tell us those things that you couldn't say when you are still here, but not only you, but of course all of us. We know when you are out, really you don't have any territory you are protecting, but you are doing whatever you are doing for the country. But we want to appreciate you. Those who are retiring, the program is there. And because water and environment really touches everybody, everybody is a stakeholder. We have 2 former ministers who are part of this program. We have about 5 professors from the various universities who are part of this program. We have 1 bishop who is part of the program. So we have all sorts of people. So we want to engage you more and more actively so that you can contribute to the sector. On behalf of the Water Resources Institute, the team already provided some special recognition in the bags there as a sign of our appreciation. And we hope that when you go back, you remember that we are there and we treasure you. We now move forward to meet and shake hands with you for those who have not done it. On this note, let me request Honorable Cyrus just a vote of thanks on behalf of the leadership of this country and as the chairperson of the WASH Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, Doctor. And the best thing we can do is to just clap our hands because, yeah, all that we are seeing is because God is good. And when God has done a good thing, you learn to say, thank you. And we want to say thank you to our elders on behalf of our political leadership. How I wish this could be rolled out to all the sectors, including Parliament. Yes, I say so because we have so many retired stars who have been out there. The likes of that Muse, Ben Wacha, name the key, and people have forgotten, but they are the ones who built the foundation. They carried the first heavy stone, and that's why we are moving as a country today. Go to Uganda Police Force. We need this kind of team. We need people who have seen it. The people who are able to tell the youth, slow down. Look ahead. There is a jam. Deal with it in this way. And that is what we are seeing. And we need it. Doctor, really, I think the Minister of Water has been the first to create and innovate this kind of thing. It is such a beautiful thing, and I think I should bring it out in the Parliament that every sector needs to think wisely and innovate and have this kind of approach. It has been a wonderful time for us. We are talking technology, we are talking innovation, we are talking collective action. And that's what the country needs today. All of you and all of us must be concerned from wherever you are. What is it that you are contributing towards the betterment of our future? More so when we talk about WASH. So, collectively, we can do more. It is time for people to go and shake hands. I don't know the corner where things have been arranged. I don't want to jeopardize the people's speed because I know the appetite levels are now going to grow. I want to thank you. Tomorrow, if we are coming back here, let us keep time. God bless the ministry. Bless everybody. Let us work as a family. It is a new beginning. We shall be there for God and my country.
So thank you very much, Honorable Cyrus. We are very, very supportive of the sector. So we are going on the top floor, 4th floor. That's where we have the cocktail. So again, some people can take the staircases, some can take the lift. So let's go there and interact and shake hands. Collins, we need to shake hands.